Hello and welcome to week 3 of the European Challenger Series. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and joining me for today's matches is James Stress O'Leary. How are you doing today, James?
Doing good. 6 whole matches in a row. It's going to be great.
6 half matches in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Well, last week you got a little bit of Edius, a little bit of me,
That's
and then,
true.
you know, it was all good. Let's get on with the show.
Let's do it. Let's get straight on and to see where these teams are standing after the first 2 weeks of competition. Now, Schalke have been dominant. They're still in that top spot. We have a 4-way tie for second place, and then PSG are rounding us out at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, it's been an unfortunate set of the first 2 weeks for PSG, and they don't have any points so far. Schalke, however, look dominant. Doesn't look like anybody's going to stop them yet.
Not yet, but they are our first matchup for today. And speaking of our matchups for today, let's have a look at what's on the cards. And it's Fnatic Academy playing up against Schalke 04 to start us off. Then Millenium take on Kinguin in the middle of the table clash. And to round it out, it's Paris Saint-Germain up against Misfits Academy. What's your game to watch today, apart from the fact every game is a game to watch here in Challenger Series?
I think the PSG Misfits has a lot of implications for Paris Saint-Germain. Like, if they don't pick up a win today, very unlikely they can make playoffs, but there is still that opportunity. Last 3 weeks now, the second half of the regular split means that maybe they can drag themselves up off the bottom of the table.
It's a difficult drag, though, because everyone else already has that one win under their belt, and of course we're still playing against the other teams, so teams have to win. We could have draws. We've yet to have a draw, actually, in the Challenger Series, which is a little bit surprising. We are in Europe, you know, we're used to ties. But
yes.
On that note, let's dive straight on into our first matchup of the day. It's Fnatic Academy versus Schalke 04. Our lineups, Fnatic Academy on the blue side to start us off. They have Zergoth in the top lane, Dan as their jungler, Niski in the mid lane, Mr. Rollers is their AD carry, and their support is Clyde.
Yeah, there was some late breaking news yesterday that Zergoth comes in as the top laner because Kikis unfortunately had a medical emergency and is unable to play today, so our best wishes go over to Kikis.
Oh, definitely. On the other side of Summoner's Rift, though, they're playing up against Schalke 04 in the top lane. Smithy J, the jungler is Lulex, mid is Selfie, and their bot lane is Upset and Vanda.
This team looks pretty much unstoppable. They're unbeaten so far, and even in the games where maybe they haven't looked up to their best, they've been able to fight back very effectively. Game 1 versus PSG was perhaps the most we've seen them struggle. Yeah. Got fairly far behind, up against the Sivir, up against the Rise. We thought it was all over, but then the Baron happened for PSG, and Schalke just completely turned it around. Beautiful poke into the Baron pit in order to take the Baron in response.
But this is PSG making a mistake rather than Schalke actually playing the game incredibly well. They shouldn't have gone for the Baron at the time, and perhaps that's a crack in Schalke's armor, you know? Their early game hasn't been as strong as some of the other teams. Here, PSG were able to capitalize on that until they made that bad call in the mid game.
Yeah, and honestly, when we look at it, it's a very strange circumstance to be like, oh, well, Schalke's early game hasn't been so great, because the first week, they just kind of crushed through their opponents, found Tabasco all the time on Kinguin. So that's one area that I'm now interested for Schalke on this game. The area for their opponents that we have to be a little concerned on is Fnatic Academy's top half of the map. When it's top lane, when it's jungle, of course, Zergoth, as we were talking about, comes into the lineup. Very short notice, not a lot of time to practice. And it's a player that hasn't really cut his teeth here in Challenger, but he's played in a few regional leagues, has some experience, but between having a new jungler of Dan and Zergoth coming in on 1 day's notice, Fnatic have got a real weakness topside.
Oh, definitely. It's such an area that they need to be focusing on, and I actually think the jungle matchup's going to be vital, especially since we're playing on 7.3 when we see a few jungle changes. We are straight into picks and bans, and the Lulu ban first for Fnatic.
That's an interesting one. Lulu's being picked as a response to a lot of champions. We've seen Unicorns bringing it up against Malzahar and protection against Rengar. Fnatic actually in the perfect game that they lost in were playing up against an Ivern Lulu comp. So banning that away, not wanting Schalke to maybe try and construct that for themselves.
Once again, the Rengar ban coming out from Schalke 04 here, and then Fiora for Fnatic Academy. So trying to take away some of that top lane power that we've been talking about.
Yeah, and Smitty J, you know, he's a player that does play things like Fiora, of course. For a long time was kind of pushed down onto tanks for a while when he was in the LCS, so taking away some of those perhaps stronger matchups for him. Interesting to see that priority come out here. We haven't seen any focus on Shen, we haven't seen any focus now on jungle matchups like Graves, and ooh, Camille's let through, so Fnatic Academy surely first pick Camille.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of Camille's over the last week after she was nerfed on 7.3. Still a very strong pick in the right hands, but in the wrong hands, doesn't seem to do too much.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see as well whether Fnatic Academy have been learning from their, older team, whether they can flex it to mid lane or jungle or wherever they want to put it. But I like the response from Schalke. You take the Jhin, the Varus is banned away. Schalke putting that priority on the AD carry matchup here.
It makes sense as well. Actually, Schalke have yet to pick Varus in any of their games. They prioritize this Jhin in the Sivir for upset as well. So they get that Jhin, they banned out the Varus, means that Fnatic Academy don't have a big wealth of pool for that AD carry role to fall back onto.
Yeah, exactly. And we are on 7.3 as well, so we are up to date with what the EU LCS was played on. So we've seen high priority on a lot of different champions than we were seeing on 7.2. Saw a bunch of Graves. And speaking of AD carry priorities, they're getting Mr. Rales his AD carry very early on. Phase 1, Caitlyn in this situation has kind of been banned out a couple of times along with the Sivir when you've already got one strong AD carry and the other is banned away.
And Rise for Niski as well. He's played this in 3 of his 4 games thus far, and in all honesty, hasn't been incredibly impressive on it.
It hasn't. I mean, we had some flashy plays dragging the minions the first week and getting double inhibs from it. I do wonder where now Fnatic are going to go on this. Will they, Schalke are going to go. I guess support is one area that Fnatic Academy could look to pinch, but they're looking for their own support, so they're in no rush now.
Well, now we're getting into the second rotation of bans as well. You've got jungle already picked up on the side of Schalke. Fnatic, of course, could flex that Camille into the jungle role, but do you think Schalke will look towards the support bans, or do you think they'll move more around the jungle?
Well, we've got one Malzahar ban coming out already, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Schalke maybe ban out the Karma as their next ban. Fnatic Academy likely you'll ban Shen away here so that you don't have the Shen into Camille matchup. That typically is a match that is okay for Shen. He does get pushed in heavily, but the global presence kind of outweighs some of what Camille wants to bring.
It makes sense. The Orianna ban here for Fnatic Academy, so maybe looking to pinch Selfie's pool a little bit. But Selfie's played 4 unique champions in the 4 games that he's played thus far, so still got things like Katarina to fall back on. We saw him play a Kasadin into a LeBlanc matchup.
Yeah,
Orianna was one of those as well, but he's got an ocean to delve into.
We've seen Talia come out as well, a bunch of different picks from Selfie. We know he's a well-versed mid laner, not just the Lissandra player that he kind of used to be. People hate me for saying that. He played a lot of champions. But there was one period where he only played it. No focus on Shen. Really interestingly here, almost every team that has allowed Camille through or has picked Camille has taken the Shen matchup away. That's almost unanimous around the EU LCS, so really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to see Schalke pick it up.
But the question is, if Schalke don't pick it up now, do Fnatic Academy then have to take it off the cards because they don't want to give that Shen last pick across? If they take Shen here, you could flex that Camille into the jungle and still have a strong power pick.
Yes, you could, but I would doubt Dan's Camille jungle because it's a type of pick that Dan has shown he struggled on. When he was on MILvs, Dan was very good at starting team fights with high crowd control ultimates. When it was Gragas, when it was you know, the likes of Sejuani.
His Vi was really like feared for a while as well. So
yeah, he's better on that kind of champion. The bruiser that comes in, I'm not too sure on, and he's picked himself up Elise. So looking to try and snowball Niski mid maybe, or I guess Zergoth in the top lane.
Has been playing a lot of Elise in solo queue as well, so he's practiced on this and understands it. We hope to be able to actually impact the lanes a little bit more. And into the Kha'Zix seems like a relatively safe matchup. You can't really be isolated because you always have those spiderlings around. Makes it a lot more difficult for the Kha'Zix to invade your jungle. Yeah,
it's an interesting one that I'll look forward to as we go into the game, because there are a few nuances to this matchup that junglers have different opinions on, and it's certainly one that I have one as well. Whoa, that's a Swain. That's not a Shen.
No,
that's okay.
Yeah, I like it as a pick. I'm very surprised not to see Shen picked up at all.
I am, but you know, Chachi in the G2 Unicorns game had Swain banned away from him in the top lane as well. So there are these matchups that people are starting to play a little bit more. These, you know, mage tanks that, whether it's Vlad that we saw in the NALCS or the Swain that is able to survive through and deal damage. I haven't personally seen a lot of the Swain into Camille matchup, so I imagine pre-6, Swain should be in a fair amount of trouble. It is one that we will see develop in front of us. This isn't one that is played all the way around the world right now, so looking forward to Smitty against Zergoth now in that top lane. I
think that's going to be a really interesting matchup, especially since Zergoth is known as an aggressive top laner. He likes Fiora, he likes Jace, plays a little bit of Poppy as well, so when a tank is needed, he can play those tanks.
That mix point, right, where you go aggressive.
It's like the Huni, you know, sometimes you have to play a tank for your team, otherwise it doesn't quite work out for you. But I really like Schalke's draft here. I think it really exemplifies how they play as a team. 3 of their 4 players hadn't played the same champion twice up until now. I think that might have changed slightly now because we had the Talia pick, so Selfie now has repeated that, but still, they have such a depth of pool and a depth of strategy that they come into every pick and ban with. And Fnatic seem to me a little bit more comfortable. You know, Niski getting his rise for the 4th time. The Zergoth Camille, that's going to be an interesting one. But the rest of it just seems much more of a comfort draft.
Yeah, that's fair. There's a couple of benefits to this Swain that comes through as well that I will touch on in a little bit. But as you're saying, I like the Schalke draft, a lot of aspects that go together. For Fnatic, the tendency or the opportunity to snowball this Camille by at least going top, maybe very early, like, you know, if Dan wants to go super early, get that top lane pick off, that very much could set the game up for Fnatic Academy. So they're relying on that because Caitlyn later on into the game is not going to be quite as strong in the mid game at least, and they'll need that later into the game for Mr. Alice to carry.
There seems to be quite a lot of later for them as well. We are on to the Summoners Rift. Fnatic Academy up against Schalke 04 for our first game of Week 3 here in the European Challenger Series. Make sure you tweet at us with the hashtag FNA win or hashtag S04 win and hashtag EUCS as well to round that one out. I want to just bring up a point about Fnatic's team composition, because you talked about snowballing Camille. And if you look at the rest of their team, they have the Ryze and the Caitlyn as well, who seem much more late game orientated, where the Camille is very much about getting a snowball and being able to win out these 1v1 trades in top lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you're relying on the Elise and the Camille to guide you through those weaker points for Ryze and Caitlyn. So that's what they're going to kind of have to focus on for a while. Fnatic is going to try and get an early kill by grouping.
If that had worked,
yeah,
that's just crazy. There's no way that should work, in all honesty.
Exactly. It very rarely works out like that. So interested to track Fnatic's early game as well. One thing about this setup from Fnatic that they have is it's actually going to be fairly difficult to deal with the Swain after a couple of items, because naturally, none of these champions, unless you're going Morellonomicon on Ryze, have a way of cutting through the healing effectively. There's no ignites. You can maybe get yourself the Executioner's Calling on something like a Camille or a Caitlyn, but it's outside of their typical early build path. So there's going to be a long portion of the game where Smitty J is theoretically going to have a lot of survivability.
That's going to be a really interesting matchup, in all honesty. And Smitty J, he used to play a lot more aggressive champions. We've seen him more recently on these sort of tankier orientated, and this seems to be a good balance of the two for him. He can still be in the backline, but he's going to be doing a lot of damage while he's there as well. So I'm really excited actually to see how that matchup does end up playing out.
Me too. I think there's going to be some impact on it fairly early on because look, Dan started on the bottom side, started on his red buff, which will put him top side around 3 minutes at level 3 if he wants to head into the top lane. See how SmittyJ plays around that. This early game, remember, we're expecting to be tougher for Swain than it is for Camille. And we'll see whether junglers have that impact too.
Fnatic Academy have to step up today, and I think it's their experienced members who have to step up as well. When you have two relatively new players, you know, you've got Dan who's played with them for a week, you've got Zergoth who's always been around but probably hasn't played that much or scrimmed that much with the team. You look towards your experienced heads. You look towards Mr. Rales, you look towards Niski, and you say, are they going to be able to impact the game in the way they need to? Dan is looking up towards this top lane, though. It's the two substitute trying to combine. SmittyJ maybe a slightly overextended. Flashes straight away. Cocoon comes down. Caught out. Smitty dying so quickly. First blood's going to come down for Fnatic Academy, and Zergoth gets the kill.
A bit of an early flash coming through from SmittyJ. Flashed before the Cocoon had been fired because he was trying to dodge the hook shot, dodge any crowd control that came from it, and it just causes him to die in lane. SmittyJ, that's going to be horrible. When he TPs back in now, that can be a repeat gank very easily. Dan nor Zergoth had to use their flash in that engage, so they can do the same thing again. And look at how Zergoth is kind of allowing the wave to pull in towards him, bring this Swain further out in the lane and try and punish him now for not having a summoner spell.
And the question then remains for Schalke, how do you react to this? They're getting some early vision, getting some aggressive vision into this red side jungle. Lulex is trying to counter jungle a little bit as well. Dan is on the bottom side, so they're all in the sort of same cluster on this bottom quadrant. But is Lulex going to look up towards top lane? Is he going to try and help SmittyJ, or is Smitty now, he's just going to be left? He has to play safe, he has to try and farm, keep a control ward in that river, and just try and keep himself alive.
It's fairly difficult to save a losing lane like this now, because SmittyJ theoretically isn't going to be in too many situations for the next few minutes that they can actually punish Zergoth. I think that would be a big misplay by Zergoth, and the fact that Camille just has so much mobility as it is. The hook shot will get him out of most situations if he is at all pushing. Speaking of pushing, Niski gets a bit of a shove on from Selfie in this mid lane.
And he's going to trade back into it, but quite low on mana already. Hasn't got that tier yet, so won't be stacking that up at all at the moment. And Selfie's doing a good job of just continually harassing him. I think mid lane is also a point for Fnatic that Niski really needs to step up. The Cocoon not quite landing. Selfie positioning himself well, getting up towards the top side. Does have the cleanse as well.
And this is where I want to revisit some of the jungle matchup discussion that we were having. The Elise into the Kha'Zix. A lot of junglers have said that they don't actually like Elise into Kha'Zix, but I think it's actually heavily dependent on the mid lane. If you have a pushing mid laner, Elise gets a lot of freedom on the map. You get river control with wards, and that's the point at which Kha'Zix is forced to face check into you. That Cocoon lands, you get the bite, you get the damage, Kha'Zix has to back away. However, this is a Kha'Zix with Atelier that's pushing the mid lane. The early game is in Lulex's favor when you look at the positioning. That's one of the reasons why they got into the bot side jungle and got the wards down. So this time, Dan has a bit of a tougher matchup for himself here. And it certainly isn't going to get any easier with some of that vision control, but it was cleared out.
Starting to see the first rotation of items come out here as well. You know, it's a slight lead for Fnatic, but I want to bring attention to Schalke. Upset especially has gone Swifty Boots before getting, you know, a second longsword or anything else. Really prioritizing having that ability to roam around the map. And
there's a couple of reasons you do this. A lot of players have started going Boots first, rather than Adorans, rather than a longsword. So obviously, this is kind of the next iteration of that. It was to do with sustain initially. The other thing Swiftness Boots will allow Upset and Vander to do is maintain the push, at least the push back against Caitlyn. Caitlyn normally pushes very quickly in the bottom lane. If you can recall, get back into lane a little bit faster and get there to deny her tower push, you can actually stall out on Fnatic Academy making an attempt on the bottom lane.
It comes back to the river control you were talking about as well. If your mid lane's pushing up, if you have quick mobility from your bottom lane, you can get more wards in the river, you can control that bottom side of the map.
And at this point, it's actually not bot side they're going for. It's because Schalke now are going to utilize some of this for the top side push. They want to try and compensate for their Swain getting down early on. SmittyJ is now past level 6, so has a little bit more of that survivability, and Zergoth has been playing with a lot of respect over the last few minutes. Hexdrinker first rather than the Sheen, and now he's got a lot of people closing in on him. Upset's only level 5, so it won't be a curtain call dive setup.
We can see the answer from Fnatic Academy. They're trying to bring everyone up. They do have the Realm Warp, so they can try and get underneath this tower. However, need to be careful. Zergoth is so cautious here. It's very smart play by him to step back, understand that Selfie can get there quicker than the rest of his team. He doesn't want to be cut off with that Weaver's Wall.
So rare that you see a team all in on the defensive side of this tower push here. This was Schalke trying to assist the Swain, trying to get out of a pushing lane on the bot side because they didn't want to be up against that Caitlyn as she reached the tower. I wonder whether it was a little bit of a misfire by Fnatic in a sense. Yes, they defend up here, but they had a big wave stacking in the bot lane. And I wonder whether they could have defended this and pushed the tower, or at least just taken the tower plus Dragon trade and maybe got it first. I know Schalke were first on the play, but you can't underestimate Caitlyn's push potential.
Dan was on bottom side of the map as well, so he could have gone and assisted. You've got Realm Warp if you want to bring your Rise across. There is an argument for that. I want to talk about Schalke's adaptability there, though, because it's quite easy to say, look, the Swain's dead, we might as well leave that matchup. What Schalke do is they say, no, we can change the game, we can change the way we play this by bringing our 2 people up top lane and delaying any chance Zergoth has to actually get that Camille snowballing.
Yeah, it is a bit of a strange setup. We've ended up in a delayed lane swap, like up to the top side. Duo top is something we haven't seen in a while. Very rare teams actually defend that. Schalke not quite fast enough to push. But there is a lot of top control from the wards in the jungle from Schalke. You can see Dan has been spotted out. Thank you, observers, for the toggle on that. So we can see that whole top side is lit up. That allows SmittyJ to push out in the bottom lane now that he's past level 6, has his ultimate, has that survivability.
Talking about vision control, though, Vander, on average, has the quickest sightstone of any support in EU Challenger Series, and Cly has the slowest. We already see a sightstone finished on Vander. There's no sightstone on Cly, which makes it a lot more difficult for them to actually control the map and be able to play this rotational game that Schalke are forcing them into.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where that vision control does have that prowess. And you can see Fnatic Academy, though, want to continue this move up onto the top side. There's no assistance because they saw Lulex bottom as well. Ace in the hole is available, but Vander would block that if it did come out, so it's no kill pressure right now.
He does still have the thick skin as well, so he can just try and use that shielding. It's a tough position for Schalke because they are at the moment just getting outlaned. If you look at the CS disadvantage, they're about 12 behind. Dan's here as well, so it's a 3v2. Selfie and Lulex prioritizing getting that blue buff instead. The tower's still not quite down, but Fnatic Academy are slowly wearing this one down.
Yeah, they are, and Vander and Upset are trying to defend. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, you can see SmittyJ is just pushing out on this Swain. Thought it was going to be Shen. Was not Shen. It's Swain, and now that he is able to, clear the wave very quickly, Camille has a lot of difficulty pushing out in this lane. You can't burn through his health very quickly. He will get so much of it back, and if you try and all in with the ultimatum, I feel like the never move is just kind of well placed within the ultimatum, right? Although, yes, Camille probably isn't going to die from it, you're going to take an awkward trade at the same time. Alongside
that, Ravenous block, you're stuck in there with someone else. If people are grouping around you, the Ravenous block can go outside the Hextech ultimatum, even if you can't. So it's a smart pick and actually shows the adaptability we were talking about in pick and ban coming out from Schalke.
I was going to say, is SmittyJ playing Swain or Rorschach from Watchmen in that one if Zergoth jumps in?
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
I can't do the voice. That was something. Oh,
is that too much for you today?
No, I just wasn't expecting the impersonation, I'll be honest.
I'm not even sure if that's right. I've only watched the Watchmen once, so... Anyway, this should be top lane tower for Fnatic. Mr. Rollers and Dan getting harassed down, but they respect the fact that Lulex and Selfie are coming up and back away straight away. This is smart from Fnatic. They're not overstepping, they're being patient. They think, our bottom lane tower is not likely to go down. We have the push advantage in top lane, so we're not likely to lose top. We can play this slightly slower and still take the tower.
And considering this is Fnatic with a new jungler, now Schalke, gotta be careful, Dan was still here.
It's a 3v3, Lulex has been exhausted and eaten up. The teleport comes down though. Dodge out by Elise. Here's Smitty, never moved. Clyde caught out. He's going to try and jump away from the fight. Mr. Morales gets the stun. SmittyJ doing a lot of work, and Fnatic are able to back away. However, they're a man down in this push, and Selfie has the Weaver's Wall, maybe trying to cut off the team. Teleport coming in by Zergoth. They know they need to respond. There's a Realm Warp available for Niski as well. He might try and come up. It's going to be a 5v5 in the top lane. Here's the wall, here's the curtain call. Not going to dive too deep. Dan's on the wrong side. Clyde's low. SmittyJ diving the turret, trying to take it out. Can't quite get the kill. It looks like they'll get the tower, though. Upset trying to get the final auto down. The minions are there as well, trying to clear the way. They can't do it. First tower blood to Schalke.
First tower goes to Schalke. Zergoth couldn't find himself a good spot for the Hextech ultimatum, and it just meant that Fnatic Academy had to concede it after what was a big push on the top side for their own side. Oh, hang on.
Cleansed straight away by Selfie and the Nom. The Devour coming out by Vander means that Schalke will be able to get away without losing members. They should lose the tower, though, and I think Fnatic are pinging onto Rift Herald as well, so they want to take more than just this tower.
Yeah, they're going to ping on the Rift Herald because Camille with Rift Herald obviously wants to try and be that split push threat, try and just shove in. We've seen Camille struggling against the Swain. I wonder now, after the Trinity Force with the Hex Drinker, if it'll be enough to push through. Now with that damage reduction, a little bit of extra damage coming through as well, Zergoth should be in a decent spot. But Fnatic, they will eventually get this top lane tower. They don't get the tower first blood gold from it, though.
So Fnatic haven't quite been able to snowball this Camille in the way we would have liked to see them do, mostly because of Schalke being able to out-rotate and outplay the map. However, they are starting to get their AD carry slightly ahead. You've got 20 CS lead on Mr. Rales. Ryze is doing pretty well as well. You know, he's farming up, he's starting to get these items. So their later game composition is beginning to come online bit by bit. However, without the fed Camille, without the big Camille mid-game, I worry that Schalke are just going to be able to out-teamfight them.
Yeah, I worry exactly the same type of thing, that Schalke are just going to be stronger. They're getting more gold from objectives right now. SmittyJ is going to have an easier impact in fights, getting some of that damage down, as he said, with the Ravenous Flock. Just sitting there. It's so strange because this Swain has done a lot to neutralize the Camille already. And we're only on level 9 each. They pushed back Zergoth, despite Camille getting first blood in this game as well. Remember, it was Dan coming to the top side, getting the flash and then landing the cocoon after that killed SmittyJ, and it's the only kill of the game, but doesn't seem to have had a lasting impact on Fnatic Academy's Camille. Hasn't snowballed it.
Schalke being able to get first tower blood as well, and that second turret means they're actually ahead in the gold. Only about 400, but it's the little bits that can make the biggest difference. And we focused a lot on the top lane this game. It was a lot of Zergoth being safe. Mid lane as well has been relatively quiet. It's just been pushing out lane after lane. I want to bring it back to the junglers though, because Dan, he performed well early on. Since then, hasn't really done a huge amount, but nor has Lulex. He hasn't been that threat in the early game that we've tended to see from Schalke. Yeah,
Lulex has been a little more focused on supporting some of the plays, setting up some of the dives, or at least the attempts onto the tower. He's fairly well farmed. But I think Lulex is going to be a little bit more instrumental the longer this game goes on. Dan is going more towards the snowball route. On Elise, I do wonder whether he'll go full snowball and go just AP and no tankiness. We've seen that backfire a couple of times. Amazing was on the unfortunate situation of going full AP and dying a lot when he was playing for Fnatic a couple of weeks ago. It was not a bad build per se, but just a very flimsy one if you got caught out. So I want to see Dan maybe go a little bit tankier.
Looks like it's probably going to be Proto Belt next, and then maybe something tanky after that.
That's an ambitious premonition.
I can sense it.
One amp tome.
Hey, all it takes is an amp tome. It's going to happen. Just you wait.
Could build into literally any AP item.
Nostradamus medic is what I call myself. So
that'll be good. Hey, if it is, we can excuse the Rorschach impression.
Thank you. It was an awful impression. Rod of Ages have been completed on both Niski and SmittyJ now, so they're starting to get that stacking up. I do wonder how much effect SmittyJ is going to be able to have later on, and whether he's going to be able to fight into that Ryze. Vander caught out here. Dan trying to get the damage down. Klyce joins the fray as well. Lulex there able to force them back.
And you can see the damage that does come from Elise plus this Caitlyn. Get a couple of headshots in there.
Just wait until she has the Proto Belt. Here comes the curtain call. Just going to clear the way. If it stops Fnatic being able to push too easily into this tower. At the moment, it's an objective game for both of these two teams. Not really looking for the kills, rather looking for the towers.
And that curtain call basically was just to allow, or attempt to allow, Schalke to recall. They forced Lulex to come over to the mid lane though, because Fnatic Academy's wave has come back fast enough that Schalke couldn't get back to base and out to the mid lane in time. You can see they had recalled off the side lanes as well. SmittyJ was in one, Selfie was in the other, playing out a 1-3-1 setup. And that's one thing Schalke can do when teleport is available, when the Weaver's Wall is available. Schalke can try and maintain strong side lanes, which up against Ryze and Camille is a tough order. But so far, Schalke seem to at least have the Camille hamstrung, but that Trinity Force is very nearly there.
And Camille is incredible in those 1v1s when she can catch people out like that. So 1-3-1 does really suit the way that she wants to play. If she can get into the team fights as well, more the better. But incredibly even start to this game, and we're starting to see that 1-3-1 develop that you were talking about. It's a kind of mid lane focus for the AD carries. Selfie very good at just clearing out waves, and SmittyJ just going up towards top to facing to Zergoth. So the lanes have finally normalized in the fact that the top laners are back top instead of sitting in the bottom lane.
They'll just bounce around, head top, up to the bottom lane, everything. You know, it's
trampoline lanes.
It's just the fact that SmittyJ needs to sit in front of Zergoth for a little while longer. I'm waiting to see when we're going to get Grievous Wounds coming out. Of course, there is a Fiendish Codex on Niski, which potentially could go towards a Morellonomicon, yep, but obviously built into a bunch of other stuff as well. Abyssal
You're not going to call it? You're not going to call
it?
No,
no. I know better than off a Fiendish Codex to be like, it's going to be this.
As a play-by-play, I think you can do that from time to time. I'm here for the shouting. I'm not here for the analysis.
Fine. That's good.
Speaking of shouting, hasn't been a huge amount of it thus far in this game, but we're starting to see Schalke slowly get a little bit more of a gold lead. It's 500. It's gone up 100 in the last 4 minutes, which is... That's all they need, though, because they don't really care if they don't fight. It's like the Misfits game that we saw. They don't care if they don't fight. If you're getting objectives, if you're getting gold, who cares that you're not getting kills?
And that's the thing is now, as long as they can push through this mid lane tower, which is difficult without fighting, here comes the fight.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Klein knocked back with the shove. He's going to put the Fisher down, just about survives. TP in from SmittyJ. The curtains open. Klein sniped. Upset low, though, because Dan tried to get in from the backline. Niski here as well.
Oh,
not
hang on, here comes
Zergoth. Not quite going to be able
Zergoth.
to connect. Zergoth off towards the side. Never move in. Dan caught out with the deadly flourish. Lulex is just zoning Zergoth off towards the top side of the fight, and Schalke get a kill, don't get the tower, but now can force in a 5v4.
Again, Zergoth is struggling to come into these fights. Oh, good shove again.
Niski shoved back, never moved there. Zergoth still just waiting in the wings. He's waiting for his opportune moment. Just can't quite find it.
SmittyJ's nearly out of mana, though, and that does hinder this Swain and the ability to sit inside the fight. Building towards the Zhonya's Hourglass is the second item, but only has that Seeker's Arm Guard for now. It's still Schalke come out ahead from that play. The one kill. Couldn't push the mid tower is the key thing. That will slow Schalke down a bit again. There is a dragon in 1 minute. There is Baron, of course, about to spawn, but that is not going to be an objective for either of these teams right now. It will be an Infernal Drake in 1 minute.
Probably going to see a fight around that, or a fight leading up to that. Infernal Drake incredibly strong when put in the hands of someone like a Camille or someone like a Ryze or a Caitlyn or a Jhin or basically anyone. It works on even the Braum. You know, that Winter's Bite has just a little bit more nip to it. The teeth go a little bit deeper.
Well, this is a play from Selfie, and I'm actually quite impressed with Selfie's Talia. Watch for the knockbacks. Also, jumps off the wall through 2 walls. He got a lot of good shoves off in this engage. I think it was 2 in a row, actually, that he caught out. So I quite like watching Selfie on a champion like this. Allows him to come through fights, you know, just try and snowball other lanes and get a lot of damage at the same time while he's doing it.
A little while ago, I was praising Fnatic Academy for having a CS lead in a couple of lanes and actually being able to get their late game scaling. Zergoth jumping in, he's going to jump into Vander. Niski and Clyde just around the corner. Here's the Weaver's Wall. That will separate the fight. Vander's low, flashes away, manages to survive, but now Selfie's on the wrong side. Dan chasing him in, the Realm Walk. Niski tries to get away, can't escape from the fangs of Lulex. Selfie dies, it's a 2-for-1 trade, a 3-for-1 trade as Lulex gets a double.
A lot of that fight, everything was used on Vander early on, and Fnatic Academy continue to chase. They turn on Selfie, but inevitably 3 kills go over to Schalke as they open the fight back up. Now the mid tower falls, and what was a slow start from Schalke turns into now 3 outer towers down. They've denied a lot of the push potential and the strength in the side lanes for Fnatic Academy, and now Schalke are going to try and get themselves an Infernal Drake as well.
Look at how much they take off that fight. They get 3 kills, they get a red buff, they get mid lane tower, and they get an Infernal Drake. That is a monumental swing in favor of Schalke. And in picks and bans, we were saying, even before the game started, we were saying Schalke's early game is weaker than the rest of their game. They mitigated that by swapping the lanes, and now they've got to their mid game, which is where they thrive.
Oh no, don't do this. Are they Zergoth?
It's just against
Zergoth
Schalke.
Actually just lost half of his health.
It's against Schalke that teams feel they need to try and do this Baron. We saw it from PSG last time. This time we're seeing it from Fnatic Academy.
That is not the kind of Baron attempt that you want to even start thinking about. that was never going to work out. They were trying to clear some wards as well. So this was the beginning of the fight as Zergoth went aggressive. They used so much on Vander to try and start this fight, but can't actually get the damage down. Grey health, and then the ultimatum drops just in time for Vander to perfectly flash over the wall after he's been pushed up against it for the last couple of seconds. Lulex has damage, finds 2 isolated targets, upset. Gets a kill for himself as well, and Fnatic Academy just played into Schalke's hands there.
And it's the disruption and zone control coming out from Schalke as well. The Weaver's Wall splitting the team, Dan having to flash back over it. You've got Never Move there. Yeah. You've got the Curtain Call. You've got the possibility you're going to get devoured. Lulex taken down to half HP. Niski was waiting. He did have Flash and Realm Warp, but decided he didn't want to pull the trigger.
See, that's the problem if you kind of check into that Elise. Yeah. If Elise lands a Cocoon, lose a lot of your health, but we're a little late in the game for that to be that influential, unless Lulex actually dies. I got some bad news. Medic.
What?
Premonitions.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it's haunting, guys. Oh.
It's okay. Good. We'll try again next time.
Okay, yeah.
We'll see somebody
Every
with an
amplifying tome
yeah,
is bought.
exactly.
We have to guess what the item's going to be. Zergoth getting chased by Smitty J. It's not the early game Camille anymore. Smitty J with the Rod of Ages and the Zhonyas is starting just to chunk away at Zergoth's health.
And again, so difficult right now. That Fiendish Codex, I feel a little bit more inclined to say that's an Abyssal Scepter coming next, which doesn't have Grievous Wounds. Kind of easy when he's got the Negatone Cloak and the other Aptone coming through. But again, no Grievous Wounds, no Ignite, no Morellonomicon. Nothing's going to cut through this healing of Swain for at least another item's time. And while a lot of people will say, okay, why is that such a big point? Why is that a factor? Because Smitty J is just going to be able to deny Zergoth's ability to come into the fight at almost all times.
It reminds me of Singed as well, plays a very similar role. Here comes the Hexac Ultimatum, Smitty J healing up with the Ravenous Flock. Zergoth trying to trade in the 1v1. Dan is here though, and now it's a 2v1. Smitty J realizing he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Dan sinks the fangs down and gets the kill.
2v1 works out for Fnatic. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage.
Cly there as well. Mr. Rale's caught on the wrong side of this one. Cly's trying to jump away, but just can't escape. And here comes Natalia Rales flashing into the enemy jungle. He has got the blast cone. He's dodging. He's dipping. He's dodging. He's weaving. He gets away from the final shot. But if he gets away from Schalke, that would be amazing. He's not going to do it, as Mr. Rales falls to Lulex.
2 versus 1 on the bot side goes in the way of Fnatic, but they lose 2 in the mid lane thanks to the Abyssal Voyage. Schalke are just taking more from these trades every single time, and it's so difficult for Fnatic Academy to respond. With 25 seconds left, this is going to be a Baron attempt to start from Schalke. They're just baiting for now. Clear out that ward, try and drag Fnatic Academy down. They know that one of the blue trinkets is gone at least.
Here comes Selfie. Niski taking some damage. Caught. Not quite caught with the Deadly Flourish. Does get knocked back with the Seismic Shove, though. He's going to try and Realm Warp to safety across the wall, but Schalke don't quite collapse onto him. Niski, big ultimate burn his summoners as well. Will now need to try and get back into the fight. It looks like Schalke have decided they don't want the Baron for the moment. They'll just gain vision and back away.
I think that's the right move right now, Medic. But you don't want to try and 50-50. You don't want to try and just throw away a lead like this, like PSG did against Schalke last week. And this was the response from Schalke. You know, instantly Vander grabs upset, Lulex jumps in on Cly, and Selfie on the bottom of the screen takes almost all of Rale's health down. It takes long enough to Selfie actually get the assist on this kill.
Possibly?
Maybe? It takes a long time. Yeah. Selfie did most of the work. It doesn't show us on this view.
But I just want to bring the attention to like vision control there. Like Mr. Rales and Cly are very far up, not knowing that Selfie's coming in behind them, not knowing that they're in range of the Abyssal Voyage. Like, it feels just like an overstep from Fnatic Academy, because until now, they've been incredibly cautious and have played relatively well around the threat of being picked off.
And I think that's the problem, is if you're ever assuming that you're not in range of Abyssal Voyage, I think you're doing it wrong playing against Tahm Kench, because that range now is fairly significant. And they didn't even need a long-range one. It was just Fnatic Academy, as he said, pushed up too far, not respecting Schalke's ability to collapse. They have so many ways to just get on top of their opponents that Fnatic Academy, after losing this mid tower, have got to give a lot of respect over to Schalke. They cannot afford to move up like that in the lane.
And that just denies vision around Baron for them as well. Expect to see those Oracle's alterations going up there, clearing it out. Schalke will just slowly starve Fnatic out of any vision they might have. And at any point, they can take the Baron without Fnatic Academy knowing. They can do it incredibly quickly. And now we're just seeing Fnatic trying to set up in positions where they can get vision down. Dan might be overstepping slightly here. Lulex is just around the corner, but decides he doesn't want to go too deep yet.
On the plus side, Dan isn't going the glass cannon, die in a second build from MILvs. He's gone a bit tankier, but they're going to require a steal from Dan if they want to try and get back into this. Selfie's going to wall most of them off.
It's an incredibly smart wall. Yeah, this is such an easy Baron for them to take. The wall stops anything from happening. Nisqy tries to join. Fnatic look for the fight after the Baron, but Nisqy is caught by himself. Zergoth low. Lulex taken low off towards the other side. Nisqy there. Here comes the curtain call. Zergoth, Rales, Dan, and Cly are running for the hills, but Lulex is not going to let them escape. Cly dead. Selfie gets the kill. Dan caught up in the Never Mover as well. He's knocked back and he's knocked down. Selfie gets the double. Voyage in. Rales taken down by Lulex once again. It's all up to Zergoth, and Schalke just clean out Fnatic Academy.
Beautiful fight from Schalke. They get 4 kills. They got the Baron. The setup was good. Denied the vision. Cut off Fnatic Academy's entrance path to the river. Redemption got them just ready for the fight in time, and Schalke, they're going to push in for the win.
That they are. There will be the inhibitor towers falling. There's only 6 seconds left on Nisqy and Cly, so maybe not the Nexus itself this time. Just the inhibitor for Schalke. They back away. They're going to get a Drake as well as Lulex is there, soloing it. Of course, Kha'Zix with great objective control, and Schalke with great objective control themselves. 5 turrets to 1 up, 3 dragons to none up, and a Baron under their belts.
Really good game from Schalke, and a lot of it starts in the draft. Smart pick for this Swain. We haven't seen it in too many games, but it's clear it's a good containment to Camille. At least the way this was played. Camille even getting first blood, and that didn't instantly win the lane for Fnatic Academy. Potentially to do with some of the experiences Zergoth and Dan maybe don't have with the rest of the lineup, but against a Ryze and a Camille, you denied their entire side lane strength, and Schalke have been able to be stronger as a unit than Fnatic Academy. They've been grouping faster, and they want to group again.
Here's the Weaver's War. The curtains open once again. Selfie on Cly. Lulex here as well. They're just forcing them off the tower, though. Cly so low, the shot's raining down. Zergoth jumps in. It's Lulex the target, but Zergoth is going to get taken so low so quickly. Lulex surviving for the moment. Redemption comes down as well. This will be the turret. No deaths, but they will get the tower down.
Is Lulex okay?
Yeah, it's fine. He just needs to be redevoured, you know?
I was going to say, that didn't look good.
It looked a little bit odd, but sometimes, you know, if you get eaten once, it's a shock to the system. The second time wakes you up. Vander, however, going low. Here's the damage onto Dan. Teleport coming in as well. They're looking for their second inhibitor. Selfie takes an overload to the face as well, but this is Fnatic just having to retreat. They back away. They realize they cannot fight Schalke today.
Can't fight. Schalke are going to push through onto the inhibitor. They've already got minions coming through the base. You can see top Nexus tower.
Zergoth gets caught out. He's just melted by Selfie, and now perhaps Schalke will look for the win instead. It was only an inhibitor a moment ago, but these turrets are starting to fall. Upset, raining pain down onto them. That's the first Nexus tower going down. They're looking for the second. Smicky J just tanking it up. And Fnatic are just hiding behind their Nexus. They cannot fight against this Schalke lineup. Selfie knocks it away. Another devour by Vander to keep him alive. This will be the Nexus, and this will be Schalke going 1-0 up over Fnatic Academy.
Yep, Schalke with a fairly clean, quick-ish game against Fnatic Academy. Looking fairly controlled, looking good.
Definitely in control, and I want to just look at that gold lead, because at 19 minutes we were saying, oh, it's not that much, you know, it's 400, it's 500 here or there. At 31 minutes, it was 12,000. That is an exponential increase from them.
That was a massive, massive change around, and it all started from a couple of those plays in the mid lane. It really blew apart from the 2v1 in the bot side, and then the Abyssal Voyage in mid. From that, you know, Fnatic Academy just didn't look like they could keep up. The Camille, I didn't feel like it
You didn't feel
really
the
had much strength in this game. Like getting first blood and then not being able to snowball against Swain is kind of difficult. But you just couldn't find targets to Hextech Ultimatum in the fights. And when he does get one, Lulex gets devoured. And that weird interaction at the end. Maybe a bug on the bug.
A bug on the bug. It's better than a Krug on the bug. Let's remember that from yesterday.
Our production team are mean.
But I do want to come back to that Camille, because it is 7.3, so she has been nerfed. Yeah. What Schalke did was verging on genius in the way that they played that early game, because they rotated around it and they said, look, we're not going to give you that 1v1 lane against the Camille. Yeah,
they put the pressure back on the Camille with that lane swap. I do wonder whether this is why we were seeing the Swain banned against like Vizicachi in the first series of this week for the EU LCS. There's a lot of questions we still have on the Swain. I'm sure that over time we'll see that elaborate, but at least in Challenger, Schalke the first team to bring that out in the top lane. So I liked it. I thought it was actually a really good containment strategy.
Maybe a ban we'll see coming up. Maybe the Shen will actually get picked in one of the games. But we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll have game 2 between Schalke 04 and Fnatic Academy. Now Selfie's on the wrong side. Dan chasing him in. The Realm Walk. Niski tries to get away. Can't escape from the fangs of Lulex. Selfie dies. It's a 2-for-1 trade. A 3-for-1 trade as Lulex gets a double. Niski is caught by himself. Zergoth low. Lulex taken low off towards the other side. Niski there. Here comes the curtain call. Zergoth, Rales, Dan, and Cly are running for the hills, but Lulex is not going to let them escape. Cly dead. Selfie gets the kill. Dan caught up in the Never Mover as well. He's knocked back and he's knocked down. Selfie gets the double. Voyage in. Rales taken down by Lulex once again. It's all up to Zergoth, and Schalke just clean out Fnatic Academy. Fnatic are just hiding behind their Nexus. They cannot fight against this Schalke lineup. Selfie knocks it away. Another devour by Vanta to keep him alive. This will be the Nexus, and this will be Schalke going 1-0 up over Fnatic Academy.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the European Challenger Series, where we're about to get into mixing bands for Game 2 between Fnatic Academy and Schalke 04. I've been channeling my inner pyrotechnics.
You're very hype. Very hype. You haven't said esports fans or anything like that, so you're not quite at pyrotechnics level, but it's okay.
Welcome back, esports fans.
There you go.
It's not quite as hype.
Yeah.
we are
just going to do all of that. It's
yeah,
fine.
I'll try. You know, he's a good role model to be hype about. But we are about to get into picks and pans for Game 2 here between these two teams. And we have someone we want to highlight from both that last game on the Talia and previously, Selfie in the mid lane for Schalke 04. He has the highest damage per minute of any mid laner in the EU Challenger Series with the lowest gold percentage of his team. So he's incredibly efficient at funneling the little gold he gets into damage for his team.
I'm really impressed by Selfie's return to Challenger as well. So when you look at him, he's kind of dominating his opponents a lot of the time. And then just making the right moves on the map with the Talia, getting the cutoffs into mid lane, making sure they isolate people. He played the Kassadin in week 1. We've seen the Orianna out of him that was pretty good as well. So Selfie realistically still looks like an LCS tier mid laner.
Most of Schalke look like LCS tier players.
Yeah, that's
in all
fair.
honesty.
That is very fair. I mean, it shows though, right? It's not like, oh, these guys could be LCS. No, they actually look better as a team than some of the EU LCS teams do right now.
And they have a great wealth of strategies and styles as well. They play these pick comps, they play zone comps, they play poke comps, they play sustain comps. Could list an adjective for every single type of comp they have. Now we are into picks and bans, and Varus, Jace are the bans here from Schalke. Fnatic Academy getting rid of the Camille and the Rengar.
Again, though, they're banning away the Varus. They haven't played it yet. Very interesting that has been the way that they're going. Could look to high prioritize Jhin if they want it. Likely Fnatic Academy will end up taking it away. That Camille's not going to get through this time. They don't want Smitty J on that. Fnatic Academy clearly don't feel too confident in a Swain matchup. But again, they ban the Lulu.
It's something we've been seeing a lot more. A lot of supports in Challenger Series specifically are playing that Lulu, and it's the Shen lock-in straight away here for Schalke. So with the Camille off the cards, they think this Shen is priority.
Shen over anything like a Kha'Zix, that's because you have a Graves matchup still available as well. LeBlanc was available, and they take the Shen too. So that's interesting pick and ban start for this game. Shen, high priority in North America, at least on day 1 of this week. Saw it first picked, saw the Vladimir into Shen up in the top lane. I wonder what Fnatic Academy will have for us. The Rumble's available if they want it.
I think the thing with the LeBlanc being open as well, though, Schalke did this before and deliberately picked the Kassadin into it. And Veteran, who's their analyst and their coach, afterwards said, we left the LeBlanc up deliberately. Like, we did it with a game plan. So we're actually going to see the Maokai picked up here for Zergoth alongside the Kha'Zix. So Fnatic going more conventional with their style.
So the Maokai right here is because Fnatic Academy want at least the next rotation to come through so that they're not giving away a different lane setup. And they needed to pick it here, otherwise it would have got banned away by Schalke in ban phase 2. Lulex picking up his synonymously Sin, I think works well for Schalke. See what they can do with it.
There's the Jhin again for Upset. He's really focusing on these Jhin and Sivir picks, the more utility-based AD carries rather than the Varus, which they are banning out a lot, which is quite an interesting point in all honesty for Schalke. And then Sivir is going to be locked in for Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, locked in. It's Mr. Rales on Sivir, Upset on Jhin, as you said. I actually like Upset's Jhin in the last game. So where are we going? Both teams have locked in identical roles now, so it means both teams are pinching the same champion pools. Support can be one that we might see Schalke and Fnatic pinch here if the Karma goes out. There goes the LeBlanc for the mid lane. Will it be the Ori, the Syndra banned away?
I would much prefer to see Schalke pinch out mid lane, because Niski has played Ryze in 4 of his 5 games, and like Selfie can play anything. So if you pinch mid lane out, Selfie will get something he's probably comfortable on, and Niski will be forced onto something he hasn't played before.
But then I think if Schalke don't pinch it and Niski takes the Ryze, Selfie has played into that Ryze very effectively. That's a Kennen ban with top lane not available and AD carry already picked. Are they worried about support Kennen or people playing Kennen mid?
No, I was going to say I thought it was for AD carry, and then I realized the Sivir has been locked in.
Both of them have locked.
I mean, Upset did play Kennen AD carry in his first game, but it's locked in. Like, we're not going to...
We saw the Kennen and the Lulu, but that was Schalke now banning it away. So unless Niski's been playing Kennen mid lane,
possibly,
which isn't something I've seen too much of.
No, nor have I.
Seen it in a very long time, Kennen mid lane. But nevertheless, it's not in this game, so we can look at what else gets focused away. That Tam Kench is gone now, which I think is a good ban here against Fanda, and that's a Sona ban. I don't think Schalke wanted to ban anything on this
Yeah,
rotation.
I feel that these were bans
I think they want everything to come through.
It makes sense. Like, if you want to do it, you can ban things out. You can take away perhaps those more eclectic picks. But yeah, no one was going to pick Ken and Sona.
No,
so.
I just think this is Schalke saying, well, we don't want to not ban twice. So, it's a weird one, but that Karma gets locked in. Karma, Sivir, Maokai run at people. That's what this comp wants to do.
It makes sense. It makes sense. What do you team up with that? Do you go for the Rise once again and have a run at people and then Realm Warp away composition?
You can go Rise, you can go
Dine
Ori, you can go Corki. Like, there's a lot of these mid lane picks that'll synergize well with this. Talia for Selfie, I think, is a good pickup here. We saw it in the last game, seen it now twice from Selfie, and it's actually really good.
Great wave clear, able to control a lot of the map with the Weaver's Wall. Vander's going to have his Thresh here as well, so it's slightly more aggressive bottom lane. And Syndra is the lock for Niski. Played it a huge amount in CSQ before we got into Challenger Series this split. He's known for his Syndra play. I really want to see him show up today.
So Thresh Jhin is an interesting lane up against the Sivir, the Karma. Obviously, they're going to get pushed in, but this means you can kind of punish the Karma if she steps forward. If she eats a hook, there's no real sustain in this lane. So if you land 2 hooks in the lane, you basically win the lane. So looking to that bot lane matchup to see how that ends up playing out. You're talking about Niski's Syndra, trying to get a little bit more early game presence here from the mid lane. You have the Kha'Zix, you have the Syndra. Good basis to look to snowball mid lane.
It's something he's struggled with, though, Niski's early game. I know he's been playing Rise a lot, so it's difficult to actually say his early game has been weak, but he hasn't really been able to push the lane up. He hasn't been roaming as much as we'd like to see him doing. Most mid lane matchups he's been in, he seems to have been slightly outclassed.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And especially is a weird thing to say after watching CSQ with Niski. He actually looked really solid, as you were talking about earlier. So it's very strange that Niski now has come into Challenger and is somewhat on the back burner. When he's not the mid laner we're talking about anymore, unfortunately. Like, not in a this guy's the best in Challenger. So, I mean, there's still time for Fnatic Academy. They did pick up a win in week 1. They've still got 2 more matches after this. I don't think Schalke's the team that you're going to beat, unfortunately.
I think 9 points is kind of the cutoff for me. I think that's what will guarantee you playoffs. Obviously, it's not mathematically decided yet. I think Schalke's, the way they're playing, going to take number 1, and they're probably going to have 12 points from winning all of their games. And then I think 9 is really where you're going to be pretty much decided that you're going to be sitting in that 2nd place or 3rd place spot.
Fnatic Academy do have the opportunity to throw a spanner in the works here. Remember, we are on best of 2, not best of 3.
You can't get a draw.
A win here for Fnatic Academy would secure them a point and deny 2 points extra from Schalke. So it certainly isn't a done deal.
No, it's not until that Nexus goes down. We are about to get onto the Summoner's Rift for our next game. If you want to, you can tweet at us. Hashtag S04 win if you think Schalke are going to take the victory. Hashtag FNA win if you think Fnatic are going to equalize this series. Give us our first draw of the European Challenger Series Spring Split. Onto the Summoner's Rift, though, we go, as Fnatic face up against Schalke once again.
Mr. Rales bought a longsword, realized he was playing Sivir, sold the longsword. It's like, I guess it doesn't quite synergize well. When people go the Essence Reaver build, you can start it and try and get that more sustain with the more pots, but he's gone for Doran's. Fnatic Academy, so much hype. And they looked amazing week 1. Reckless said...
I think they looked more Broxer week 1 than amazing.
Well played. Well played. Reckless was saying that Fnatic Academy at that time perhaps were better than the Fnatic main squad. I don't really see that anymore, unfortunately. They obviously a little bit under pressure with the changes to Fnatic's main roster. Amazing going off. Dragged Broxer up to graduate from Academy onto main squad. And now, of course, this week, health issues from Kikis means that, unfortunately, he's not able to play this game for Fnatic Academy. But it didn't all fall apart early on in Game 1. We'll see how Zergoth can do now on Maokai, which is a little bit less pressure on his shoulders.
Oh, definitely. I think the Camille perhaps was him playing and thinking... You have to pick Camille in the situation. In solo queue, I'm sure he would play that Camille and absolutely dominate his opposing laner. But this isn't solo queue, and this is, against Schalke, who understand how to play the map. I'm interested to see Dan start on Wolves here instead of just going straight for his blue buff to start it up. A little bit of a variation from the junglers. Yeah,
we've seen a couple of variations with, Splice were doing it, with mid lane helping on Raptors on Rengar. Dan getting the help this time, as you were mentioning, on Wolves. So it is a fairly heavy pull that he's just got.
Yeah, Wolves and blue buff pull. Is this?
Oh, we've seen this at a Fnatic Academy before.
Yes, we have. Gets him that really quick level 2 and gets the buff for him as well. You can use it either for an early gank bottom lane, which is not where I think he's going to be going, or just to get an incredibly quick clear, meaning that you get that first gank off ever so slightly quicker.
The problem is, Dan, of course, struggling a little at taking blue down with only his Q, doesn't really have the same ability that we saw it from Elise on them when they first did it. There's that level 3 at 2 minutes 20. I mean, Schalke know that this is coming. That's why they've gone and warded the red. They've seen this type of play time and time again.
But Dan realizes, because Selfie comes across to put the ward in the river, so he's not going to go for the invade. It would have been devastating for him and for Fnatic Academy if he had, because he would have died with the collapse coming out from Schalke, or at least had to burn a flash. He is looking down towards bottom lane. Decides he doesn't quite want to go there just yet. And Lulex, smart play by him, intelligent counter-jungling here, knows that Dan's on the bottom side of the map, gets himself a free red.
Yeah, and this is where the play from Fnatic Academy kind of backfires a little bit. The strength of the pull gave the game away, and then moving through the warded area that Selfie and Vander both denied that vision of. Means that Fnatic Academy don't really get too much from it, and they end up getting 3 buffed instead of getting a gank ahead or a red buff steal themselves.
And Lulex stays around to take away the Raptors as well. It's just denying as much from Dan as possible, because just getting 3 buffed isn't the end of the world for a jungler these days. The way that experience is being changed in the jungle means you get a lot more from your smaller camps. But taking away the Raptors, taking away the secondary camp really stops you from being able to get towards that level 4 point that you need on these jungles.
Oh, here comes Lulex into the mid lane. They're already moving away from it. Niski forced to ghost. Summoner popped already.
So
Niski,
slow to start off with. That was brave.
Risky.
That was incredibly brave from Niski.
Risky Niski.
Dan showing us how it's done. He can get over that wall. But Zergoth taking some harassment here from Smitty J. Will just get himself back towards the turret. Of course, sustain from that magic passive. Dan is here, but Smitty J's not too low at the moment. Does still have flash. Dan tried to trade in. Flash away. Zergoth flash, twisted advance. Dan was on in the other way. Jumps back in. They're going to try and take down Smitty J, but perhaps miscommunication. Now Dan's taunted up as well, and Smitty J's just like, I can take you both on if I want to. Fnatic back away, burn both their flashes and get nothing.
Yeah, Zergoth went aggressive. A little bit of miscommunication between Dan and Zergoth. Smitty J still wanting to stay in this lane, still wanting to push. But doesn't get a kill from it, doesn't get anything else. Survives the 2 versus 1 and gets 2 flashes in response.
I'm actually surprised by how close this fan vote is, with Fnatic getting 38% of the vote. After that first game, you can be as die-hard a Fnatic fan as you want. I don't think they're going to win this game. I
mean, Fnatic Academy, as you said, Fnatic as an organization have a lot of fans, and they're always very vocal. Fnatic Academy, unfortunately, not going through the best of times over the last 2 weeks. I think Fnatic Academy is probably the most unfortunate that they've already played PSG. No, it's the other way around. For PSG, is unfortunate they already played Fnatic Academy, but Fnatic Academy now don't look like the same top-of-the-table team that we thought they were in week 1.
When you change 40% of your roster and remove that jungle synergy and remove that top lane synergy, you are not going to be the same team. You're going to be a shadow of your former selves. But Fnatic Academy, they still show a few signs of life. This is not the week that we expect them really to be able to kick into gear. They should be prepping for next week. Vander locked up slowly, well, slowed up by the chains and didn't quite get the tether off at the end. But bottom lane has been quite quiet in these last couple of games. It's been much more looking at just waiting for the game to develop for Schalke. They're much more a mid-game focused team. They're happy to let the early game just slowly while its way away, and then when you get to that 20-minute mark, they really kick the afterburners in and try and just starve the enemy team.
And Schalke have been fairly smart with their bot lane as well. In the last game, swapping up to the top side early on, trying to pile the pressure onto the Camille. But now the Shen is 6. Will Fnatic Academy do what teams in the LCS have done against the Shen? Pull your bottom lane up to top side, attack the global, and don't give Schalke the ability to dive with that Shen Stand United available. Dan's looking for the bot side himself. This is against the Shen, but look at how Zergoth has dropped back into the jungle. Schalke, they're not under too much threat yet. They already recognize the play could be happening. Clyde just got pulled in.
Hook comes in, there's the play as well. Upset exhausted, Clyde's quite low, doesn't quite land the deadly flourish. Dan is waiting in the wings, but he's only level 4. Lulex is level 6 already. That jungle start has denied Dan so much.
What should have been a clean start means that Fnatic Academy are going to have to reach on this play to try and compensate. The Shen is there. Talia hasn't moved yet, but has Weaver's Wall. Fnatic closing in.
There's the stand united. Vander lands the hook, knocked back, exhaust onto Dan. Upsets low, but somehow survives. They get the kill off towards the side. Selfie takes down Niski. Dan dead as well. And a tower dive for Fnatic just goes all ends up.
Why are you making a play on bot lane when Shen has Stand United, Talia has Weaver's Wall? They will group on you faster than you can kill anybody under that tower. Fnatic Academy just took too long. Schalke saw the play coming a mile off, and now look at the response. Here comes Lulex to the bot side with Selfie as well. They've taken the blue buff. Schalke want to continue this fight. They missed the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. They're going to be able to get the turret. All they needed to do was force it off. If Lulex gets a kick there, all well and good. But you get the first tower, you get that gold lead, and it's going to be about 3,000 ahead, only 7 minutes in. Here comes the curtain call, looking for Clyde. Mr. Rales will tank up a shot. There comes the next. First tower blood goes down, and it's 3,000 gold ahead.
This play, look at Talia already starting to move. Cuts through the back of the jungle, doesn't even come the short way because Schalke can read this play coming a mile up. Upset still has Flash available, or had it at the beginning of this, had heal available. No summoners have been used, so Selfie had already come through the fight, picked off a lot of Dan's health bar, and Fnatic Academy just had nothing more that they could do there. Dan is struggling in this game, only level 5 still, Lulex is level 7.
And the thing about this is, though, a lot of people will be quick to say, you know, Dan's new, it's his fault, this is his mistake. This isn't his mistake. This is Schalke reacting well to the fact he may have gone for the red buff invade, and Lulex understanding that the enemy jungle is taking a little bit longer than he should have done to do his first clear.
And Fnatic Academy making a very, very rookie mistake on attacking a team with Shen like that, and thinking they have the numbers. Yeah. Like, Zergoth didn't TP in. Like, you just cannot make that play as a team. We've seen that in the LCS.
This is what? Desperate Dan gets demolished
Dan
by
just
Selfie.
Got annihilated. You didn't even see his health bar go. He just popped.
That's what happens when you land the hook, and that's all that Schalke need. Once again, Dan falls, still not even at that level 6, lowest level in the game.
Selfie doesn't even have that many items. I guess maybe Upset, maybe hit him with like a 4th shot or something.
That's enough burst. Niski stays around once again. Here comes the unleashed power. Lulex survives.
Oh, he survives.
And Schalke are just demolishing Fnatic Academy. This will be their second tower. I can't even see damage on any of the Schalke towers at the moment. No,
top tower's getting pushed in, but it will get responded to in time. SmittyJ has his teleport available, and that's only 2 minions in the wave, so no way of Fnatic pushing this through. Fnatic Academy just look like they're broken after that first play. Schalke ruthlessly collapsing and just picking up kills. They've gone from nothing, and 2 minutes later, 4 kills on the board, 2 towers down. They'll look for top side after. Fnatic Academy are going to try and just sit around in a bush and try and pick somebody off. But if Vander lands a hook here, it could be the end of Cly or Mr. Rales. Look at this, actually, the way that Upset's pushing up in the lane. Vander was sitting down in the river, ready to lantern him out, just in case this play happens.
Oh, Mr. Rales going in there. The lantern still chained up, exhausted down the flay away. Here's the stand united once again. Mr. Rales stops the hook coming in. Clyde takes the curtain call though. SmittyJ is going to taunt him. Here's the TP. Clyde's low flay, back box down. Selfie joins the fray, and here comes Zergoth. He's onto Vander. Mr. Rales dead in the backline to Selfie. Flashes away. Zergoth trying to be that frontline tank. Just cannot do it. Dan gets the Drake, but it's too little too late here for Fnatic Academy.
Schalke are still coming. Lulex, level 8. Ultimate still available. Is looking for this top tower dive here. Niski, unless he can land a stun, I don't think Lulex is going to go fully aggressive here. But Fnatic Academy cannot really defend this tower. And that was a late TP from Zergoth. Schalke already choosing the fight. The Stand United had already completed by the time Maokai arrived. Schalke are just ruthless in this game.
The thing about this is, though, like for Fnatic Academy, if you have a team where you've got synergy, where you've develop bonds of friendship and you understand each other and you can motivate each other. Going a little bit behind, going a couple of thousand behind early on isn't too big a deal because you can rally and you can group. But these guys will be thinking, look, we've got 2 new players, we've got a substitute in. Maybe you don't have that trust that you need in the rest of your team to actually be able to motivate yourself to try and win this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of motivation required to try and regroup Fnatic Academy. So there's always an interesting thing whenever people compare LCS and Challenger teams, and that is the strength of the opponents. But on plays like this, look at how clean Schalke are on this. Vander is already defending this play. The Lantern comes out, drags Fnatic away. It's a nice spell shield out by Rallis to deny the hook here, but there's no TP. Why is there no TP? Curtain calls come through already. Schalke are still going for this dive. They have been for 5 seconds before that TP even begins. Zergoth comes in, doesn't even get Vander because he's not got the damage set up behind him. Mr. Rallis dies, Fnatic Academy regroup, and Dan was in the bot side taking Dragon at the same time.
We always hear the argument, if you're behind and you're getting objectives taken away from you, go for the other side of the map. They did get an Ocean Drake, but perhaps it would have just been better to have Zergoth and Dan say, we'll push bot lane, we'll get a tower, we'll try and get some gold for ourselves.
Potentially. I mean, Schalke, they are making plays more decisively and cleaner than teams like Origin and Roccat are. Roccat did make an improvement in this week's EU LCS, and it was a considerable one, but honestly, when you compare a team like Schalke to Origin right now, it is worlds apart. And yes, Schalke are playing against quote-unquote weaker teams in Challenger. That has to be recognized. They're not playing against G2. But still, when you look at what they're doing, the theory behind the plays they're making is way stronger than Origin's right now. And that is what is scary from this Challenger team. Dan's gone.
Story of the game, in all honesty.
Now Selfie goes in.
There
Same
comes the
thing.
curtain call. Once again, the Weaver comes down as well. Selfie tanking up the turret. There's a lantern for him just to get himself out of there. And Mr. Rallis forced back once again. Here's Lulex. He's looking for the wall jump on the spot. Flash, hook, Cly
gets the
back.
hook.
And Cly is dead. Upset takes him down. 8-0, Schalke.
Same thing again. It's a numbers game. You have the ability to group. Schalke, just bring the Talia in as soon as one person's down. You get the tower. Lulex comes in behind. Risky plays. Maybe a better team will punish you on that. Maybe you'll get stopped. But Lulex has no fear. Goes in, gets the kick flash, easily pushes another member of Fnatic in. 8-0. One Dragon might be all Fnatic Academy get in this game.
Could have been a perfect game once again, but not quite there because of that Ocean Drake take. And I want to just bring attention to Vander as well. He's been involved in every single kill this game. He actually, Lulex almost going down. The hook once again onto Dan. Vander just saving Lulex's life with the shield.
He wants to
Dan
go.
flashes into Stand United. Lulex turns it around. A lot of help from his friends, but Dan is just incredibly desperate at this point.
Yeah, Schalke are just playing with their food right now. Fnatic Academy have fallen apart. And again, it's a numbers game. Notice Dan is dead from that jungle skirmish. And it's just a matter of time. They've already got Rallis on half health, Cly on 2/3 of his health, Lulex through a lot of that damage, just flashes past, gets the kick. It's looking all too easy for Schalke right now.
The mechanics of his ward jump are really good. Just the ward was not perhaps in the right position. Could have perhaps been slightly back, but yeah, Schalke now with a 9,000 gold lead, only 15 minutes in. This is early game. This is what we wanted to see from them. And like, I criticized it in game one. Before game one happened, I said that early game has been weak against PSG. That's where they fell behind. Here, they're showing us exactly what they can do if they get their teeth into their opponents early.
Yeah, they they have not let go either. That's the thing. Every minute there's been another play. And you can see Talia pushing up in the mid lane, already looking to try and cross through. Dan has run out of paths to go through in his jungle. He is still 2 levels down, the same level as Vander right now. And Dan just cannot freely move through his jungle at all. 0-4-0, being caught out every time. This Thresh has worked very well for Vander.
That it has, and Lulex done a great job on the Lee Sin as well. Selfie, we talked about him before the game, highest DPM. Well, this Talia is working dividends. Oh, upset!
Oh, upset.
That's not where you want to be, upset.
Oh, that was...
That's the upset of 2 weeks ago right there. He's often being caught out because he's been over-aggressive, and that's a little bit over-aggressive.
That was ambitious.
You can see it in his mind, though. It's like, can I get the angle? Can I do the maths, trigonometry, get the triangle down?
curtain
Pythagorean
calling
theorem wasn't good.
right in front of 4 members of Fnatic Academy.
And gets like Zergoth and the Maokai as well. It's like, I wonder what's going to happen here. I mean, they did use the on the hunt to get the kill, though. So he got an ultimate out from it.
Fnatic Academy, that's still worth.
Yeah, it's definitely worth.
That getting the kill is the worth bit. It at least might temper some of Schalke's aggression. Oh, no. Okay, Smitty wants to go in.
Smitty playing that Shem pretty well. There's a Cloud Drake on the cards now as well. Lulex should be able to just get that for himself. Niski! Selfie has been absolutely destructive on this Talia. It's gorgeous to watch at points.
Oh, okay. Fnatic Academy are throwing one last roll of the dice. 4v5.
Here goes the hook. Cly solo. Selfie exhausted. Cly is dead, as you say. Upset was there.
Now, Zergoth, he doesn't want any of this fight anymore. He's just walking back away.
Zergoth's like, guys, I thought we were flanking.
Okay.
We're not flanking today, Zergoth.
So, Fnatic Academy a little bit getting caught up in the hysteria against Schalke. But realistically, this goes back to what we were saying at the beginning. Schalke are looking unstoppable in Challenger right now. They are looking way stronger than a lot of the other teams. And the beginning of this game is a good highlight of that. So many plays, very clean defense. Fnatic Academy, yes, they made a play against a Shen team on the bottom lane, and that is a big mistake, but Schalke reacted beautifully to it.
You have to capitalize on your enemy's mistakes. That's how you win games. You can't assume that just you're better than your opponents, although Schalke in this case are. You have to also react to when they misplay. We're going to have another look at this fight in the mid lane. Actually, Niski
just walks over a ward. Selfie, I'm pretty sure, just ends up popping him. Oh. Ow. That's a lot of damage. Even a little unfortunate that Selfie didn't get him with the first burst of damage. And then look, the TP had already come through from Zergoth. Cly gets taken down. Schalke didn't even need this TP to complete here in order to get this set of kills. In fact, the Weaver's Wall blocks off Upset. And Smitty for a little longer than they would have liked. Easy kill.
But those are the things they'll be working on. I think you have to remember as well, Schalke have an analyst that went to Worlds with H2K, or a coach that went to Worlds with H2K, who is teaching them how to play at the highest level. Like, you can win Challenger Series without being an LCS level team. But this is an LCS level performance. The curtain call opens up. Zergoth kicked back. Dan low as well. Dan's just dead. Vanda's there. Lulex joins, but Lulex who will fall as well. Smitty just chasing in. Upset finally comes and joins the fight. There's the Weaver's Wall to knock them back. Zergoth is low. Niski caught out as well. He's dead. Zergoth goes down. It was a 2v5 for a long time, and only one member of Schalke died.
Yeah, successful 2 versus 5 means Schalke 19 minutes into this game. They're going to get the first inhibitor of the game, and that's just critical damage done to the Fnatic Academy base. Schalke 04, null fear. They've basically won this game decisively already.
Null fear having no fear as they continue to aggress on towards Fnatic Academy. Baron is now up if they want it. There's literally no vision anywhere on the map for Fnatic. I can see 3 wards in one spot where Niski got caught out before. But apart from that, they got 1 or 2 wards littered here or there.
And this was the, I guess like with the curtain call, it's not really, it didn't really hit anything. It wasn't quite a 2v5, but I mean, Lulex did end up falling from this, but look at how much time they soak up. Fnatic Academy just can't stay alive, and Schalke just look so strong. But I'm running out of adjectives. I've got ruthless, so strong, like merciless.
They look predatory.
Yeah.
And Fnatic are their prey today.
They really are. This it's been a tough series for Fnatic Academy. Game 1 looked like it might have started well. Remember, Dan got the first blood with trying to snowball Camille. Oh, Selfie gets taken out. Now
Dan's always
Dan's
in the right spot. Dan's not quite dead yet, but Vanda wants to take him down. There's the hook. Here's the box. Upset gets the kill. Vanda does all the work. Upset takes the kill. Supports life in a nutshell right there.
0-0-13.
Only missed out on 3 kills this game.
I was going to say, he missed out on 3. Unacceptable.
Has higher kill participation than anyone else on his team, and he has been roaming around and making those plays, landing the hooks when he needed to. You said that's the reason Thresh can work. It didn't really need to work in the lane because everywhere else was working, but he was still able to get those catches, and Perhaps Schalke will go for Baron, perhaps they'll just set up once again. Here's the hook, there's Clyde, there's the flourish, and there is the icing on the cake for Schalke. Clyde will die. Lulex takes him down, and now they turn their eyes to Baron.
Bye-bye Clyde and Schalke 04. It's a matter of a minute or two before this game really is done. They get Niski as well.
Another hook. Lulex takes the kill, and this should be Baron.
Yeah, this is Baron into pushing through with that top wave after it. I mean, Schalke, you got to look at how seriously they have taken being in Challenger. Obviously relegated. Oh, they get down.
Oh, that's just pretty. He gets a kill. Just desserts at the end. Vander with his first kill of the game.
It's great, but I don't even know. It's difficult to be hyped about that. Oh, okay. That's a surrender vote coming through.
That is the game.
Whew.
It's great play by Schalke. You feel for Fnatic Academy because there has been so much turmoil in that team. Very unfortunate circumstances, meaning that Kickers couldn't play. He was one of their top playmakers, had over a third of the damage on the team. And your heart weeps for them. But you have to think and look at Schalke and say, they're just too good.
You've got to look at like how Schalke as an organization have put their stock into their challenger team and on getting back into LCS, of course, relegated a little bit unexpectedly. At the end of last year, of course, they had placed higher than teams like Roccat and Origin, but didn't survive the promotion tournament. They doubled down. New training facility, new coaches, new staff, new players that went to Worlds. And it's working out so well for them right now. But they're at a point where they have almost locked a playoff spot, almost locked first place in the groups, and you've got to fear for whoever they match in their semi-final before the promotion tournament, and then you've got to start fearing for those bottom LCS teams, because this looks like a squad that is so close to being deserving. I don't say they deserve it, because you've got to earn your spot.
You've got to win it.
But they look so close to being at that level.
They're playing at a level where if you put them up against one of the lower LCS teams, I would expect Schalke to win. But I expected them not to get relegated as well. It's like, it comes down to how you play on the day sometimes.
And the other story there is we've had that before. We've had Millenium looking amazingly strong. We've had, you name it. There's always a challenger team that everybody's like, this team. This is the team that is going to make it. And then they come up against an LCS team that right before promotion, puts the effort in, gets the roster right, gets the right basis for that series and stays through. But honestly, Schalke are scary. We don't see too many teams dominating games like that. Yes, you can say whatever you want about the opponents, but they're looking great.
Schalke, scarier than my Rorschach impression earlier on. Up next, our second series of the evening between Millenium and Team Kinguin. Make sure you stick around. There's the stand united, Vander lands the hook, knocked back, exhaust onto Dan, upsets low but somehow survives. They get the kill up towards the side, Selfie takes down Niski, Dan dead as well. And a tower dive for Fnatic just goes all ends up.
Play as a team, we've seen that in the LCS.
This is
what?
Desperate Dan gets demolished by Selfie.
Got annihilated.
Here's the TP, Clyde's low flay, back box down, Selfie joins the fray, and here comes Zergoth. He's onto Vander, Mr. Rales, dead in the backline to Selfie, flashes away. Zergoth trying to be that frontline tank, just cannot do it. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the European Challenger Series. Our second matchup of the day is Team Kinguin versus Millenium. Let's start off with Team Kinguin's lineup. In the top lane, we have Ice Beasto. In the jungle, Tabasco. Mid lane is Sebex. AD carry is Woolite, and their support, D-Lord.
You haven't told me that this is happening. I get surprised every single time. But no surprises on who's on the Millenium lineup. It's the same as last week. Top lane is Mimic, jungle is Steel, mid lane is Pretty, AD carry Pinoy, and their support is North Scaring.
A battle at the middle of the table here, Stress. We've seen both teams bounce back from week 1 defeats, 0-2. They both went 2-0 in their second week. They're looking strong, both of them, in all honesty.
They're looking better, yeah. And Kinguin was the team week 1 that kind of fell at the hands of Schalke, and we were like, ooh, they don't look good.
Yeah.
Kinguin don't look great. But, you know, they overcame the initial stumbles, looked a lot better, become increasingly stronger. And honestly, a lot of that is the fact that Tabasco was able to have a easier early game. He didn't get found out. He was a little bit more coordinated with the rest of his team. So I think that was a good basis for Kinguin.
I think the Lee Sin pick as well on Tabasco is working out a lot better for him. He played Ivern in that first week and didn't really seem to suit his style, so I really like that Lee Sin a lot more. Woolite as well has been someone that for a long time has been sort of at the edge of being a really good AD carry in Europe, and he really stepped up last week as well. So I think actually if you look at Kinguin and you look at how they're developing, if their progress continues, they'll definitely be in a playoff spot at the end of the series. It's split.
I mean, Woolite, you know, he played that Jhin.
Yeah.
It's hard to go in when you have to be stood so far back away from the rest of the team. So I guess it did look pretty good. But honestly, Millenium with Pretty looked exceptional in their perfect game against Fnatic Academy. Their bot lane was a highlight that you have to look at.
Yeah.
We got our first pentakill of Challenger 2017 for Pinoy on that Caitlyn. Going through, and it did start at the Baron buff, and that was the entire setup, but Pinoy, he's been around Challenger for a long time, always seems to put up the numbers when it matters.
That it does. The way that Fnatic played this fight was a little bit odd to me. Pinoy positioning really well in the pit and understanding that perhaps Fnatic would just go all in onto Pretty, trying to take him down, because Pinoy just gets free damage.
Yeah, they run
towards the back
right past him. Fnatic Academy just ignoring the Caitlyn. Pinoy flashes to the wall and easily able to take it. You and I both thought Mimic had stolen this.
I was so scared. I was so scared that Mimic was going to steal it at the end. You can see Steel leaves it, and then Mimic goes, no, I'm going to twist it advance, guys. We need to lock him up. Pinoy's like, no, headshot, man. Gets the kill. But yes, Pinoy really showing up again. Another player, another AD carry that's been at the edge of greatness for a long time, and now is beginning to really suit his role in this team. Yeah,
and now we have to look at for Millenium. They defeated a Fnatic that, honestly, Fnatic Academy didn't look great, and again didn't look great, so we get to see them up against a team that is theoretically similar to the same spot as them. So let's see if it's as even a game as the tail of the tape would suggest.
I think it will be, in all honesty. I think we've got quite an even series between these two teams. Jungle is definitely a point at which we're going to see a lot of focus, especially with the changes. You know, Kha'Zix getting nerfed, Rengar getting nerfed, Ivern getting nerfed. Expect Lee Sin to be a power pick for both of these teams. We are into picks and bans. We might even see it banned away, in all honesty.
We may do. Might be a blue side one if Millenium don't want to have a first rotation Lee Sin, but Varus is gone as our first ban. So again, Rengar, LeBlanc, Camille, still high priority. Neither of them have been banned yet.
No, Fiora is the first ban. You have got some time, you know, you don't have to ban it out on that first one. We have seen Camille left open as well, so there's always a possibility that will sneak through. Millenium banning out LeBlanc is a little bit strange because you can first pick it.
It's not a Pretty style champion.
That's true.
Pretty likes his later game more towards control mages. So taking that LeBlanc away, Rengar's gone as well. They didn't want to let Millenium first pick that one.
Yep. Getting rid of the Rengar. Expect to see perhaps a Shen ban, a Jace ban, maybe that Lee Sin as well. Jace in a very powerful position at the moment in that top lane, or even in mid.
Yeah, and has that flex potential as well, so you can always keep your opponents on their toes. Okay, so Camille is available.
Left open as well.
Not for the first time today, but you know, we don't see it too often.
Yeah. It's an odd pick to be left open. We have seen Swain counter it incredibly well in game 1 of the day. Mimic could pick it up, but
they could Shen here,
yeah,
and that would deny the Camille, or not deny the Camille, but it makes the Camille matchup harder, and that's what Millenium have gone for. So now Kinguin have to pick the Rumble in first rotation if they're looking for a damage into tank matchup.
Okay, so the Rumble is what you think they might prioritize. Camille could still be picked. I think Tabasco seems to me the sort of jungler who would drive on the Camille could work around it quite a lot. Could be mid lane as well, although Sebex has tended to play a little bit safer with the Corki picks, you know, trying to be a little bit more of a long-range damage dealer for his team than someone who jumps all the way in.
And I like this because the Varus, we've seen this constantly. You take the Jhin when the Varus is banned, so now that either means you have to pick your AD carry in this first rotation if you want the Sivir, the Caitlyn, or potentially have it banned. It depends where Millenium go with the rest of their picks. And Lulu, high priority here in Challenger today. This is game 3, and the 3rd game that Lulu has made an appearance. Of course, there were a couple of buffs that came through for Lulu.
That there were, and actually D-Lord and Norskeren have been playing it quite a lot. Like Norskeren got it both games last week and did a great job on it. D-Lord really likes it as a pick as well, so I'm not too surprised to see it coming out. Also helps you counter things like Malzahar, of course, with the Whimsy. You can stop that Nethergrass coming down. But Lee Sin, the priority jungler here for Millenium, alongside that Caitlyn once again for Pinoy.
And a lot of this is just to do with the pacing of the draft now. With so many junglers banned out already, Millenium forcing Kinguin either to take the Kha'Zix here or kind of ban away the Graves, the Kha'Zix. Maybe we're looking at that on the next rotation in ban phase 2. So that Caitlyn was in a similar spot. We talked about how you'd ban away the Sivir. Oh, and it's the Rumble. That's the thing, is they either lose a jungle matchup or the top lane matchup.
Yeah.
And of course, Rumble can flex. We did see Giants flexing that. I think G2 played it once or twice as well. We know Xerxes from Unicorns have played it.
We've seen it quite a lot in times gone by. Not so much recently, but still has been played a few times. I don't think it will flex, although it depends how Millenium structure their ban strategy now. If they ban out the Graves, as you were saying, and the Kha'Zix, maybe we will see that Rumble then going to the jungle and we'll see a different top lane for it.
Okay, it's mid lane. Mid lane is where Kinguin are putting their focus on. Of course, we've got the top lane and jungle locked in. It's not support that they're banning away, so that Karma is still available. Whether Kinguin... I mean, Kinguin have already got the Lulu for their support picks, so wouldn't be a Karma pick coming out from them.
The Talia ban does work out quite well, because if you've got the Shen, if you've got the Lee Sin, that early-ish tower dive in bottom lane is quite strong, and then you put the Weaver's Wall on top of that, it just allows you to roam a little bit quicker. Camille ban coming out from Millenium, so they're finally taking her off the cards.
And that's an interesting one, because you would assume that top lane has already been picked up, which means that Millenium are afraid of Kinguin picking Camille in pick 1 of phase 2, and then flexing it through either jungle or mid lane. And that would mean they could kind of pivot at the last pick. So Millenium don't want to be in a situation where Kinguin have that strength in the draft.
It's going to be the Rise ban finally from Kinguin. So they have focused down on towards that mid lane. Cassiopeia still open though for Pretty if he wants it. Orianna still available. There's a lot of flexibility in that mid lane, and Kinguin haven't picked their mid laner for Sebex either. Maybe looking towards the Corki, which he has played quite a bit.
Could do. We might see the Corki come out from it. Of course, the Orianna still available. There's a lot still up. Syndra now not available, so if they were to go blind pick mid lane and then flex that Rumble around, we may see the Corki, may see the Orianna. There's two of the matchups that are a little bit safer. Cassiopeia as well, you mentioned.
Millenium have quite a safe composition already, in all honesty. Caitlyn, very long range, you know, Shen pretty safe in that top lane unless he plays into the Rumble, which is that damage matchup you were talking about. The rest of their team, you know, you've got Karma still available. It looks like it's going to be the Corki pick for Sebex, but Karma's still there. Safe mid laners as well. And
at this point, we've also got to look at Millenium's support pick here as well. Tahm Kench is still available if they want to go for that safety and global presence with alongside the Shen. If they're looking for push potential, they can go for the Karma themselves, get Caitlyn Karma. Go for something fairly aggressive. So for Millenium, they have a lot of options. There's the Cassiopeia you were talking about, into the Corki. Ooh, and it was neither of the supports. Huh. Nami into the Lulu, sustain, crowd control.
It makes sense. It also gives you some more crowd control for the team as well. You've got Petrifying Gaze and the taunt and then kicks from the Lee Sin, but with the ultimate, you can lock out the Jhin a bit better. So it's something we do see into Jhins quite often, but you're still getting probably 2 or 3 shots down before that ultimate comes out. And it's going to be eventually the Kha'Zix, so Rumble top, Kha'Zix in the jungle.
That makes a lot of sense. The other utilization of that ultimate is just disengage as well in that mid lane when you're looking to set up. It's not strictly a 1-3-1, but we see a lot of times that Cassiopeia go over to the side lane, push the wave out. Shen does obviously his thing over in the other side of the map, so it's not strictly 1-3-1 out of Millenium. But still, it's a good setup, good ability to deny a couple of fights. Kinguin, on the other hand, have a lot of team fighting potential. You've got the Rumble, you've got the Corki to poke around in team fights as well, Kha'Zix to get kills, and Lulu to keep everybody alive. So a lot of utilization together for Kinguin from their composition.
It just suits the style of play we see from them as well. They're much more about, in inverted commas, chaos style. They like fights. They like to play around team fights. I know it's not a phrase a lot of people like, but they like to have these heavy action-orientated games where there's a lot of fighting, there's a lot of skirmishing, and they're trying to catch people out.
They do like to try and catch people out. You're right. I just don't like that term.
I know, because it's not, the thing about, the reason you don't like the term is it's not chaotic. They have a plan and they're understanding what they're doing in it. It just can look chaotic to the outside viewer.
It used to be that when people said that, it was just that the Unicorns didn't have any strategy, but in flash forward to 2017, they do have a little bit more and they're very good at it. And this setup, though, for Kinguin, I like it. I like what they've got. You can move up to a tower. There's so much threat of sieging. You got Jhin, you got Corki, you got Rumble. All of these champions very good at pushing people back away from towers and looking to push them down. You
do still have the Caitlyn and the Nami there, though, so that's pretty safe. Cassio clears waves relatively easily with the Miasma, and Shen's pretty safe underneath tower as well. So there's a bit of anti-siege coming out from Millenium. If you do want to get involved, guys, make sure you tweet at us using the hashtag EUCS. If you think Millenium are going to win, hashtag MILwin. If you think Kinguin are going to win, hashtag KGN win. We're on to the Summoner's Rift for the first game between Millenium and Team Kinguin of today.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this series. I think it's going to be a little bit closer than our last one. I guess it couldn't be too much more one-sided than that game 2. That was a blink and you missed it style of game. If you're only just joining us, Schalke just destroyed Fnatic Academy, but Millenium, Kinguin should theoretically be on a little bit more even of a playing field.
And they should. And I'm looking forward to see how Millenium play this, because their game 1 last week was very clean. It was very crisp. They perfect gamed. They knew exactly what they were doing. Game 2 was a little bit more bloody. There was a few more kills here and there, but still pretty good macro. Kinguin tend to rely more on the skirmishing style, so early push, early presence in the river, trying to get those objectives, especially with Tabasco having that Kha'Zix very good at taking down the dragon early on.
So interesting things starting out on this one. Mimic going for the 3 rejuvenation bead start. Obviously based around sustain in lane and short trades rather than, you know, all-inning. Doesn't really give him a lot of strength in that facet, so has to be careful with Ice Beasto and that Flame Spitter hovering around. Can't take too much damage, will need to wait. It is difficult for Shen, though, against Rumble just in general. Rumble into tanks does a good job in the laning phase of pushing, of dealing damage, harassing. We've got top laners starting with their junglers right now. Of course, it's just going to be a little bit of a pull. And both junglers will be on that bot side around 3 minutes.
I think there's always a risk for Millenium. They tend to like to stall out their games a little bit longer.
Tabasco is dropping incredibly low.
It's fine, man.
I mean, he will, with Void Spikes, heal back up, but compare his health to Steel. Like, off that Raptor start, there's a lot more health than he expected to lose.
So why does Tabasco go for the Raptor start? Is it looking again for the jungle steal that we saw in the last game?
Well, he's looking like he's ending up on potentially a very early topside. With Smite plus the health from Red, he will be okay. He may be looking to try and pressure out with this Rumble topside, rather than starting up and then going down through the jungle to bot side, which is what Steel is doing. Of course, this means he's slower to his second buff. Mimic is getting shoved in anyway, though, so there's no real attempt here.
Yeah, with that shove, you can't really do too much. Pinoy being aggressive here. The sustain from Norscarin. Deadly Flourish comes down. The heal, exhaust. Woolite's low, but he has got that heal. Pinoy has to flash away. D-Lord flashes for the kill. One more auto would be enough. Can he get it? Can't quite get there. And now, Woolite has to flash away, but he'll fall. Norscarin gets the kill. D-Lord looking for Pinoy, and Pinoy will say, not today, my friend. Steel comes in and gets 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Steel with a near-perfect start for himself. Comes down, gets the kill, gets the assist. And Millenium turn that back around. I think Delord actually cancelled the animation of that auto attack that would have killed Pinoy. It looked like it as he stepped forward and moved back. That couldn't have gone much better for Millenium. And Tabasco had to recall. I don't even think Tabasco finished Krugs by the looks of it. Krugs is still alive, and he did start that camp. Yeah, he didn't kill both of them. So Tabasco look on the top side all the way up. Let's watch this again. Pinoy didn't quite get the traps down on Woolite, and good stun came through. Exhaust through the first couple of autos. Delord, does he cancel the animation? Oh, it was about to fire. The projectile hadn't fired out yet, and Delord stepped because he didn't want to go under the tower. Steel comes down for the assist. Great start, Millenium.
And it comes back to the fact Tabasco wasn't able to be there because he had such a slow start on that topside jungle. Had to go back because he went so low. Didn't finish the Krugs. Didn't really get much out of it. And Steel was quick to react. When that fight started, he was just finishing up his red. And then immediately he's like, no, I need to be bot lane. Let's go. Let's kill this. Let's see what we can do in that bot lane.
Yeah, that's a horrific start for Kinguin. It looked to be a good trade onto Pinoy and Norskeren. Good stun from Woolite. And the exhaust timing through the first couple of autos was okay, but obviously you want to try and get as much damage reduced as you can. That fourth shot is the deadly one in lane, but Woolite falling prey to Steel and Norskeren, helping out with Pinoy in that bottom lane.
And now Millenium just get exactly what they want. They can delay this game for as long as they want. They've got the advantage. There's no summoners in that bottom lane for Kinguin, so they have to be incredibly careful. And Woolite's going to get locked up once again. Pinoy puts the traps down, and Woolite's just dead. And Delord just can't do anything about it. This Lulu priority is not working out for them.
Really not working out for them. It's not just the Lulu there. I mean, Woolite pushed up in the lane, got caught, stepped on a trap, bubble comes through, trap instantly on top of it. Oh, you cannot do this against Caitlyn Nami.
He will survive with a help pick shield, just about keeps himself alive, but the CC chain.
Here comes Steel.
I think Delord's realised he needs to back all the way up. He's gone back to his second turret, but this gives Steel the opportunity to get some aggressive vision control, ward on the Wolves there, and Tabasco really has had no impact in this early game compared to Steel.
He's done nothing yet in this game. He's been farming up, trying to compensate for his own rough start. I mean, the first kills in this game didn't necessarily put the lane out of reach for Woolite and Delord. It was good start for Millenium, but they had got the back for Woolite, got 2 long swords. There was no pickaxe initially for Pinoy because it wasn't Pinoy that got the kills. But just that next mistake, walking into lane, getting caught by the CC chain, has completely done away with everything that Kinguin had to work with in the bottom lane.
One of the worries we had in picks and bans was whether Millenium would be able to play as clean, as polished as they did last week. Well, at the moment they're playing pretty darn well, understanding exactly when they can take these advantages. And Woolite and Delord just have no answer.
You can see though the fans still behind Kinguin, and that tends to happen. Oh.
Here comes Steel, dodges. The heal does come out as well. Norscaren's going to get caught up in the deadly flourish, but they just can't go too far because they know Pinoy's still got heal, and they know Steel is just around the corner.
Yep, as Steel wasn't quite able to get in there for a kill. The Polish fans, as Kinguin are a full Polish lineup, the Polish fans are very enthusiastic, always supporting any team with a majority or even a few Polish players, with a lot of respect to them. You can see reflected in the fan vote.
That you can. Not reflected in the way the game's going at the moment. Kinguin need to channel some of that fan energy if they're going to be able to get back into this one. Already 2,000 gold behind, only 7 minutes in. Pinoy walks forward once again. There's the heal. They're trying to trade into Woolite.
It's a lot of disrespect from Pinoy at the same time. Knowing they're able to trade with the sustain from Nami, you can see they're both burned through all of their mana pool right now. The roam attempt was nearly there from Sebek's. Pinoy is just going to try and box Woolite in.
Has to flash away. Does get the deadly flourish down. Here's the stand united, though. They've just got so much to protect Pinoy. Mimic goes for the taunt. Flash away. Here's the equalizer. Ice Beastow's going to try and burn Pinoy down. Takes him. Norscaren has to flash. Mimic now caught off towards the side. Sebex can't land the rockets, but Ice Beastow gets the double. Mimic flashes away. They're going to exhaust. They're going to dive. They're going to take out the Shen. Millenium pay for their over-aggression and lose 3 kills.
A lot of disrespect from both sides on this bottom lane here. Pinoy and Norscaren take a fight, thinking that they can easily close in on Woolite and Delord. They had the stand united available, but of course teleport from Ice Beastow was up as well. We hadn't seen anything from the top laners in a little while, and this should have been a kill onto Woolite, but Pinoy gets exhausted, gets stunned down in place, and they don't respect that Rumble is coming. It's as if they're not even looking at what's happening behind them there. Ice Beastow comes in for the double kill. And then there's a disrespect from Kinguin after this to just go under the tower and try and kill Mimic. Of course they want to get the most from this, but Ice Beasto tanking the tower could have just exited that, gone left out of the tower, just dropped the aggro and gone the long way around. They didn't really know where Steel and Pretty were, but this numbers advantage was still in their favor. This has been a scrappy game. Not a great, clean game from either team so far.
As soon as I say, I think it's pretty clean from Millenium. They go and do that. They've just taken the scrubbed, polished floors they had and just trodden dirt all across them. But Kinguin will be happy with that, gets them back inside that 1,000 gold mark. And Pinoy still trying to trade in here. Gone for those Zerka Greaves first. Does have level 6 as well, so they've got that ultimate advantage for the next couple of minutes or so.
Pinoy needs to calm it down a little. He's got the lane advantage, but he's only got a pickaxe and Berserker's Greaves. This isn't like he's dominating the lane to the point where every single time he autos, he's taking half their health off. And he's up against Serrated Dirk and the Longsword. Heal is available for Woolite. They have to play this out. If the crowd control lands and they get the trap chain, that's when you go aggressive. But don't just push up and try and look for anything you can at any moment. You're going to get caught.
And even though we saw that bloodbath in bottom lane, Tabasco still yet to have an impact on this game. No kills, no assists. Just been farming up in his jungle after that weak early start. He's looking for something down towards bottom side. There's a control ward. Here they go. The heal moves them away. Noscarin with a good dodge. There's the curtain call. Dodges once again. And Woolite actually needs to be careful on the turnaround. The Tidecaller's Blessing slowing him down. Pinoy can't quite get close enough. Pretty came down for the romance, did Sebex, but looks like it's just going to be Millenium going for the tower.
Steel is kind of thinking about it, but he has been tracked on wards here. Millenium are going to push for the tower here. Steel is a threat around the side.
Woolite's so low as well. The kick comes in. Tabasco knocked back Miasma. Wild Growth used as well because Mimic came in with a teleport. Of course, no teleport for Ice Beasto. Petrifying Gaze dodged out by Sebex, and now Millenium retreat. Maybe an overstay because the Void Assault from Tabasco. He wants blood. He wants a kill. He wants to have an impact on the game. First tower blood goes down, though, for Millenium.
And it's all from the fact that Kinguin don't have that teleport. In the first play, it was Stand United that was used from Millenium and answered by the TP from Ice Beasto. But this time, Ice Beasto was trying to run down from the top lane. Could not even get past mid lane by the time that fight had completely timed out. So Millenium, it was good that they push forward, get the tower, and pull back away now. I want to see what they do next. Do they put the bot lane back bot side to just defend, or do they go from top side? Is one of the areas I think would be a useful play for Millenium. Just defer some of this. Oh, they're going to go for the dive.
Not even a dive because there's no tower there.
Yeah,
Woolite.
I realized then they're punishing Woolite. No kick available, but Steel might just want a 1v2
No flash available either. Steel gets one, looking for D-Lord as the second. He hasn't got the flash. Steel just keeps on chasing Lulu. Whimsy's her way away, but if the Sonic Wave lands, you have to think D-Lord's dead. Flash in, Steel knocks him out anyway.
Steel doesn't care. Chooses the flash. Maybe could have ward jumped to the ward instead. I didn't know whether the cooldown was available, but Woolite and D-Lord, why are you pushing up like that with no tower? This is a game of disrespect so far. This is a game of unforced errors, disrespectful plays, and both teams right now just don't look settled.
Millenium taking the advantage though. They may be unsettled, but they are 3,000 gold ahead and have an Ocean Drake to their names along with that first tower blood. This is, again, you said it when it was happening, Woolite and D-Lord just overextending.
Why are you there with no tower? Like, you haven't seen the duo topside, so you don't know they're pushing on for top tower. You haven't seen the jungler. Mid lane is even missing. Like, why are you there? That's just a really frustrating error. You can stay back. I can understand once you see them topside, you then have to react. But honestly, what are you going to do on that bot side from Woolite and D-Lord?
Credit to Steel though, good smite into Sonic Wave to land that shot to make sure there was no way Woolite could get away. The flash was just coming off cooldown, so maybe didn't have the exact timer on that, meaning that he was thinking maybe he'll flash away and try to stop that. We see Millenium doing exactly what they did last week as well. Put Pinoy in that mid lane, he's safe, he can siege up. Even if you try and get onto him, you've got the Nami there to protect him, you've got the Stand United there to protect him, and now all they have to do is wait a little bit, probably until about the 20-minute mark, get a couple of items on that Caitlyn, and they'll be unstoppable.
So the one thing that is okay for Kinguin is the fact that Ice Beasto does have a significant lead. A significant farm lead up against Mimic, has 2 kills as well. A lot of this comes from the fact that Mimic has spent a lot of time out of the lane. Ice Beasto pushed out top, then pushed out mid, went back top, pushed out top again, pushed down the tower, and finally got something from it. So Ice Beasto's kind of the one man in this game that is holding Kinguin together.
Before this game, we were praising Tabasco. We were saying how much impact he has for Kinguin. He's currently 1,500 gold behind his enemy laner, and he's still 0-0-0 in a game where there've been 9 kills or like 9 kills across the 2 teams.
And so much of it was just that ripple effect from the start where he just took damage. I wonder whether Tabasco has the correct and full setup of runes for Kha'Zix. Like, I know Kha'Zix doesn't clear that effectively early on, but
especially
even with a Rumble Hell.
But Razorbeaks is really difficult for Kha'Zix.
Because you got 6 things in front of you.
Exactly. There's no isolation for you. Those tiny chickens do a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, because when they all add up together, they're doing as much or just about more than the big one as well. So until you clear all of them down,
pecking away at you.
Yeah.
And flying beats bug. So it's a type advantage as well. It's super effective.
It is.
Although I've never seen the Razorbeaks fly. Just
That's
have
a
them
good question.
fly across the map every now and again.
There are a lot of flightless birds.
That's
though,
true.
Right?
That's true.
There's at least a few.
Ostrich.
Yeah.
Are we going to go through? No, we're not going to go through flightless
We're not
birds.
National Geographic, okay? We don't need to go.
We
can't do a David Adams. Yeah.
Planet Summoner's Rift. Runeterra. Planet Runeterra.
There's a cease and desist coming in the mail already.
The thing is, like Kinguin, they had that advantage. They gained on towards the Rumble. He is, as you say, so far ahead in CS. Has that Leandri's Torment already completed, so he's burning through Mimic. A couple of times they've just overstepped slightly, and actually, Woolite, who was one of the experienced players on the team, has kind of let his top laner down to some degree by giving these kills across to the enemy team.
Yeah, it really are a lot of unforced errors from the Kinguin bot lane. Ice Beasto's coming into the mid lane looking to try and get anything. Deterring the push is the main thing here. He shoves that top lane, comes across, puts some vision control through the jungle, and Kinguin looking to try and at least secure the top half of the map for themselves. And that's a good basis to play off, but it's difficult to offset just how strong this Lee Sin is already. Of course, Lee Sin, if he doesn't continue to snowball, does have reduced impact later on in the game, but certainly a 3-0-1 start is not reduced impact right now.
Not at all. We actually saw Millenium play a very similar composition last week into Fnatic Academy. Fnatic Academy had the Rumble, had the Jhin, had this long-range engage, but every time they tried to pull the trigger, they weren't able to get on towards Pinoy, because he was just safe. They did have the Lulu on Millenium's side there, so they had the Wild Growth, which gives you a little bit more freedom. Pinoy's going to get caught out. Here's the heal. Tidal Wave comes in, trying to catch out the Jhin, does knock him up.
Gets him.
And this is what they can do. Like, as long as Pinoy doesn't die immediately, you've got sustain from the Nami, you've got the Stand United shield, and you've got the ability to knock Jhin out of his ultimate. It's very difficult for Kinguin to actually get onto any of the Millenium members and take them out.
And that's the second or third time that instantly, as soon as the curtain call is opened up, the tidal wave rushes through and gently nudges him out of his encore performance. But there hasn't been too much to give a standing ovation about from Woolite in this game.
No, not at all. I'm still confused as to why it's called the Tidal Wave, because the Tsunami just makes so much more sense to me. It's like the box should be called the Threshold.
Threshold? Oh, wow. Yeah, I never heard that one before.
As a Thresh main, I spent many hours playing him and thinking of different names. But Millenium going to look for the top lane tower here. Will be their second of the game if they get it. Sebek's coming to defend. Millenium have played this mid-game, well, 10 to 20 minutes. They tend to play quite slow and methodical and just say, we'll get chip damage, we'll get a little bit here and there. We don't really care if we don't get too much because we've got the Caitlyn, we've got the Cassie, we've got that late game power that we saw from them last week.
Sebex has to be careful there's no ult flash in top lane, as Millenium is still pushing down in the bottom lane. Sebex is alone, and Steel is here. There's enough damage to take him out quickly.
Kick, Stand United in. Sonic Wave used as well, but the TP deters the aggression for now. Ice Beasto puts down the equalizer, but Sebex doesn't want the fight. The rest of Kinguin are coming up. They lose the tower, but here they come on towards Millenium. It's only Woolite leaving himself. Sebex up towards the side. Here's Mimic. He goes low. Tabasco jumps in, jumps onto Steel, can't quite get him down. Mimic escaping as well. Millenium may be able to get everyone out alive somehow. Ice Beasto sped up, though. Here's the Tidal Wave to try and slow them. Only
Steel's
catches
dead.
D-Lord. Steel is the sacrifice for the team. Millenium lose one, but get the tower.
It was a better equalizer than I first gave it credit for. There was a lot of burn damage that came down onto those Millenium members. Steel ended up dying. They got the tower from underneath the fight, but Pinoy could not get the mid tower at the same time. There was enough defense there from Woolite, and Millenium a little bit down on the kills in that exchange, but honestly, getting the tower is the major prize that they get from that.
And they scale so much better. Losing one kill isn't too much of a big deal. So we see the engage here by Steel.
Great exhaust. Otherwise, I think Sevex would have been dead here. So at first, I was anticipating this equalizer going across all three. Pinoy could be in trouble
He's
here.
overextended here, even with Norskeren. I'm not sure he survives. Tabasco takes him down, and now Norskeren finds him in the midst of three. Kinguin going for the dive, going for the kill. Tabasco gets the double.
Why are you flashing in a line? You gotta flash out of the way of that Woolite with a good catch. With Jin, and Tabasco finally is making his impact felt on this game. Millenium behind the curve on holding this mid lane. They're going to lose this mid lane tower in response.
That they are. Kinguin starting to pull the trigger on a few of these fights and catching Millenium unawares. We were praising Millenium's ability just to stall out the game until the 20-minute mark. Well, Kinguin saying, not today, my friends. We're going to be able to catch you out. Looks like they'll get the Ocean Drake here as well. Steel jumps in. Steel jumps out. Would have been a flashy steal from Steel if he'd got it.
That would have been great. Did he have his Q not available? A lot of the time you'll see Lee Sin try and go in with that from the extra damage that you have on the second half. So Pinoy flashes in a line. The cast indicator had already shown up. And that's a little bit of an oopsie now from Pinoy and Norskeren. Couldn't do enough to keep himself alive either.
The thing is,
pushed through.
Being there's a bit of an oopsie as well, because you've got vision all up in the red side jungle here that you can see Millenium placing once again. You've got a little bit of vision in the blue side jungle. Where else is Tabasco going to be? You know he's not top, you know he's not bot.
Yeah.
Shouldn't really be that far pushed up. Pinoy will take the critical. Gets 3 shots out this time, so it's 1 better than last. But they do lose the tower anyway. Millenium.
Well, just rushing to try and fire that 4th shot. Just shoot it at anyone.
One of these days we might see it come down. Not sure about the cooldown. I think, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure Tidal Wave is slightly shorter of a cooldown. Woolite takes a lot of pain here. We'll get forced back by Pinoy. That's the damage that you take from stepping on a trap. D-Lord realizes the damage you take from Pretty as he just takes him out with the Petrifying Gates.
Yeah, you are correct on the cooldowns. 90 seconds currently on the Tidal Wave cooldown. 108 seconds on Curtain Call, both at rank 1. So to be expected that every time it's available, through comes the Tidal Wave. Washes it all away.
Cleaning up those dirty footprints that we had from Millenium earlier on.
I don't know whether that's the best way of cleaning it up. Just throw a lot of dirty water through.
That's what I've been doing wrong. That's why my kitchen's a mess. I throw dirty water on the problem, but...
Supposedly that is, this is really random, supposedly that is the way that you're meant to mop, is you pour the water on the floor
and then
mop.
And then, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, Millenium are doing a 21-minute Baron.
And Tabasco might get a bit of an inkling, puts the ward down, Millenium immediately disengage. They realize they don't want that. Steel eats some honey fruit for himself to get himself back up to full HP, but Millenium just testing the waters, trying to understand exactly how much Kinguin know about what's going on the map, because at the moment they don't actually know the Baron's not being done because of the way the wards work. Control ward there, they will clear it out.
They just don't quite have vision on it, and it gets replaced, I think. It's a bit of a weird game here between Kinguin and Millenium. There's a lot of those early mistakes have slowed down both teams. Millenium just overextending a couple of times really hindered what they were trying to do here. Icebeasto still has a significant lead, is maybe the saving grace for Kinguin, has been over the last 10 minutes, is he really has started showing up a bit more in these fights.
Rumble great in team fights, of course, and split pushing into a Shen who hasn't got a Titanic Hydra is pretty good as well. He's only got Sunfire Cape and that Spirit Visage, sitting on the final remaining of the tri-beads that you have at the start of the game, just has one.
And that's the thing, that's the thing. The one item that you build from the beads is the Tiamat into...
Just hasn't needed it. He hasn't needed it, though. He's never been pressured enough in that lane to have to actually do anything about it. So.
I know what it is. He just wants the Spirit Visage, the healing,
Yep.
to... That's the whole reason he's bought Spirit Visage, is just to enhance the healing of the one bead.
Here comes the Equalizer. He needs to enhance his healing quite a bit. He's already half HP. Kinguin fighting off towards the other side of the map as well. Pinoy caught out once again, and he's dead. The Tidal Wave comes onto Tabasco. Norskeren locked up with the Deadly Flourish, and here comes the damage from the rest of Kinguin. Mimic's so low because of how much Ice Beasto took him down. Sebix kills Norskeren, and Kinguin take 2 kills. They're looking for more. Steel trying to flank.
Steel does not want to go in here 1 versus 5. Pretty is around, but I don't think this is the type of fight that you really want to take now. Kinguin, they've started off the Baron. Shen is about to TP in, and it denies Kinguin.
Yeah, just force him off. That's exactly what Millenium needed to do. We've seen them start a Baron and be dissuaded from it. Now we've seen Kinguin do the same. However, Kinguin have 2 kills under their belt, and they have mid priority now as all 5 members try and go for that tower. Yeah,
Millenium cannot do anything about this. Mimic is pretty much on his own. Pinoy is here too. Mimic dives in.
Jumps away as well. Here's Ice Beasto going low. Pinoy, though, has a lot of damage and still looking for the flank. Woolite down to half HP. Pretty with the flank. The petrifying gaze onto all of Kinguin. And they're going to be mopped up in a heartbeat. Pretty chasing off Sebix. Tabasco off towards the other side. 3 kills already for Millenium in this fight. And perhaps we'll finally see that Baron call go.
Yeah, now it's Millenium that are going to move over to the Baron with 3 members of Kinguin dead. Kinguin just stuck around for too long. They tried to push mid through, got the tower. Mimic just in time goes through to delay Kinguin. Norskeren's going to try and fight back Tabasco so that he can't look to jump in for the Baron.
Just slows him up with that Tidecaller's Blessing, and Tabasco's realized he's not going to get there. Millenium get the Baron 25 minutes in. Secure themselves a 3,000 gold lead as well.
Beautiful flank. Beautiful flank from Pretty comes around to end this fight. You can see Kinguin took a lot of damage. Ice Beasto forced the flash, as did Woolite after taking a lot of damage, and then whew, flash into the ult to cut them off. Even through the exhaust, Pretty and Pinoy just able to clean up 3.
3 members of Kinguin actually dodged that ult, and they still lost. It's like when more than half your team dodges a petrifying gaze and you still lose the fight, it shows perhaps you were a step too far forward.
Yeah, the problem is it just keeps them in place. Even if the CC doesn't hit there, the Caitlyn catches up. You get the Hurricane hits all the way through that team fight, and it's pretty easy to take down the health bars once they're funneled into a small area.
But he's really been stepping up recently as well. He's been in the Challenger Series for a long time and always been consistent, if not brilliant. The last couple of weeks, he's really started to be a standout performer on this Millenium lineup. And you can see the draft as well. It's focused around keeping him and Pinoy alive and allowing them to have these massive performances.
And that's the thing when you look at the rest of the former Millenium lineup. Hans Sama now on Misfits. Joko been playing with Vitality. Pretty kind of got left behind the rest of the Millenium Challenger team that we were initially impressed with all the way back last spring. Maybe trying to make a name for himself here.
He's doing a good job of it.
He started playing a little bit better. Doesn't really have the Anivia that he was playing in most games back last year. But Woolite steps on another trap.
It's so much damage as soon as you do it. And this is the siege potential we were talking about in picks and bans. You know, Millenium set up in front of a turret. They set up a 1-3-1. Mimic doesn't really care that he's 80 CS behind, but Pretty might care that Tabasco is on the flank here.
Steel's coming around, though, as he was spotted on a control ward. So Steel now pulls back to the mid lane. A little bit of an umming and ahhing situation for Kinguin here, trying to think about where they want to go top lane. Millenium are going to beat them up to the top lane, and Tabasco trap is kind of going to deny an easy path through up to the top side.
The rest of Kinguin have come around, though. Steel's now going to spot out Tabasco. Steel is ahead by about an item at the moment, so should be able to win out that trade. Tabasco backs away, and now they have a man disadvantage up here, which means that Millenium are able just to continue to batter away at this tower. Yeah,
Millenium have the overlap here in top as Tabasco forced the long way around, but Steel was still trying to look for him. Millenium only have this one cannon minion, and there you go, ult for ult once again.
Redemption used as well to bring them all back up to full HP, and with this next Baron wave, they'll take the tower down. Millenium just systematically destroying the defenses of Kinguin.
They absolutely are. With this Baron buff, last few moments of this buff active. Sebex, nearly caught.
Yeah, the Caliber net didn't quite connect. If that had hit, I think the headshot would have been enough to kill Sebex, but he escapes to fight another day. Millenium have that inhibitor tower down to half now, and this is one of the weaknesses I've seen so far from Icebeasto. You know, he got ahead on this Rumble, and yeah, he's miles ahead in CS, but he's never threatened Mimic. He's never forced him low enough that Kinguin have been able to do something about it. And now Sebex has the miasma down to Basco low. Pinoy just going for the turret once again.
And it's very difficult because Icebeasto has to try and teleport out of this situation in bot lane. Yes, he is still kind of contending with Mimic fairly well, but Icebeasto has to get the teleport out, not get it denied by a taunt, and then answer to a Stand United coming through from Shen into any fight. So Millenium just have the stronger side lane. They're more easily able to regroup and fight than Icebeasto can if he's got that Shen in front of him.
In picks and bans as well, we saw Talia banned, we saw Ryze banned. Mimic has been very comfortable on this Cassiopeia. Perhaps Kinguin didn't respect it as much as they should have done because the wave clue is immense. The ability to 1-3-1 is incredibly strong, and it's a pretty comfort pick.
It is, and Pretty's look good on it. Mimic on the Shen has looked decent as well. Yes, he is far down. A lot of people will wonder why I'm saying he seems decent when he's nearly 100 CS down. Part of that is the matchup, part of that is the fact that Icebeasto got 3 kills fairly early on, but like Mimic's usage of Stand United was at least on time on a lot of the plays that were made. Not the best game, I don't think he'll be too happy in the game as he's far behind, but he's done enough in this job.
He's done his job. He has done his job in this team composition. That's all you have to do sometimes. It might not be the most enjoyable thing when you're 1-1-1 and just split pushing a lane for ages, but he's done exactly what the team needed him to do, and now Millenium 6,000 gold ahead, 10 kills to 8 up with a double Ocean Drake under their belts and double the towers of Kinguin as well. Now they're looking down towards this bottom lane. Interesting decision considering there's an inhibitor without a tower up at the top side. Sebex is low, there's the miasma coming down. Nosker unable to land the Aqua Prism. As you said, Tabasco's not here, Icebeasto is, and Mimic is split pushing mid at the moment.
Yeah, now Mimic goes to push that out. Millenium are a man down. Pinoy has to be careful. Pretty kind of covers for him, throws out that miasma to make sure that they cannot push onto it. Now, Tabasco, second thoughts on defending mid tower from him as Icebeasto's gone over there. And Millenium, they're just going to try and push through this bot tower, trying to get it constantly just pushing on. Not really having a massive amount of success, but slowly but surely. Trying to get one more objective before the Baron spawn in 1 minute.
That's all they have to do, though. Actually, Steel cut off slightly towards the side here, but Kinguin unable to pull the trigger once again. And this is something we've seen a lot of the time against Millenium, against Fnatic last week, who were in a very similar situation. Fnatic, time after time, tried to get the connection of ultimates they needed. And earlier on in this game, we did see Pinoy getting caught out from time to time. But now, he's very safe. He's very secure in that backline, very happy just to stand back. Has a Maw of Malmortius alongside his Infinity Edge and Runans. And that Caitlyn is starting to approach 6 items.
Yeah, well,
well, she's on 4.
Look at that 4 items.
And has an Elixir of Wrath.
Yeah, we're nearly there. You just got some minor items around the edge. It's okay. 6 things there right now.
That's 6 items.
Yeah, that counts. How it works. But honestly, that 4 item spike that you're alluding to now is the point at where Caitlyn kind of takes over. More Malmortius clearly to deal with Icebeasto's equalizer that comes through, trying to just survive through some of the magic damage. Fairly heavy magic damage. You've got the Lulu, you've got the Corki coming through, you've got the Rumble. So it's you know, it's a good pickup.
Yeah. And we see also the Tiamat finally finished on Mimic, so he's going to be able to push back into Icebeasto a little bit. Rumble spikes incredibly well in the mid game. Sometimes later game doesn't have the impact that you would like. Same can be said of Corki to some degree. And now Millenium just trying to garner vision in this red side jungle as they set up for the Baron. They have a free inhibitor, or an open inhibitor, in that top lane, so it's not too dangerous for them to be around there because they've denied so much vision that you get from having your towers up.
And you can see now, Icebeasto, he recalled back to base, just pick up a few more items, finishes the Abyssal Scepter for himself, heads back out onto the Rift. It's a very slow last 5 minutes of this game from Millenium and Kinguin. Millenium just trying to push anything they can. They're going to have to try and bait Kinguin.
Tabasco face checks a little bit. Deadly Flourish comes down. Pretty once again looking for the flank, but Kinguin are aware it's happening. And They do just retreat for now.
Millenium trying to call Kinguin's bluff there, keeping Mimic down on the bottom side, didn't force him to TP out quickly, and certainly trying to just whittle it down. Here's the two-man attempt.
It's so quick as well, putting out so much damage with Cassio. Twin Fangs out as well. No idea this is happening yet. Oh, that rocket just wasn't quite long enough. Deadly Flourish comes out. Now they'll know. They're going to look for it. There's the Phosphorus Bomb, but there's no smite around, even with the Curtain Call. Millenium secure the Baron, and immediately we see the Curtain Call stop. But Pinoy perhaps overextended slightly. Tabasco jumps in, can't quite get around and has to dodge the cupcakes. Pinoy flashes forward, doesn't have red though, doesn't have the slow. Here comes the equalizer, here come Millenium. Pretty off towards the side, 1 kill already in favor of Kinguin. Ice Beasto burning through Pinoy, but Ice Beasto can't get the kill, and now Kinguin run for the hills away from Millenium. Tabasco retreating, Sebex low as well as Mimic continues the chase. Woolite and Tabasco running towards the wrong side of the map. Millenium continuing just to chase them down. Pinoy wants the kill, he'll take down Woolite. D-Lord is getting chased off towards the side as well. Mimic doesn't want kills, he just wants towers. He wants those objectives.
Now that they've got the Baron, that pretty much spells the end of this one. Millenium going to continue to push through. They're going to break probably the 2 inhibitors here as they'll swing up to the top side as well. Millenium, it's not been the cleanest of games from them, but Kinguin, they've given them a fight. Millenium finally found enough to come out on top.
That they have. They've regularly won with this strategy though, so you have to wonder, Kinguin in the next pick ban, maybe take away the Cassio, maybe take away the Caitlyn, maybe just take away some of these power picks. They are forced off the inhibitor, as you say. Pinoy and Norscawen were very low, Norscawen without any mana as well. And this is smart decision-making from Millenium, deciding they don't need to greed for that extra objective.
Yeah, just use that empowered recall, get back out onto the Rift, and this was the fight after the Baron. Steel goes in aggressively, finds out why damaged Lee Sin, ends up dying very quickly. Pinoy, good little play there with Norscawen to take down Ice Beasto, and once that damage is gone, there's not a whole lot of damage left for Kinguin, and Millenium can chase it down through that lower side jungle. Meanwhile, though, Pretty just pushes through the tower. That's the important part here, because Millenium, the rest of the team is just cleaning up on these fights, on these kills from the fight. And it's the objectives that are really going to win the game for them.
They've now got an 8,000 gold lead, continually extending that. As you say, objective 7 towers to 3. Those double oceans help out a lot as well when you've got a Cassio and a Caitlyn and a Shen. Just getting all of that extra regen.
Elder Drake up in 4 seconds, and you know, we're getting closer to that 6-item Caitlyn point. We've got a 4th one. Yes.
See, the thing is, right,
has come through as well.
There's an inaccuracy, in my opinion, of naming of how many item spikes we have.
Okay.
Because you say you have a 6-item spike when you have 6 items including boots, right? But then people say, oh, 4-item spike, and they don't include boots in that. So technically, he's at a 5-item spike at the moment, because he's got the boots. Because that's his 5th item.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. His 6 items is like when you sell boots for Phantom Dancer. Okay. But here comes Tabasco.
Here comes the curtain call as well. Millenium and Kinguin realizing that was a bad discussion and they want to have a fight instead. Stand United on Steel. He's going to jump in, kicks back Sebex. Pinoy gets the kill. And now Millenium turn on the Afterburners. Tabasco, however, turns on the Void Assault and turns on to Steel. He gets the kill. He gets shut down. Millenium now chasing into the base. It's a 4v2. D-Lord and Woolite need to make up for their earlier mistakes and try and defend the base. But Millenium will just zone them off. They jump in. They try to get the kill on Woolite. Can't quite do it. They do, however, get the Nexus Tower. They're going for the second one now as Millenium try and close out the game. Woolite and D-Lord fighting for their lives, but you cannot fight against Pinoy. They'll take down the Nexus and Millenium will go 1-0 up over Team Kinguin.
Good performance out from Millenium in the end and in the beginning of the game. There was that long portion of the game from both teams. Very back and forth, very stale sets of play, but eventually Millenium kind of come out ahead. A bit of a back and forth messy game from both teams, but they kind of are almost on the same level, I would say. We were talking about how they were kind of like, maybe we anticipate them being middle of the pack teams. I think that's for certain, both are middle of the pack.
I think Millenium is showing me stuff that makes me think they're quite good. But then they also played the same composition for quite a few games in a row, and I feel if you get them off that composition, or if you can find weaknesses in that composition, maybe you can catch them out. So, I mean, I was in week 1 saying Millenium were my dark horse to be one of the better teams. I don't think they've fulfilled that yet. I agree with you. Middle of the pack, 3rd or 4th at the moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. Kinguin, on the other hand, this is a little further back to what we saw in week 1, where Tabasco just basically wasn't in the game for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Finally got into a few of the team fights, but realistically, that start hurt him so much. Level 2, having to recall back to base, didn't even finish Krugs. It's a horrendous start.
Definitely not the start you want. Well, we're going to make like Jason hypercharge into the break. Game 2 between Millenium and Team Kinguin will kick off when we return. Pinoy being aggressive here, the sustain from Norscarin, Deadly Flourish comes down, the heal, exhaust, Woolite's low, but he has got that heal, Pinoy has to flash away, D-Lord flashes for the kill, one more auto would be enough, can he get it, can't quite get there, and now Woolite has to flash away, but he'll fall, Norscarin gets the kill, D-Lord looking for Pinoy, and Pinoy will say, not today, my friend, Steel comes in and gets 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Pinoy could be in trouble
He's
here.
overextended here, even with Norscarin, I'm not sure he survives, Tabasco takes him down, and now Norscarin finds him in the midst of 3. Kinguin going for the dive, going for the kill, Tabasco gets the double. Be pretty with the flank, the petrifying gaze onto all of Kinguin, and they're gonna be mopped up in a heartbeat. Here come Millenium, pretty off towards the side, 1 kill already in favor of Kinguin. Ice Beasto burning through Pinoy, but Ice Beasto can't get the kill, and now Kinguin run for the hills away from Millenium. Tabasco retreating, Sebex low as well as Mimic continues the chase. They'll take down the Nexus, and Millenium will go 1-0 up over Team Kinguin. Welcome back to our studio as the European Challenger Series continues with Game 2 between Millenium and Team Kinguin. Every time stress, not as much this time.
One of them you're going to punch me accidentally.
I hope not, because the size differential between us would mean that would be quite bad for me. I'd probably get fired if I punched you, is my point. Because you would like fly off the edge of the desk. But enough about us and our punching antics. Let's talk more about these two teams. Millenium, slow and steady, wins the race. There's a little bit of chaos in there as well. Did still manage to win the game.
Slow and messy. Yeah, it's. I mean, you could see Kinguin capitalizing on a couple of the mistakes that Millenium were making, but solid start of the laning phase for Millenium's bot lane. Pinoy kind of dominating the bot lane. It was like very greedy, very disrespectful, like pushing up in lane just to harass for the sake of harassing, rather than thinking about it, recognizing what you're playing against. And then had Tabasco not been put so far behind on his own jungle, maybe they could have punished on that. Yeah. But that was a pretty horrendous start for Tabasco's game. Well,
the only reason they got so far ahead was the fact that Steel could come there for that first gank early on, because Tabasco wasn't able to counter gank, was so far behind. It just made it a lot easier for Pinoy to get ahead like that. And I do have to go back to draft and say, maybe if you remove some of these power picks, the Caitlyn, the Cassio, you change the way they have to play, Millenium might start to show some weaknesses.
Yeah, maybe. I think, as you said, Millenium have showed us the same kind of composition a couple of times, and that makes for a very, what you would expect to be an easy draft, but unfortunately, like, nobody's really recognized that yet, and it's succeeded for them enough times that that's very strange.
I think it's just because it's not the overpowered picks at the moment.
That's
so
fair.
It's like they're not playing Syndra, they're not playing Jhin, they're not playing Varus, they're not playing Rengar. They're just playing champs that they're good at that just can win them the game in the end. Shen is the only pick out of those 5 that I would say, yeah, he's top tier. Maybe Lee Sin as well now.
I would say that as well. I think Lee Sin's fair depending on the jungle matchup. Yeah. It's a weird one. The CS teams have had kind of odd drafts today. Some good ones, some not so great. Like Millenium, I want to see what freedom they have in this game. I don't know whether we'll see something like the Swain we saw earlier, but the fact that in the last game Camille went through to second phase of bans is just a little strange. To give you an update, we are still waiting for the players to jump back into the lobby and get things ready. Normally we're very quick on the whole getting in between games, but this one we got a minute or 2 extra that we got to wait.
So I'm sure we can find things to talk about in that minute or 2.
David Attenborough Raptors or Rorschach impressions.
Let's do that again. Let's not do
choose.
that again. We can talk about David Attenborough Raptors. So, jungle pathing.
Yes.
Yes, see?
Probably
Segues.
not going to start on Raptors with Rumble that runs away very early on and leaves you to fight all of them.
If it was a Lee Sin, I could kind of understand it, because you could take Tempest Cripple, and you've got Flamethrower from the Rumble as well, so you do have quite good AoE. But the Kha'Zix, who works so well off isolation in the jungle.
Yeah, and theoretically, and we'll get to it in game, is that like the Rumble does most of the damage, you just auto down the Raptors, but
just didn't work out for them that time. We are into picks and bans, so less than a couple of minutes, thankfully. And it's Fiora and Ivan bans once again from Kinguin. Camille and LeBlanc. Rengar's still on the cards at the moment.
Rengar is up. They must have.
Rengar's not open anymore because Kinguin just banned it.
So where's the last ban? Is it Varus? We've seen a bunch of Varus bans come through. Will Millenium ban that away? Woolite played the Jhin last game. The Nami was the response, which I actually really liked. So I feel like it's Varus ban, pick up Jhin for Kinguin potentially.
Jace still available as well.
Jace is still up. So powerful. One of those two is getting through.
There's the Varus ban, so Jace is through here. Might be the first pick for Kinguin. Ice Beast, I'm sure, will be very happy to get himself on an aggressive top laner.
So will Steel look for his Lee Sin again? As you were talking about going into game 1, it's just been such a big pick for them. And he got 3 kills early on, looked really good. Shen has been locked in.
Yeah, Shen, and it does look like it's going to be the Lee Sin as well. Denying it from Tabasco firstly. Secondly, Steel had a great play, a great game on it in that game 1 as well.
So that means Jhin on this rotation for Kinguin. I'm looking at what else they're going to pick up. It does help if I don't hold my mute button when I start talking.
Yeah, you went to talk and you were just holding your mute button down. It's like,
okay. That last game threw me for a loop, I'm going to be honest.
It's okay.
And
It's
the Schalke quick game really was an interesting one. So we got the Jace flex, and that's the Lulu. A lot of priority on Lulu today.
Especially between these two supports. So actually both Theelord and Norscaven played it in both their games last week. And it can work out really well. You've got the Whimsy, you've got the Wild Growth, you've got such a plethora of ways to protect someone or help them out as they jump into the middle of the team. So I like this from Kinguin. You take it away from Norscaven, especially since Millenium have already started this composition that we saw last game. So you get rid of that extra facilitating factor for Pinoy just to be out of position.
And you got to pick Jhin here.
Yeah.
Like, there you go. Okay, last second Jhin, which means Millenium, if they prioritize a Caitlyn, would be the response that we saw in the previous game. Otherwise, it gets banned away. There we go, into ban phase 2. And that means Rumble likely going to get banned away by Millenium into that Shen matchup. It was a tough one in the last game. The Ice Beasto did pretty well.
Do you think Jace is probably going to go mid then, if you've got the Jace there instead of the Rumble?
I think you're still holding on to the flex potential onto it. I would assume mid lane, but at the same time, like, so Jace into Shen, Jace can push. Yeah. The trading against Shen is a little negligible just because of the way that you can deny with the W, but still Jace has an okay matchup. I think it will probably go mid. Depends on the rest of the bans here coming through. Millenium do ban out that Rumble. They don't want to have that Rumble into a tank matchup.
I think Kinguin, if I were them, I'd be saying, look, we banned 2 mid laners last time. Let's just ban the Cassio this time instead. We can leave Talia Rise up or ban Cassio Rise. Just get rid of Pretty's comfort champion and give him a Rise or something you could be a little bit more aggressive on. But they're going to focus out that support role. Thresh is an interesting one to me because Norscaven, although he is a very good Thresh, hasn't been playing that role in this team. He's been much more a facilitator for the rest of his team rather than the more aggressive, pick-orientated champions like Thresh.
Well, I mean, if Woolite and Delord are planning on being a little bit aggressive again, they don't really want to play into a Thresh with a Lulu. You get hooked, no sustain, and suddenly down you go, and you're not able to survive. And there you take away some of the sustain that was going to come through that did well into the Lulu last time.
So there is the Maokai ban alongside the Nami, as you say, taking away that sustain. Karma still on the cards here for Millenium, though, if they do want that as their support pick. Facilitates Pinoy once again in that role.
And this now gives them the counter pick on mid lane as well. So we're going to find out if that Jace is in the mid lane or whether it is flexing up to the top side. So Millenium are in a decent spot on the pacing of this draft. You know, they haven't shown too much. You've got a pushing bot lane. If they get a pushing mid lane against Jace, if it does end up being the Jace, then you can take full control of the bot side of the map.
Right, Cassiopeia is still available here for Pretty if he does want to go. They could basically run a carbon copy of their last team composition, except with the Cassio instead. Gragas locked in here. Okay. Now, we have seen this a couple of times in LCS recently. It hasn't tended to work that well.
No, it really, a lot of top laners kind of allude to it doing nothing. It used to be very good for starting fights and getting the setup of fights, but realistically, you've got to get out of the laning phase, and Shen's going to have more impact on starting, or at least helping in fights. It was the jungle pick that we still had remaining for Tabasco. This is a pick that I hope he'll be a little bit more active on. Normally Kha'Zix is an active pick, but at least he has to get into the lanes, otherwise there's really no point in picking this champion.
And the clear's pretty quick as well, and you've got Spiderlings to tank for you, so you don't need to be as scared of those Razor Beaks. But it's going to be Syndra here for Pretty, so we start to see him branch out from just that Cassio, pick up the Syndra, a very powerful mid lane pick, still not quite as strong as she used to be, but still incredibly potent in the right hands.
And a bit different from what we normally see Pretty tend towards. He tends towards those later game mages, so this time getting a little bit of earlier damage. This alongside Steel is the kind of platform they can build from, but it depends where Tabasco goes. If Tabasco can get into the mid lane, maybe land a cocoon on Pretty, force him to burn those summoners, come for a repeat gank, maybe Kinguin can get themselves a lead in game 2.
Millenium's composition, though, is still very similar to the composition we've seen them play time after time. You know, high DPS mid lane mage, Caitlyn, who's pretty safe with the Karma, you've got the Shen to protect him. What I like from Kinguin is they've said, okay, if you want to play this, we'll just take a top laner who can heavy engage onto your AD carry.
Yeah.
And say, we'll take Gragas, body slam, flash, barrel, you're hardly ever going to escape from that. Yeah,
that's the theory behind it. So we now have to watch Ice Beasto's teleports into this game. There were a couple. He had good TPs in the last game, but certainly wasn't game-changing for Kinguin. This time now, we'll have a look and keep our eyes on that Gragas in the top lane.
He's got a relatively safe top lane matchup as well into the Shen. Like, you're not really expecting either of those to dominate the lane. Like, they both push pretty well. It's fine.
Yeah, they both push fairly well. Like, Gragas will push it out with the barrel roll and be able to just kind of shove Mimic under tower for a while, and that should open up some of the top of the map. But bot side, you've got Syndra to dominate a little bit in the early game. You've got the Caitlyn, the Karma to push out in the bot lane themselves, and it makes it a big gap down in the bot side of the map for Steel to kind of go wherever he wants.
But there's a gap that Tabasco is going to be looking to fill and plug any leaking holes that he might see. If you guys want to get involved, make sure you tweet at us with hashtag EUCS. If you think Kinguin are going to tie up the series versus Millenium, use that hashtag KGN win. You think Millenium are going to round it out with their second 2-0 of the split. Hashtag MIL win alongside that. We're on to the Summoner's Rift as we get into the fourth game of the day, the second here between Millenium and Team Kinguin.
Just in time to get into game. I'm looking forward to this one again, see whether Pinoy and Norskeren in that bottom lane can punish Woolite and Delord, because last game was pretty rough out of Woolite and Delord dying in lane level 3, or level 2 at 3 minutes in, with a little bit of help from Steel, was a large oopsie by the Polish team.
A large oopsie indeed. Now, Steel has been spotted on the top side of the map. Tabasco's up there as well, so they know that junglers are probably going to be starting on those top buffs, going down towards bot lane. Hopefully Tabasco this time doesn't take quite as much hurt as he goes through his jungle rotations. I'm not actually, I said he was spotted. I saw a ping on him. I'm not sure if they actually know he's there or if they're just assuming that he is there. Because there's no vision around there, so I think it's just an assumption.
Could be. There's only a few places you can be early on, so Millenium, both teams are going to spread out and not really going to have too much of an impact to start this out. So will Tabasco have to recall at level 2 again?
Let's hope not.
I hope not.
Let's hope not. Let's talk about mid lane matchups though, because Jace, so commonly banned, we hardly ever see him. And people used to talk about how Jace was strong in top lane because it's a long lane, you've got more space to try and angle your shock blast. In mid lane, it's a little bit more compact. The minions are more likely to block off those angles that you're looking for. Into a Syndra, how does this matchup play out in your opinion?
Well, Syndra, as with most lanes, is going to take advantage early on. The only time Sebex will get good trades early is if somehow Pretty makes a mistake and there's a bunch of autos that come through. Pretty should have the push early on as well, but Sebex will even that up the later the lane goes. As soon as your Shock Blast combos start doing significant amounts of damage, Syndra has to kind of cater herself in the lane away from trading against him. Kind of all-in potential. Double exhaust in this lane means the first all-in tends not to kill. It's the second one. You've got to burn through that exhaust first.
A lot of the time, that's the story of mid lane as well, though. You go around, you get a gank off to get the summoners down, and then you come back for that repeat gank later on. Tabasco's done an entire clear of his topside jungle. Steel, instead of that, just going buff to buff. Well, he went buff to wolves to buff, so we'll be ever so slightly quicker on this jungle pathing, and it means he'll get Scuttle Crab priority as well, which gets him a little bit of vision in the river that is oh so desirable.
And you can see he's trying to come up towards mid lane. There is a bit of a push for Sebex. He's the one that has a bigger wave stacked. Tabasco has seen him. Did spot the ward that got placed as well. And now is where Woolite and Delord have to give at least a little respect over to Steel. Maybe can't be quite so aggressive. Delord did move up to put a ward down in the river bush, make sure they didn't get caught out.
And they are just constantly being harassed in this bottom lane as well, as you'd expect. Norskeren burning through his mana a little bit as he continually chucks out those inner flames. There's a big wave building up towards Woolite and D-Lord, so they won't want to take a trade, but Pinoy and Norskeren do. The chains lands, Pinoy goes on to D-Lord, Woolite doesn't land the deadly flourish, and Norskeren can step forward once again, and Mantrid in a flame will take Woolite low, but he's got longsword 3 pots, so he'll just pop one of those to try and sustain.
Level 3 spike came through. That's a nice shock blast. That basically
thread the needle.
Turns the lane around over the last minute or so. Bot lane, level 3 from Norskeren. As soon as they hit it, they went aggressive. Got the chains down onto Woolite and put the damage down as well. Woolite and Delord still a little against it with the amount of presence in the lane that Pinoy and Norscarin have. They're outputting a lot of damage. Ice Beast, though, taunts, body slams in, gets taunted. It's some rough trades early on in this top lane for Ice Beast, though.
I think it will be for a little while. He'll probably build down that tank route. We tend to see Spirit Visage coming out on the Gragas because of the passive with the Happy Hour, giving you so much more sustain. Just increases that healing. Instead, he's going double Dorans just for the lane presence that he can get, and some boots to get himself back there a little bit quicker, hoping not to have to burn his teleport. Well, Steel is on that top side of the map as well, so maybe American Steel will look to impact Ice Beast as soon as he comes back for that lane.
Woolite and Delord were looking to go aggressive in the lane, but the problem is Kinguin didn't actually know where Steel was. Tabasco in the jungle rappelled up to see whether the dragon was being done, or at least whether Steel was there. They've got the cocoon.
And Norscarin caught out, exhaust straight onto Tabasco and the trap. Annoying. Oh, Norscarin almost gets taken out with a Glitter Lance, but Millenium won't retreat. Do burn the heal and the exhaust though, and Kinguin are the ones who are aggressors in the bottom lane this game.
And Millenium maintain their flashes in the bottom lane, but that's a nice catch, sending Karma back. Caitlyn doesn't want to recall yet. If she recalls out this early on, you don't get that BF sword timing. You get a very awkward timing on your first item, and it really hinders her ability to harass and push in the lane. You can see Woolite is just going to try and push this out and get a recall, hopefully, before Pinoy can get to a point where they recall at the same time, but Pretty, not quite 6, can't capitalize in the mid lane himself.
All he needs is a little bit of harass, and then Sebex now has burnt through all of his potions. Pretty still sitting on a couple of those biscuits for himself, which means that Sebex needs to be careful of the unleashed power. Syndra's still the powerhouse she has always been. Let's see. Norscarin looking for a bit of a flank here. Has already gone back. Woolite oversteps, steps in a trap as well. He's just going to get caught out. Hit the chains. Woolite does have flash if he wants to get away. Flourish onto Pinoy. No heal. The Whimsy down as well. Woolite steps forward once again. He's dead. He had heal and he dies. D-Lord had exhaust. Just overstepped by Kinguin, and Millenium now going to capitalize on it. D-Lord flashes away. TP in by Ice Beast. He'll cancel that. And that's just poor positioning from Kinguin.
Disastrous from Kinguin, didn't use their summoners and died from it. Woolite stepped on a trap in the lane, and Millenium capitalized again. It's like watching game 1. The way that in the laning phase, Woolite and Delord just are not really up to scratch of Pinoy and Norscarin, and a lot of it is the fact they're just giving advantages over to Millenium.
It's surprising as well, because Woolite and D-Lord have always been consistent for Kinguin. Never a standout performance by either of them, but always strong in the lane, safe, able just to play these utility AD carries and work it for the late game for the team here. Once again, just caught out, and it was just an overstep. Ice Beast is going to trade onto Mimic, but just handbag fight in the top lane.
Just throwing them around at each other up there.
Swinging them in.
Itemization-wise, no handbags, but a nice pair of shoes for Pinoy to go alongside a dagger, apparently. So he's just bought those level 2 boots already, wanting to get out onto the lane, get that attack speed increase, and wanting to move from lane to lane a little faster. It's
an interesting choice as well, because I'm pretty sure he picked up the BF sword and then undid it and decided to go for the Berserker Greaves instead. So prioritizing a little bit more attack speed and that speed around the map as well as you stay, instead of just the pure damage output you get from the BF sword.
Yeah, and Pinoy is down on CS still as well, despite that first kill going over to Norscarin in the lane. And Millenium just trying to make sure that they aren't getting pushed in or harassed down too much by Woolite and Delord. Will be able to try and push back, but very rare that a Caitlyn Karma lane is getting shoved in. They're having trouble with Woolite and Delord, at least when it comes to where the lane is positioned. And a lot of that is the fact that Tabasco has been on the bottom side, focusing vision control. You can see 2 wards, one in Tribush, one in the shallow entrance of Millenium's jungle. Just maintaining some control.
Now, Tabasco has had a better early game than he had in the last game, although still behind on CS, and we see Millenium pushing forward here, perhaps looking for that bot lane dive. Tabasco's around the corner.
Against Shen. Oh, no, with the Shen.
Yeah, with
My
the
apologies.
Shen. But still, Ice Beast, though, actually doesn't have teleport at the moment. If he does, Gragas can have a huge impact in fights. Tabasco was expecting it. He was waiting around the corner, but now there's strong vision control for Millenium in that in that red side jungle of Kinguin, which just allows Steel to do whatever he really wants around this jungle.
They're trying to maybe catch Sebex on his way down to bot lane. The problem is because Millenium haven't shown anything on bot side, Sebex isn't moving in a pattern that would put him down in the bot lane himself. Mimic will taunt on Ice Beasto and take a trade again. No real action aside from that bot lane attempt earlier. And this is a slower one out of Millenium and Kinguin.
I think Millenium are happy for it to be slower, though. This suits their playstyle pretty well. Pretty late game. Syndra still has Unleashed Power, still has Press R, kill someone. Pinoy has the strength of the anti-siege and the siege potential that he gets from a Caitlyn, and we've seen them play this composition time and time again. Kinguin, it's on them. The impetus of this game is on them to make some plays. And we talked about Tabasco having the early game on this Elise. Once again, he goes low in his own jungle, and Steel just kills him. He's just dead once again.
They knew it was warded. Now Sebex in trouble.
Unleashed Power takes him down to half. The Stand United comes in as well. Mimic lands the taunt. Can't quite get the damage down, and now he's tanking tower. There's a TP in by Ice Beasto. He's going to try and join the party. Has Flash, has Body Slam, jumps onto Mimic. Uses the barrel, knocks him back. Sebex lands the Shockwave. The curtains open. Pretty just about gets off towards the side. And Kinguin are able to capitalize on an aggressive dive.
Aggressive overcommit in the mid lane. Pinoy wants to chase Woolite down, doesn't quite land the rest of the damage. And Millenium somewhat punished, but Tabasco, you know your jungle's warded. You just watched them trying to set up a play on the bot side, and you drop incredibly low on the Raptors, and it's a flash kick from Steel, just takes him out. Tabasco really having a rough series.
Exactly. We've had a lot of jungle substitutions over the Challenger Series split, and this almost feels like one. Pinoy continues to be aggressive, but this Tabasco is a very different player than the one we saw last week.
Yeah, now it's really difficult for Kinguin to play around that. I really don't understand why Tabasco is making a couple of these, blind mistakes.
But he is going to get caught out. He was trying to back, perhaps didn't realize Tabasco was on his way. Chucks the scuttle at him. Take a bit of crab, my friend. Does manage to escape. Looks
like Tabasco kind of, they saw Pretty move out of the lane, I think. And the ward, was he actually standing on a ward? I know that.
I placed that afterwards. It was just a prediction.
I was going to say there's a control ward that was originally there. Prediction cocoon of obviously not wanting to face check. Tabasco sensed that Pretty was in there.
Well, it's a smart jungle move as well. We see it from Lee Sins, chuck Sonic Waves into bushes to make sure that there's nothing that can catch them out. Tabasco just hasn't had the impact he really would have liked to have on this Elise. And conversely, Steel has been playing incredibly well, being in the right position at the right time, catching people out, playing the vision game, which is so vital at this sort of level of jungle. And once again, he's going to clear out wards, take the scuttle, set up for a Cloud Drake if he wants it.
Or not, if he doesn't want it.
I didn't see what Drake it was before I started that, and I was like, oh, it could be an Inferno, and there's no, it's a Cloud. They might look down towards bottom lane here.
Yeah,
just get the ward in.
Trying to see if anybody comes to ward, because normally you'll catch somebody coming through Tribush, and they get nothing.
It's smart play though. It's working the angles, working the vision, understanding where the enemy might be. I mean, you're a bit unfortunate that Woolite and D-Lord were both backing at that exact moment, so.
But also fortunate now because Millenium go for the dragon, put the pressure down in mid lane, and they're going to try and shove out bot at the same time. Ice Beasto is recalling out from this, so maybe looking to try and defend on bot side here. He is pushing in. Karma Caitlyn are going down to the bot lane. Trying to even the push timing out. Karma and Caitlyn will push fairly quickly.
No, they will. Going to clear this wave. There's another wave coming in as well, and Steel is on his way, so might be the first turret going down here, unless Ice Beasto can react quickly enough. He does, of course, have that explosive cast, but no flash. And actually, he's not even going to come up towards the turret. They just give this one up, and it looks like they'll get one in return in the top lane. But first Tower Blood goes down for Millenium.
Yeah, Millenium get it way faster than Kinguin could, and Kinguin were the ones that made the play first. Remember, the Dragon also went over to Millenium on this exchange as well. Steel is looking to assume control of the bot side jungle, as Pretty has pushed up mid lane as well. They know that there's no possible reaction yet from Kinguin. Ice Beasto wants to try and stop this, but
it's pretty difficult to do when the entirety of the enemy team is just waiting around the corner. Millenium have had good control of that jungle. Kinguin happy to, not happy, but will be okay giving it up for the moment. They're just trying to get what they can where they can, scaling up towards these Yumu's spikes. You know, we've already got one on Jhin, starting to see some lethality on the Jace as well. Mid-game, they have an incredibly powerful team, but Millenium with this Syndra kind of pad out their mid-game a little bit more than if they were playing the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, certainly do. If you can find Sebex before a fight starts, or even find Woolite, get that unleashed power down, chunk them out, and that means you can't siege effectively if you're always under the threat of death. So Kinguin still have a lot of work to do in this game. They are trailing by 1,000 gold right now, and of course that Cloud Drake should allow Millenium to at least start fights a little faster.
In Picks and Bans, we were talking about how we saw Millenium and Kinguin as, you know, 3rd, 4th, 4th, 5th place teams, and I feel this game is a superb example of why they're not challenging for those top spots.
Yeah.
It's slow, it's methodical, but it's not step-by-step methodical. It's they're waiting until the enemy makes a mistake, or they're waiting until perhaps they get a little bit more damage on a turret. There's no proactive, logical play from them. It's all just like, we'll put a ward here, maybe someone will get caught out, we'll play it slow in the bottom lane. And against teams like Schalke, this would be punished.
It would be, and you know what it actually feels like? It feels like both teams have obviously been studying and watching enough VODs and looking at how the top teams do things, and they're just trying to go through the motions of what was being done, rather than having the understanding. Whereas I feel like, to some extent, when Schalke were playing earlier, they had the understanding of why you're making that play, of why you're going for the dive under the tower, how to set that up. This feels like two teams that are trying to just do rather than understand.
It reminds me of Bob Ross. And this is going to sound like an odd analogy, right? But
okay.
if you paint along with Bob Ross and you do everything he says, at the end of it, you can get a great painting.
Okay.
But you can't make a painting out of nothing, which is what Schalke do. So Millenium, they understand, like they've got Schalke, or they've got an analyst saying, this is what you should do step by step by step. And at the end of it, it looks like a clean game, perfect game, they played it right, that's fine. And that can work. But when you play against the higher level teams who can create a strategy on the fly, that's when you need to understand why you're painting those pretty little trees, and why everyone needs a friend.
I see what you mean. There's an angry spider coming up towards some trees at this point. We'll see how that ends.
Well, Pretty is looking for it, catches him out, steals there once again, takes the kill for himself.
That one doesn't matter whether you're Bob Ross or whatever kind of masterpiece you're creating. It's an easy pickup for Tabasco. There's no spiders on that painting anymore. It's kind of like that old adage of, you know, give a man a fish, he'll, what is it?
He'll eat for a day, teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it just feels like these teams not quite at the cutting edge of like, understanding the plays and the setup for all of it. Because now, like, look, Millenium, they get the tower, it's great. It's a good setup for them. They get mid tower. Against Jace, that's a fairly significant tower to take down. But Millenium, they're going to back away and reset themselves.
I think it's important as well to say that you have to start somewhere. Like, if you're starting somewhere, is the baby steps of we do this, we do this, we do that, we do this, that's fine. It's just you need to make sure you're progressing that and you're understanding why you're doing it, which is not quite what I see from Millenium yet. However, week 1 they were very poor, week 2 they were pretty strong, and week 3 they're looking ever so slightly stronger than that, except Pinoy gets caught out, Norscare, and comes in to tank up the shots. Tanks 1, tanks 2, tanks 3, and Pinoy will escape.
Oh, Tabasco is looking around the side. Pinoy actually net into one of the shock blasts that came out there. So Kinguin trying to answer the mid push, but you can see it's very, very stale. Top side has been pushed out. Pretty gets caught this time. Millenium have to start dodging. Like, they cannot afford to be hit by all of these, you know, projectiles, because now Kinguin answer back in what should have been a very difficult play to make. Kinguin land 2 shock blasts, and suddenly the tower goes down as well.
And the rest of the team isn't there to try and back up the
Mimic
defense
has to move.
either. Yeah, Mimic is moving immediately. The pathing actually, oh, he's moving back though.
Oh, because he thinks Tabasco is coming instantly. He saw the ward go over the wall and thinks Tabasco is instantly coming into the lane. So he has to play this fairly carefully. Nobody from Millenium is defending this play, and they're not getting anything elsewhere on the map. Because Kinguin pushed the top side out, Millenium focused on mid, didn't have anything else to take. And there's no real way. I mean, Millenium are very, you know, ambitiously pinging on top tower. When you have 2, like a full wave and a second one that's going to come through before you're ever getting to that tower. Pretty likely cannot push this tower down on his own.
And Ice Beast still has teleport even if you get there
exactly.
in time. I mean, Pinoy and Norskeren are on their way up there, and it actually looks like the reaction from Kinguin is just to let it go because no one is pathing up towards that top side. So Kinguin perhaps not understanding exactly what Millenium were going to do.
Kinguin didn't take the Drake on the way out either, so now Lee Sin walks in, takes the Drake solo. That should be punished. That shouldn't be possible when you had 5 people on the bot side from Kinguin, a teleport available, and you have all of this damage down. This is the problem, is like Kinguin just back away, they go, okay, we got the tower, not looking at what else they can get on the map.
And Millenium ended up actually not even taking the top tower because it'd been so long since they were pushed up that far that all of their vision had expired. So they had no idea where Kinguin were. They could have all been just waiting in a bush somewhere around the jungle. Now we'll see Steel stepping into the jungle. It's exactly reverse of what Tabasco and D-Lord are doing here. If you split the map down the middle, it's symmetry in motion between these two teams. But Sebex and Wooler are going to come and try and defend this top lane tower.
And see, they've put now Pretty again up in the top lane, pushing through. They can't get the tower just on their own. Sebex will be able to defend this. And again, we're stalled. We're into a holding pattern on this game. Steel wants to try and dive. We'll see whether Sebex... He misses the Q at that point, when Sebex is fine here. They force the teleport out. That shouldn't complete. They end up cancelling it. I think once that Q had missed, I don't even know whether the teleport was entirely necessary out of Ice Beast.
I think it came as the Q was sort of missing. And then he was like, oh, okay, I really shouldn't have done this. And it is a cooldown, of course, but reduced because he cancelled it.
Yep.
It looks like Kinguin are going to set up round that mid lane. They have got great vision control at the moment. Well, I say great. They've got vision control at the moment of that blue side jungle. Steel once again looks for Sebex. Doesn't go for the kick, and they will get the tower. So Steel staying around means they can take this tower down.
But Kinguin... I mean, they haven't replied with the fact that Steel's been topside for the last minute and a half. There's nothing that Kinguin have been able to do. Despite having full vision on the bot side jungle, they lost their teleport. And, I mean, they never really have teleport advantage against the Shen because of Stand United.
Oh, Tabasco, Unleashed Power, repels up. Here's the curtain call. Steel and Pretty trying to dodge out from the side. Stand United comes down as well, and Sebex overextended into the fight. Norskeren tries to get the tether. Steel takes the kill. He'll fall as well, though. Here's Pinoy. 2-for-1 trade now in favor of Millenium. And it looks like Ice Beast is just fighting up against Mimic. I think he may have cancelled the Stand United out. Mimic's going to have to try and run away. Knocked back once again. Flashes.
Mimic was respecting a body slam flash coming over the wall there. Didn't want Ice Beasto to catch him out and get a kill. Mimic still has his teleport advantage, and that's one of the things that Kinguin have to play around, because Mimic is going to recall out here. No smite available since there's no jungler for Steel, so I doubt they'll go for the Baron. But they can get vision control around it and look to push Kinguin back.
Something Millenium are very good at doing is funneling farm onto their carries. So if you look at Pretty and Pinoy, last game 30 minutes, they both had over 300 CS. This game, we're 20 minutes in, they both got over 200 CS. So they are good at getting gold onto the sources that need it. And the Pretty now has that Leandres alongside the Morello Nomicon to try and melt through this Kinguin lineup. And
now this is the thing that that I wonder whether they can do against a team like Schalke, because Millenium have been very slow on this game. They've not really dictated the pace a whole lot. And I think stronger teams will punish, and punish effectively. I've got some good news for you.
Hey, it's a proto belt.
Yeah, it turns out your premonition earlier was 3 games too early.
Hey, you know, you can't predict exactly when it's going to happen.
I know, right? It's...
It's a gift I can't control, you know, it just happens on occasion. But
at some point, Proto Belt
on Elise
was going to be made.
There we go, and it was second item as well, so fits right into that position. Now, Millenium trying to just set up vision once again around the Baron, as you were saying. However, Steel takes a shock blast to the face. He's going tanky on this Lee Sin, which I really like. We saw last game, I believe he went for the Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
This game, he's gone up towards that Randuin's or Dead Man's Plate probably as well. Tabasco's going to get caught out. We'll just repel up, jumps over to Norskeren, flashes the wall. Pinoy channels the ace in the hole. Here's the curtain call though, and Steel has the wall jump away, but he's caught in the pit with the Baron. Steel's realized he hasn't really got anywhere to go, and Kinguin will take him out.
That was nice. Willite aggro's the Baron for Steel, says, hey, this is what you were looking for, wasn't it? And lets him die to the spikes at the back of the Baron pit. Kinguin, a little bit of a fancy outplay. Mimic didn't use Stand United at all to try and save, and now the traps are out to try and save this one as Millenium are trying to stay under the tower.
Kinguin do take towers very quickly with the Jace as well. You got
This is
Jace
4v5.
Mimic's there. He comes in from the side, trying to land the taunt. Flash away by Woolite. Wild growth as well. Mimic pots down the Spirit's Refuge. Pinoy knocked in. Stand United straight away. And look at the kill. D-Lord's dead. And now Millenium could try and re-engage. I'm not sure they have the range for it, though. Kinguin will back away after losing their support.
Yeah, with no flash on Mimic, they weren't really able to close that gap. Millenium are going to try and at least maintain control. Pinoy. Now they don't get Baron control.
Don't get control of much at all. And this is something we did see last week as well. The Schalke PSG game. PSG were miles ahead. Well, far enough ahead. 8 kills to 1 at the time. And then they went for a Baron after taking down Selfie. It cost them dearly because the Jace damage from downtown was absolutely huge. And it's always a risk when you play into a Jace, into a Jhin. If you go for a big objective, well, might get caught out slightly here. The ace in the hole comes down. Tabasco cuts it up. Good Dragon's Rage kick will knock them both up. Steel still looking for it, but decides better of it as he sees the Kinguin reinforcements arrive.
And this is the thing, rather than swinging over and clearing out a couple of the wards that are still around, Millenium with Steel choose to just go aggressive. They think that they can find Woolite, but don't actually have the numbers, or at least a read on how many people are there. And it's wasted time like this. Every time they have one of these setups where Millenium can go aggressive, they're not quite doing the due diligence on you know, can we actually take this fight? Can we clear these wards? Where should we be going?
With another, well, first Ocean Drake of the game on the cards. Millenium set up for it once again. It will be their third Drake if they get it. Mimic's still down in that bottom lane. He's got a massive wave there pushing up with him. And now Kinguin try and stop this one from happening. There's a back coming out, I think, from Pinoy. So he's not actually going to be with this fight. And Millenium might just decide they don't want to go for the dragon for the time being.
And the thing is, Kinguin aren't doing anything from this. They go, oh, okay, they're not taking the dragon. We'll, both of us will rush down to the bottom lane. Look at this, they're fighting. Like, Woolite actually popped his Ghost Blade because he was trying at first to go to the bot lane, realizes that Ice Beasto's going there, so kind of pieces out and takes the red. But Kinguin, they finally get a little bit of vision control. Now they've cleared out the Baron buff wards, the Baron pit wards at least, and settled a couple of wards there of their own.
This is the slow play we've come to expect from Millenium, not so much from Kinguin, in all honesty. It's usually Tabasco dictating the pace of these games, and today he seemed surprisingly absent in a lot of the early games. Pretty takes some poke, Deadly Flourish, not going to connect. Pretty deciding against getting the Seeker's Arm Guard into this Jace, instead going for the raw damage that you get from Leandres and Morello Nomica. Yeah,
of course, tried earlier getting from that Haunting Guys, getting a little bit of survivability with the extra help, but it counts a lot more for that Magic Pen. Ice Beasto not having the most success on this Gragas, hasn't really offered too much. A couple of fights that he's been disruptive in, but not really a massive impact champion. They're going to try a Baron trade on this?
It looked like it. I think they're just going for a Baron Vision trade.
Yeah, they're just going to get the Vision. I'm glad they're not going to go aggressive on that. But Kinguin finally find the opening.
But the thing is, they found the opening, but they didn't really do a huge amount to find the opening. It's just the fact that you saw Pretty in the top lane. It's like, okay, it's a Drake. Like, they can't fight this 4v5. Yep. It's an even game. It's only 1,000 gold the difference between the two of us.
Yep, without Syndra, there's no way that they can fight. And you can see Kinguin, while they didn't have a proper read on whether the Baron had been started, it's still just a Shock Blast. And then they check it. It's easy. They know they're not there. Millenium couldn't get anything else. Slowed down again on this game.
So we are, yeah, as you say, 27 minutes in, relatively so. Only 9 kills in it, only 1,000 gold between the two teams. But we're now starting to see some spikes of damage coming out from Kinguin. They've got Edge of Night finished on the Jhin and on the Jace. They've got those Yumus finished as well. They've got triple tank items for Ice Beaster, so he is that front line for the team. And
realistically, this is not quite how Millenium as an organization would like their team to be performing. When you look at their lineage over the last couple of splits, when they re-entered Challenger, Millenium looked very, very strong. They were the strongest team we had, dominated the regular split, but as soon as it got to playoffs, it all fell apart. They just couldn't really perform when it came to playing on the stage, and since that, they lost a couple of players, went through the next split, lost more players coming into this split, and now we actually have to question, like, they don't seem like a top 2 or top 3 team in Challenger, like maybe 3rd spot.
See, the thing is, if Fnatic Academy still had Boxer, I
Yeah.
would say they didn't. But now that Fnatic Academy aren't looking as strong as they are, and PSG, who were the hyped-up team before the split started, have looked, in all honesty, underwhelming.
Yeah.
I think Millenium still have a shot at that second or third spot, but not because they're playing to the degree that Schalke are, just because they're playing better than the rest of the teams. Dragon's Rage kicked onto Tabasco, tries to knock him back. He's going to see if he can jump away, flashes. Sonic Wave doesn't connect. The Stand United comes in though, and Woolite may be overextended here.
reach.
Icebeasto joins. As you say, they're overreaching. Icebeasto jumps in. The knockback. Pinoy has to flash. Mimic the front line. Icebeasto trying to do what he can here, and here comes the curtain call. Pinoy takes one. Mimic takes another. Pinoy takes the third and dodges the fourth. But Mimic will go down. Team Kinguin collapse. Sebex tries to get onto Pinoy. Can't quite make the connection. But Pinoy now stuck on the wrong side of the rift. Sebex will chase him down. Hello, my friend, he says. Kills the Caitlyn.
Easy kill, and Kinguin punish Millenium for overreaching on that fight. As soon as they missed the first couple of pieces of that, crowd control, Millenium should just back themselves away. Sebex now has to deal with Steel.
Unleashed power comes out, Steel's dead, and that means the Baron's a lot easier, but the rest of Kinguin have jumped onto Pretty. Deadly Flourish in as well. Icebeasto will help Woolite take the kill, and now the Baron's a lot easier for Kinguin. Sebex goes incredibly low to it, as does Tabasco. Icebeasto says, it's all right, guys. I can tank up a few shots myself. They'll take the Baron, they'll take the fight, and they'll take the lead in this game.
Millenium, from being in the advantageous position, just overreaching. Kinguin punished them, and from what was a game that Millenium looked to be in control of, Kinguin have really bounced back, and now with this Jace, with this Jhin, they should be able to siege up on towers fairly effectively. And finally, we saw the impact from Icebeasto. What a beautiful ultimate. Body slam flash into the ult. Gets both Pinoy, Steel, everybody low and pushed into the fight. And from there, just a matter of the curtain call. It's a lot of damage down onto Pinoy and Mimic. Didn't matter that Pinoy managed to dodge the last one because he got spotted going over the wall, and now he's probably about to die in a 1v1.
Yeah, Icebeasto should be able to take him out, knocks him back with the explosive cast. The cutting call will come down as well. Pinoy not in the position he would like to be against that Gragas.
The Fat Man not tempted by Yordle cupcakes. Didn't step on the traps. Easy dodges through. And Kinguin look like they're going to wrap this game up. They're going to be able to get an inhibitor, surely. I mean, Mimic is down on the bottom lane, pushing out to deter the next push. But that was going to be top inner. It's going to be top inhib tower going down by the looks of things. Then mid inner as well. This is a significant push from Kinguin.
Yeah, look at the amount the gold has swung as well. Millenium a few minutes ago were 1,000 ahead, and now it's 4,000 in favor of Kinguin. They get an inhibitor. They're going to get another tower off this as well. And the early game stretched by Millenium, the delaying of this game has not helped them a jot. Kinguin just take whatever they want out of the base of Millenium.
Kinguin in a good spot now after a very, very rough game and a half. I mean, Sebex now 5-1-2 in a really good spot. Woolite just picks up the Duskblade on top of his previous items. And if Millenium can somehow weather the storm over the next 2 minutes, maybe they can hold on. Another good fight. Maybe Pinoy can turn back around. He's got a 55 CS advantage, has that Infinity Edge, building towards his third item, has a bit of a mix and match on the cards, but Millenium need a good team fight to hold on to this game.
And the problem is that last team fight just felt forced from them. They overreached.
Yep.
As soon as Woolite was out of the back of the fight and wasn't being pressured, he could just open up the curtain call, and Millenium were running for the hills, just trying to get out of there. And the problem always is going to be Icebeasto getting onto your backline. If he's able to get there, there's so little Kinguin can do, because the disengage from Karma isn't as strong perhaps as someone like the Nami or the Lulu. And Millenium will just try and fight off towards the side. I thought that was a Gragas explosive cast for a second. It was actually just the boss cone. But 5,000 gold now the lead for Kinguin as they start to close out this game.
They got another tower using this Baron buff. There's a Dragon Live. This one, it's finally an interesting one. Infernal Drake dies very quickly.
All dragons are interesting, okay? Don't be Dragonist. Like, you've got 2 Cloud Drakes. That meant Millenium could rotate quicker and try and get some objectives.
That's fair. That's fair. They tried. It didn't help them starting that fight.
Didn't work, but yeah. I think the Infernal Drake perhaps has a more obvious impact on the game than the Cloud or the Ocean, but Kinguin will be happy to have that. And you have to think that it is Kinguin's game to lose from here on out. Although the Caitlyn is getting up towards that 4-item spike that you speak of, You do have almost a Locket of the Iron Solari on Norscarin. You've got Void Staff, a huge amount of magic penetration from Pretty, and a big tank in that Shen. Millenium haven't been able to get this composition to work in the way that it usually does for them.
Gragas got that redemption as well. You know, makes it difficult to kill. That's why you're seeing a Mortal Reminder come through from Pinoy. Feels like we're so close to Kinguin tying up this series. Of course, best of 2 would be our first tie.
It would be. And it would make the point standings very interesting indeed. The curtains open once again. Pinoy takes up a couple of shots. Look at the damage on him. He's down to half. Here comes Ice Beasto, jumps in. Stand United, the turret not dead yet. Ice Beasto with a wild growth on him as well. Now back away for the time being. Happy with the cooldowns they get. There's the first redemption. Ice Beasto still has his own. Just waiting for the minions to come in. Super's pushing in top lane as well. Pretty looking for a flank, trying to catch someone out. Tabasco cocoons him.
Oh, they call Woolite!
Woolite's dead. Norscarin gets him. However, Pretty's fallen in response. Pinoy gets jumped on by Ice Beasto. Mimic in the backline trying to do what he can. But Kinguin collapses onto him. Sebex chucks down the hammer and Mimic has to flash away. And even a 1-for-1 trade, but Kinguin aren't done quite yet.
See if Sebex can land another Shock Blast combo. It would be enough to take out Norscarin, perhaps.
Doesn't quite get it, but they do get the tower now. The inhibitor will get down as well. Super's eventually getting up towards those Nexus turret. Mimic still has the GA, as does Ice Beasto. Steel looking for the flank, but the minions are in the way. Here's Pinoy, though. He's going to try and melt through the enemy team. Kinguin going low. Sebex gets onto Steel. Ice Beasto on Pinoy. Pinoy's dead. Ice Beasto takes him down with his belly. And now Mimic trying to run away in the GA. D-Lord flashes in. Glitterlance slow gets the kill. Norscarin, the last member standing, flashes from the explosive cast, but Kinguin will take down the Nexus towers and they'll take the win and even out the series against Millenium.
One bad fight from Millenium turned this game completely around. Kinguin with an easy finish after taking that Baron. You just take all the towers, move to bot lane, and honestly, Millenium were just trying to fight, all in bad situations. And it just wasn't really clean at any point from either team.
It felt very different to the Millenium we've seen when they win as well, because they're happy to let the enemy team just engage on them, keep Pinoy alive, and then say, okay, we'll counter-engage. And there, they were very much forcing the fight, as you say, and they overreached to try and get onto Woolite. It just didn't work for them.
Yeah, the setups were messy, and I mean, Kinguin closed out the game. It wasn't a pretty game overall for them, but being able to capitalize on Millenium making that mistake, recognizing that Millenium were reaching way too far on that fight and turning it back around, that was one of the first performances on the Gragas top lane that we've actually seen be that effective.
Yeah. And it worked out well for them. I really like it as a pick in that specific composition. I don't think it's a pick you can use in many other ways. I think it has to be to try and catch someone on the back. So it works for Jhin as well, you could say, with the curtain call coming out. If you can actually get there, you can snipe someone off. But neither of these teams showing us something that really makes me motivated to follow them in like an aggressive fashion. It's not like Schalke, who I think we all agree are probably going to be #1. These guys are middle of the pack at best.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's you know, it's kind of maybe the worst thing that can happen for both teams is a tie on that series, because now neither of them really have that burst of acceleration up the table. They just edge a little further up. Now they're on 4 points instead of 3 points. So
but it's still
stuck in the middle of the table.
Points do matter. Points do matter. We still have 9 points available for both these teams as well. Well, it's 2 down and 1 to go for us today. Up next, our final match of the week between Paris Saint-Germain and Misfits Academy. We'll see you in 210 seconds. Woolite oversteps, steps in the trap as well. He's just going to get caught out. Hit the chains. Woolite does have flash if he wants to get away. Flourish onto Pinoy. No heal. The Whimsy down as well. Woolite steps forward once again. He's dead. He had heal and he dies. D-Lord had exhaust. If you paint along with Bob Ross and you do everything he says, at the end of it, you can get a great painting.
Okay.
Oh, Tabasco, Unleash Power, repels up. Here's the curtain call. Steel and Pretty trying to dodge out from the side. Stand United comes down as well, and Sebex overextended into the fight. Norscarin tries to get the tether. Steel takes the kill. He'll fall as well, though. Here's Pinoy. Sebex will chase him down. Hello, my friend, he says. Kills the Caitlyn, trying to catch someone out. Tabasco cocoons him.
Oh, they call Woolite.
Woolite's dead. Norscarin gets him. However, Pretty's fallen in response. Pinoy gets jumped on by Ice Beasto. Mimic in the backline trying to do what he can, but Kinguin collapses onto him. Sebex chucks down the hammer and Mimic has to flash away. But Kinguin will take down the Nexus towers and they'll take the win and even out the series against Millenium. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series, where we're about to get into our final match of the day between Paris Saint-Germain and Misfits Academy. I'm going to promise you now, this is literally only for today. I'm not going to do these hand movements anymore on Challenger. I think it's enough. I think we've had it. The joke's run out. It was amusing to start off with, and now I'm just a big guy shaking his hands around.
That's one way of putting it. Anyway, we got a new series.
That we have.
Series of the day.
It's going to be great as well. It's Paris Saint-Germain taking on Misfits Academy. Let's have a look at the Paris Saint-Germain lineup to start us off. In the top lane, it is Steve. In the jungle, it's Kyrie. Mid is Blanc, AD carry, Pilot, and their support, Spratel.
And their opponents on the red side, Misfits Academy. In the top lane, Jizu. In the jungle, Pride Stalker. Mid lane is Kozku. AD carry is Yuki60. Their support is Dreams.
Two struggling teams here, Stress.
Yep.
Paris Saint-Germain, especially so when you look at what the expectations were for them before this split started. They're sitting in last place with 0 points, with 0 match wins, never mind series wins. It's not going well for them.
Yeah, it's rough. And now we have to find out, are PSG any good? In the sense of, they played against Fnatic Academy when they had Broxer, but PSG looked better in week 2, where They had a bit of a better early game with the Sivir, with the Rise, looked good, but still had some issues with Pilot being very aggressive. Sometimes it worked out well, though.
Yeah, sometimes it can work out well for them, and they can utilize it to their advantage, but a lot of the time it just felt like he wasn't communicating as well with his team as he could do. So here is an example of where it does work out well. He's diving turrets here to get the kill because he has the Stand United, because he has the backup. But if that hadn't been communicated properly, if the Stand United hadn't come in, if they hadn't understood what exactly we wanted to do, that's where they start to see cracks.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen a couple of times as Pilot's been out on his own. But, you know, they have played against the strongest teams so far, theoretically, when you look at Fnatic Academy's Week 1 performance. So the jury's out. They've still got time. 3 weeks of games, including today, potentially, could net them 9 points by the end of it if they can win all their series.
That's the thing. It has to be 3 weeks and 3 wins for them to make sure they can get to the playoffs. There's still a mathematical chance even with that they don't get there. So it's a very difficult road for them to walk, but I'm sure they'll be trying to walk it as well as they can. On the other side of the rift, Misfits Academy. Week 1, they look pretty good. Week 2, not so much. And once again, it's the story of a jungler being lost and being replaced with someone else. Kadir, of course, decided to spend some time doing his studies. Pridestalker stepped in and looked weak in both of his games.
Yeah, he didn't really look so great on... a lot of the awareness factor was what Vedius was talking about. Just didn't really have the awareness of where he should be at all times, and compared to a lot of the other pro players, didn't seem up to scratch. We're in picks and pans.
That we are, and PSG on the blue side ban out Shen. So we're not going to see that strong tank up in the top lane. Misfits Academy could, of course, go for those traditional bans that we tend to see from them. Have a few different options, though. We've seen a lot more variety in picks and bans in 7.3.
We have. We've seen a lot of variety, and... not going to see Camille in this game. Camille banned away. Jace now banned away as well. So, interesting situation. Rengar, LeBlanc, still going to get banned out by Misfits Academy, you have to assume?
Yeah, well, LeBlanc has already been banned out, so you can assume that one all you want. It's on the screen for you. Jace being taken away by PSG. They've had bad memories of last week of letting that Jace through, so decided to get rid of it this time. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think AD carry is really where I'm focusing in this pick ban phase. We've seen Pilot play the Sivir a lot. He played Jhin a couple of games. Yuki, however, on the other side, has the highest damage per minute of any AD carry and has played Varus all of the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if PSG don't play the Varus themselves and Misfits Academy pick it up early on in this draft.
That's fair. I mean, high damage on Varus. Nice to see Yuki's at least living up to the champion at that point. I think PSG, if it's available, probably first pick it. Malzahar ban on red side. Are they really that worried about Sprattle first picking it? I mean, it has to be Varus here, right? Unless you... I'm looking at what else is available.
I agree with you that I would think it would be Varus, but PSG haven't tended towards the Varus, which is why I don't think... Oh, okay, I'm wrong. Whatever, you're right. This is why you color cast. Is the Varus lock-in, and this will be the first Varus PSG have played, so interested about that.
Well, we'll see. Pilot will be out on his own, and see how he can contend with that. This Graves kind of zones away a lot of junglers, like the Kha'Zix matchup, the Ivern matchup, Graves does fairly well into, and can synergize well with moving into a lane, getting a kill, pushing the tower down very quickly.
Yeah, I'm totally agree with you, and now we're going to see second rotation. So we know we've got jungler. You've still got AD carries open if you want. Maybe you want to pick that up before.
Jhin?
Yeah, Jhin. Jhin makes the most sense, so pick that up before the rotation so you don't get it banned out against you. And now PSG have a couple of options. Might look top, might look towards a jungler of their own to make sure they don't get pinched in that role.
Yeah, at this point, Shen's gone from top lane. Jace has gone from top lane. I mean, outside of Maokai, there's not exactly a whole lot of high priority apart from Rumble. Top lane is available if you want to take that damage matchup. Ooh.
I'm interested by the Rek'Sai. We have seen Kyrie play a few more abstract picks. So he played Zac, he's played Olaf.
Yeah.
The Rek'Sai I wouldn't put up in my S tier junglers at the moment.
No, I don't think many people would at all, but Rek'Sai is still a solid jungler. I want to see some other type of engage tool coming out from PSG, something else to facilitate. They've now locked in both parts of their bot lane coming through here, and while yes, Karma helps Rek'Sai get into the fight, it's not really going to start it so effectively. Might be based on flash timing now for Kyrie.
I think you still got the Thresh here for Dreams if you want it. We've seen the Malzahar ban, a couple of good supports, Lulu, Nami, we've seen a lot earlier on, so could pick that up now. I'm not sure how much pressure PSG will put into focusing down that support. is going to be Rise for Cosq. Very strong champion, comfort champion for him as well.
Comfort champion locked in, so now we turn our attention to Misfits Academy potentially banning mid laners here to try and zone away a lot of what PSG want to do. PSG are likely target, in fact it supports PSG are likely target here. Yeah. So mid lane and support is where I would expect things to go. A lot of top laners could be contested here.
Yeah, I think the thing with top lane is you've got so much, like after you get rid of Shen and you get rid of Jace, there's not really too much that can actually just win, outright win the top lane with Camille being banned as well. So we are going to see the Thresh ban, which I really like from PSG, stop Dreams being able to be aggressive, and the Talia ban against Blanc. Even when they lost, he had great games on Talia. I think he went 6-1 and 10 in the first game, even though they lost it. So I like these bans from Misfits, stopping Blanc being that playmaker in mid lane. Yeah,
I do quite like it. Let's see where the last ban goes. Is it going to be like a Tahm Kench coming through as a ban here? Deny Dreams any playmaking ability? It's top lane.
Get rid of the Maokai.
Interesting, because you could just answer with the Rumble if they picked the Maokai, but obviously Rumble, Maokai is, you know, a lane matchup for Rumble, but outside of that, Maokai has a lot of impact. So Misfits Academy right now, where are they? The Karma's already locked in for PSG, so is it support that gets locked in? Okay, the Lulu again we're seeing?
I think Lulu is obviously a high priority amongst all of these teams, maybe more than we see in the LCS. Obviously, they'll be scrimming amongst people, and we have seen it prioritized by a lot of these teams. It's going to be the Corki for Blanc, and then the Rumble, it appears, is going to come out here for Steve as well. So taking quite an aggressive matchup without knowing your counter.
Well, it's also a good siege composition. Really, when you're looking at it, like the threat of the poke, the dive coming out from PSG. When you look at the equalizer, the rocket barrage comes through as well. So PSG looking for that tower focus. This is a pick that, I mean, basically does lose lane, tank into Rumble. Never really going to do well in the laning phase, but looking to try and have some sort of impact maybe as the game opens up with that depth charge. Get on top of somebody like Pilot, lock him down, take him out. High crowd control coming from Dreams. I'm pretty sure that's going to be Nautilus top lane with Lulu support.
Yeah, that is what you would assume. At the moment, it's Lulu top, but we haven't seen that in a long, long time. So I expect that to be switched around, and there we go. Just coming back to the point about the siege composition from PSG, it's quite interesting because they tend to have good early games and then lose out when they get towards those later game portions when they're playing that sort of the time when you'd expect siege to be working.
Yeah, exactly. They kind of fall behind. I think last week was, without making excuses for them, I think it was an unfortunate series of events because like they just went into Baron against a Jace.
But that was a decision. That's a decision.
It was a decision, a silly decision that they made. But they were in such control of that game with Sivir, with Rise. Very different composition coming out here. I want to see how that early game goes because that's one suspect area that now they're playing with a slightly earlier composition. We'll see whether it can come into effect.
Well, Misfits' early game is quite suspect as well. They tend to be, I think, about 2,000 gold behind by the 20-minute mark. Even when they're winning games, they're still behind in gold a lot of the time. So it could be a battle of the week early games, and we see the team sort of scaling up later. We might have a lot more action early game because these teams are trying to make the plays that get them ahead.
And we may very well. I really am asking the question. PSG, was it just facing the top two teams, or is it genuinely not working with these 5 players?
I think that is the question you have to ask today. It's sink or swim for PSG. If they don't win today, they're relying on other teams playing badly or losing games, and you never want to be in that situation. But you can join us in the action if you tweeted us with the hashtag EUCS. If you think PSG are going to take it and win their first match of the spring split, hashtag PSG win. And if you think Misfits Academy will take the win, hashtag MFA win. We're on to the Summoner's Rift. The first game here between Paris Saint-Germain and the Misfits Academy.
So PSG in a rough spot. Bottom of the table, 0 points. Really need this. Misfits Academy, of course, picked up a win in week 1. So they already are off the bottom of the table.
But week 2, they looked poor at best.
Yes.
That was when Pridestalk had just come in. It was quite a late change as well. I believe it was announced on a Thursday, so it didn't give them a huge amount of time to prep. And now Pride Stalker sits on the Graves, someone we don't see, well, we see now a lot more commonly. We didn't see recently, up until about 7.3. It's going to be a lot about how much impact he can have.
Yeah, that lethality change, or at least the series of changes to lethality, allowed Graves to come back in. Farming jungle matchups, kind of his speciality, and then he moves over to a tower, pushes it down. So PSG, spot out Pride Stalker. But it's just the vision, a little bit of damage back and forth. Nothing to write home about.
And great, like the top jungle start for Graves is very common, so it's not surprising that they found him there. They could have kind of expected it anyway. It's just confirming what they already expected to be the case. Blank in the mid lane here on the Corki, very safe pick for him. It's been one of the standout performers for Paris Saint-Germain. KGN, one of the standout performers for Misfits Academy. So these two guys dictate the pace of the game a lot of the time for their teams, and they'll be trying to do it this game as well. Both of them, however, playing champions that aren't too easy to take down or catch out.
Now Sprattle and Pilot had, for a moment, assumed control of this bottom lane. They do have the push advantage. You can see the 3 minions still alive for them. Means that it's actually going to push just maybe a touch too far. You can see Yuki got the first and second off that wave, but they've got that next set of minions already fairly low. Pilot missed with that piercing arrow, so isn't able to get it quite as quickly as they want. They will hit level 2 first as they go aggressive.
Yeah, just pushing the lane up a little bit. You expect this from Varus Karma, and I'm really excited to see how Pilot plays on this Varus, because he's known so much more for being a utility AD carry, not the focus of damage, not the nucleus of the damage in fights for his team. Played a lot of Sivir when he was in the LCK, played a lot of Ezreal, played a lot of Ashe, you know, these champions that are less about just pure damage output and more about helping the team. And now he's on Varus, who is probably the highest damage dealer per minute of any AD carry we have at the moment.
Yeah, seriously high damage per minute. Blank and KGN trading in the mid lane. An interesting thing Dreams was doing was sitting over in the tri-bush, trying to just cover for Pride Stalker early on, just in case Kyrie was coming across. You can see wards already in the river from both supports, just to try and get any vision they can of the jungle matchup.
Kyrie seems content just clearing his jungle, though. He's at the Krugs at the moment. He's got level 3, he's got 21 CS, he's slightly ahead of Pride Stalker. Pride Stalker decides that he wanted to go for the Scuttle Crab and then decides he doesn't want to go for the Scuttle Crab, so he's backed away from that. And now he's going back for the Scuttle Crab. Well,
a lot of it is because they haven't seen Kyrie yet. Now they will have a read. At least that he's not on the lower side. Sprattle's around, so Pride Stalker has to be careful. But Kyrie already got the first back off. Got himself Ruby Crystal, is heading on towards the top side. And this is one of the things where Kyrie can actually get into the lanes fairly easily on this Rek'Sai. Earlier gank pathing than the Graves. Graves kind of struggles with that. Wants to just farm up to 6.
Yeah, kind of just runs towards the lanes at times as well. Doesn't have that burrow mechanic, like unable to get the true engage. But you talked about it a little bit in Pick and Ban. We said we'd like to see a bit more engage, like initial engage from PSG, and they haven't really got that in their composition anymore. You know, Rek'Sai is very good at follow-up engage. Yeah. Really needs someone to start it off for him. I guess you've got Equalizer. I guess you've got Chain of Corruption, but
that's going to be the likely tool is Equalizer. Chain of Corruption itself is good as a defensive tool unless somebody makes a mistake and is kind of silly about getting hit by it. But it's the Equalizer that'll do serious damage at starting team fights. But Kyrie's hovering around the jungle here. Ping's going down onto Raptors, and Pride Stalker is around.
Gets a back as well, so he is actually at a disadvantage here. Blank coming in from the side as well. Pride Stalker knocked up, has to flash. The Phosphorus bomb was coming down. Blank actually very low on mana there, but still Pride Stalker respecting the damage that comes out from that Rek'Sai and her Queen's Wrath.
And I think this is one of the moments where Pride Stalker, the awareness issue, maybe comes into effect, because he just had his flash burned because he went aggressive onto Raptors when he knew Rek'Sai was there. The choice of going to that camp is an interesting one when you know the Rek'Sai is there to contend, and Blank had the push priority in mid lane and was already able to roam out first. So just flash burn basically for nothing.
And it's an earlier game advantage once again for Paris Saint-Germain, and that's what they need. They need to take the early game advantage that they were able to get from Schalke and actually use it after that 20-minute mark. Actually work out a way to impact the game and not make perhaps some poor decisions around that Baron pit as well.
Right now, PSG trying to get the push on in bot. They've got the push top, they got the push mid, trying to push bot at the same time, have the Karma and the Varus. So, you know, theoretically, 3 winning lanes set up here for PSG. Couldn't ask for too much better in that sense. We'll see what that means Kirei can do.
I think one of the problems always is if you have a winning lane, you tend to push it as well, which makes it a lot harder for the Rek'Sai to get those gank paths off. You're looking at lane ganks through the bushes or coming in from behind, and assuming Stalker and Misfits Academy can maintain vision over their jungle entries, it makes it very difficult for Kirei actually to find a path to these lanes, even though he's on someone as mobile as the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and that, as you said, it's just difficult to find some of the angles, even with Rek'Sai's strength in that. I do wonder now, the draft gives PSG that edge, at least on push, but you can see they're now getting shoved into the bottom lane. Lulu actually does a lot of work with that Glitter Lance to push through. They did change Glitter Lance ever so slightly a while back when it came to the damage being dealt to subsequent minions. But still has good push potential with the Jhin alongside. But look at it, CS advantage is down the board. It was a slightly larger CS advantage for the top lane from Steve. But Steve has chosen to run back up to the top lane rather than teleport in order to save his TP for TP advantage. He can TP into a fight. That gives away some of the lead he had against GZ.
But especially now we're starting to hit these level 6 marks. That is great for PSG. If they can get a fight around the Dragon, I know it's only a Cloud Drake, but you need to kill the Cloud Drake to get the next Drake up, and it gives you a little bit more mobility.
It's also not necessarily about the Dragon either. It's if PSG can shove this Jhin and this Lulu back in under tower, and you set up a dive with Equalizer in, then PSG will at least get the objective from that, and Misfits Academy won't be able to react on the top side in time.
One of the powers of Graves is the fact that he acts as a supplementary AD carry when he comes for those tower pushes, but Nautilus isn't able to get any chip damage on that turret because he can't push the wave in, so it would be trying to take a turret down from full to 0, which is a lot harder when you're only 2 members and PSG have 4 members or 5 members down in bot lane. And
Steve knows what he's got to do here. He went down, put the control ward in the river. He knows there's the potential of that top swap coming out from Misfits Academy. You can see Yuki and Dreams are recalling away. Has been communicated by PSG, and actually Sprattle is recalling out himself. Misfits have stayed in the lane, so it is not the swap coming out.
Both the supports going back, picking up their Sightstones at exactly the same moment, so vision, well, the ability to put down vision is equal between these two teams. If you look at top side though, around that Baron pit, there's a lot of control wards for PSG. They really control that top river. However, Misfits Academy control the bottom river, so it's kind of a balance in all things, a yin and yang between these two teams in that river control.
Hands-off game, though, between the two teams so far. It's a bit of a building game right now, as Blank has the package, first one of the game. We'll see whether he actually utilizes that, because, look, Graves is on the bottom side. They've spotted him out. It's not really worth PSG fully committing here unless they can get the Rumble all the way down. About a minute or so of that TP advantage does remain. Blank's moving over still. Is he still got package, or has it expired? Just uses it. You can see the animation at the top of your screen.
But they do force the bot lane back a little bit. Rek'Sai's still around there. Pridestalker's there as well. However, you need to be careful of the Realm Warp here by Coscu. He's backed away from the lane slightly. It's deciding whether he wants to actually go back to base or whether he needs to be set up for a possible Realm Warp down towards that bottom side.
And look at the setup here from PSG. Again, they're utilizing this Varus big CS advantage. Here comes Kirei.
Yeah, Coscu has to flash away. Rune prisons him up. But Blank and Kirei will just go for the mid lane tower.
And yeah, now you're getting damage onto 2 towers potentially. They're bringing Varus over to try and secure this mid lane tower. I actually think you could have left Varus in the bot lane to push out. I believe Kirei, Sprattle, and Blank could have done this on their own, but nevertheless, just ensuring that Pridestalker doesn't collateral damage the wave off or anything. That's a very early mid tower going down. Under 11 minutes.
Yeah, that is
opens the map up.
It's so good for PSG. They get better vision control. You can see Kirei already going and getting those Scryer's blooms away. It means it opens up a bunch of gank paths for Kirei as well, because he can get into that jungle without being at risk of falling underneath that turret. And they still have bot lane. They still have the setup that they can use. Allows them to get more vision in the blue side jungle. that is superb for PSG, and it's what we talked about earlier on. It's their early game leads. They're very good at early game macro play and understanding when they can take advantages.
And a lot of that is because pound for pound, each player is stronger individually than their opponents here in every single role. But the problem is when you start putting them together as a unit. If the sum of the parts is less, then that is problematic, and we're going to have to track that as we go through the game. But it's nearly a 2,000 gold lead right now. You can see Pride Stalker with Jisoo here. Hang on, Steve has Equalizer.
Depth
and
charge
Flash
comes down. Steve will put the Equalizer down as well. He's going for Pride Stalker, not going to flash away here, just looking for the trade. Pride Stalker gets first blood.
Steve maybe could have actually backed out of that situation after the Equalizer went down, but chose to stay, tried to fight, was maybe preempting the collateral damage coming through, recognized maybe he was already dead regardless of whether he flashed, so wanted to save that summoner spell.
Hasn't actually got the CS advantage as well you might expect from a Rumble in that top lane. Pretty even though we haven't seen a huge amount of action up there. However, mid lane is 30 in favor of Blank, bot lane is 20 in favor of Pilot. So PSG, this gold lead isn't all coming from that first turret, still 1,500 ahead. A lot of that is coming from the farm.
Yeah, significant farm leads for PSG. Somewhat to be expected, but nevertheless, it will be reassuring for the PSG fans to see that. They've had a good week.
Yeah,
PSG.
they have. Well, it was last week they beat Barcelona, wasn't it? Or was it this week?
It was after we had our broadcast.
Okay, yeah, so it must have been in the last week. 5-1, wasn't it? Or was that a different game? Was that, that was the Arsenal game? That was
I
the
saw
Arsenal
somebody
game.
making a rather cruel joke at the expense of PSG where they beat Barcelona 4-0, or 4-0. But currently 0-4 in Challenger, which is a rough spot to be in. But honestly, this is the kind of start to a game that PSG will be happy with.
Oh, definitely. You'll be comfortable with this. You won't mind too much that you lost out on the first blood, because all you have to do is look at the numbers and you know you're ahead on farm, you know you're ahead on gold, you know you're ahead in item spikes as well. You know, we see the tiers stacking up for Pilot alongside that Yumu, so not going full lethality, weaving that Mana Moon in there as well. Almost did a Trinity Force on Blank as well. So they're starting to get to these points where they really hit their power spikes.
Yeah, and you can see they're building towards that poke with the Varus getting more mana, because you've got the likes of a Corki in the mid lane who wants the blue buff. Very rarely would Pilot get a blue buff. So again, without anything like an Ivern, you don't get multiple blue buffs, so Pilot has to go over onto that tier build. But again, he's 30 CS up now. Yes, there's a wave that just pushed out, but I'm going to ignore that. Still a significant lead for PSG. And, I mean, once they start grouping with the Equalizer, that's so much damage. Once they start grouping in front of towers with the Equalizer, Misfits Academy, they're going to have to concede. They're just going to have to back away. Otherwise, they're going to get poked down, and PSG will take towers.
That they will, and you can see why Pilot is #1 in solo queue. His lane and his laning phase is incredibly strong. It's dominating in this point as well, and Yuki, who's been a standout performer for Misfits Academy, is struggling a lot to actually deal with the poke that's coming from Pilot.
And look at how much room PSG have in the enemy jungle right now. They're pushed all the way up to that inner tower, only 14 minutes in. Bot and top outer towers still stand, and now they'll finally get the bot tower from it. They've been working on this for a long time.
Taking the mid lane tower first at 10 minutes in the game is just opens up so many possibilities for PSG. They'll get bot lane now as well. They'll continue to spread their gold lead. They'll get the Cloud Drake, and this is just PSG playing well. Misfits made no real mistake in this happening. PSG just gained control of the blue side jungle and were able to enact their plan superbly.
It looked like CosQ dropping very low in mid lane could be the one mistake, from Blank actually just pressuring him down. As you said, there was a lot of harass coming from it, so it's kind of like you know, good play and somewhat of a mistake at the same time. It allowed Misfits Academy, it allowed PSG to push up on that mid tower, take it down early on, and Misfits Academy haven't really had an answer to it. Very difficult to play when you've lost so much vision early on. They have finally made a swap up onto the top side, gone out of that losing lane, trying to compensate for it, and if they can catch Spraddle here...
Oh, that ward. Oh, that ward was so perfectly timed. He's actually going to get a lot of damage onto Dreams, and the teleport's coming in as well. They're looking for the lockup. Dreams chains. He's going to go down, even through the wild growth. He tries to flash away, but The rest of PSG are waiting just around the bed. They've left him because they want Pridestalker. Instead, PSG leave the kill on the Lulu. The equalizer comes down. Pridestalker's going to escape. The curtain's open. Jisoo flashes across the wall and somehow survives as well. No! The missile from downtown gets the kill. PSG take down one.
One kill, but PSG are looking for the tower that lies behind the team fight. Cosq doesn't have Realm Warp available. Pridestalker had to back himself away, and this is going to be PSG pushing for another tower.
And it's their third tower of the game. Misfits Academy yet to take any of those objectives. PSG close it out. I thought it was a mistake leaving Dreams, maybe a nightmare for PSG, but they made the right call in going towards that top lane.
Yeah, not getting blinded by the kills of PSG, unlike before. You know, one of our biggest problems was that Pilot was going over-aggressive in a lot of fights, and on this looks like a little bit more of a reserved PSG. Pilot can play from further back in the fight. He's not moving up until Kyrie and Steve are moving forward in the fight as well, and just one last rocket barrage is enough to take down Nautilus, and they get the tower from it. After that play, Steve also shoved out mid lane and pushed it into the tower to deny Misfits Academy trying to get anything else from the back of the play.
Now the gold lead further extends. 3,000 gold, 3 towers to 0. PSG's early game comes online once again. However, they have been known to falter after getting these early leads. We've seen it time and time again. This time, they'll definitely be hoping not to.
It's the Baron setup. The pesky, pesky Baron.
Well, there's not a Baron on the Rift yet, so they can't fail a Baron if there's no Baron there. Just win the game before 20 minutes. That's PSG's new strategy.
Someone should have told Dignitas that a long time ago in a galaxy about an ocean away. As PSG, I just hesitate on saying that this is the kind of lead that you win a game with, because PSG's performance last week really rattled me on how good I thought they were. The start of the game was so good. So good for PSG against Schalke. And Schalke are dominating everybody.
Yeah. I think the thing is, firstly, it was against Schalke. And secondly, it was a very simple mistake to make. And it's a very simple mistake to fix.
Yeah,
which is the thing. It's a single shot call. It's just like, guys, we don't do this. Come on.
Do they have Chase?
Exactly. And they don't have Jace this time. However, they do have a good composition for fighting you off that Baron with the Curse and Call, with the possibility of a Realm Warp and the collateral damage as well. Pridestalker takes them poke across the wall. PSG own the jungle at the moment. Look at the poke from those piercing arrows. Dreams just takes half his health in one shot. And now the Mana Moon stacking up as well for Pilot.
You can see we're early enough that Steve still has presence over in the side lane. Blank can be up in the top lane pushing out as well. Steve doesn't have TP and Blank doesn't have his flash, so this is a little risky. It's a little over-aggressive, but Kyrie isn't able to steal away the red buff. Still pushing through, getting vision control, looking for the mid tower now as PSG try and push in on the Misfits Academy squad.
Steve just rotates around. You don't need TP if you're already there. The curtain call opens. He'll use Equalizer straight away. Disengages. Yuki half health just from that.
Yeah.
Leandri's burning its way away.
Yeah, burns through him, and there's that threat. Again, PSG, every time they step up towards the tower, you have to respect that. Now, that Equalizer isn't available for the next time, but the rest of the poke still is. Pilot still has a lot of damage. Blank still has a lot of damage, and that's going to be the tower going down soon.
One shot. No, piercing arrow doesn't damage. Minions.
The minions.
Minions get it for them, and it's the 4th tower of the game. 2nd turret in the mid as well for PSG. They'll be incredibly happy with the way this one's turning out.
They will be. PSG taking pretty much every tower they've stepped up to. And honestly, it's what this composition is built to do. You've got a Varus, you've got a Corki, you've got a Rumble. I'd have liked to have seen an Ivern come out with this. Very good at stepping up to towers, but maybe Kirei is not the most versed on Ivern. He played a lot of Elise in days gone by.
I think the thing is as well, Ivern, you no longer have the immortal Daisy, so you're not quite as happy about it. But this next 5 minutes for me is the most important part of this game for PSG, because time and time again, and we've alluded to this, they are ahead at 20 minutes. In fact, their average gold lead at 20 minutes is 1,000 in all of their games, and they've lost all 4 of those games. At 25 minutes, they average 3,000 behind. That's how much it swings. It's a huge swing, and it shows that perhaps when they start getting towards these team fighting stages, they miscommunicate or they make mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of that is to do with some of their successes in the early game of pushing down towers gives them the gold lead. And similar situation, like, so say Misfits Academy capitalize on a Baron throw from PSG. Misfits Academy can suddenly push down 3 outer towers very, very quickly, recoup a lot of that gold and put PSG behind. And that's the type of situation that PSG have found themselves in a couple of times. They cannot afford to be doing that. So they need clean setups on the Baron takes.
They don't need Baron. Their
right,
siege
they
is
don't need
so
it. They
good
don't
without
need it right
Baron
now.
anyway. They are going to lose an Ocean Drake here, which Misfits Academy will be happy of. Not often you see a Rise soloing out
Yeah,
a
but now
Drake.
PSG step up to the top tower with Steve. They have Equalizer available again. And on the next wave, you know, Rise is going to take a little more time. Brightstalk is so low, Jisoo so low that they can just move up to this tower. And if they choose the fight, Equalizer is there.
Pretty sure Misfits want this fight. Collateral damage just clear out the wave. Koski was flanking, but unable to get in the position that he wanted. And they do delay the tower going down.
Yeah, Pridestalker used his ultimate to make sure they did. And this is a little greedy out of PSG, stepping up, losing like a third of your health.
All right, though, you got like 300 damage on the tower. Not even that, you got like 50 damage on the tower.
Oh, TP coming through. Jisoo's going to try and start this fight out.
Here comes the curtain call. Jisoo is all on his lonesome, though. Depth charge onto Sprattle. He has the flash. Realm Warp in. Pridestalker joins the fray. Kozku, Equalizer, not quite in the position they'd want. Blank now, overextended up towards the top side, but PSG want to turn this one around. Pilot still alive. Dreams chunked low by the piercing arrow, and now PSG are on the hunt through the Misfits jungle, looking to see if they can snipe anyone off. Ooh, Kozku, that's not where you want to be, or maybe it is, as Kyrie is taken low once again. Kozku's still got quite a lot of health, and there aren't the minions here that PSG would like. However, Pilot trying to get those Spidey senses down and connect with the Qs onto Pridestalker. Turret down to half. PSG get a little bit more chip damage down.
And they have a very clear focus. They didn't get baited into a bad fight there. Misfits Academy used a lot of their team fighting ultimates early on. Fought without the Graves ult, which is now back up and got forced back away. However, PSG did not get the tower. They didn't extend the lead that they have. There's a large wave in the bot lane pushing out as well. So PSG may have another shot at that once they're back out on the Rift.
They still have these CS leads across the board as well. Look at mid, 45 CS in favor of Blanc. Look at AD carry, 40 CS in favor of Pilot. The only lane that hasn't got the lead is actually the lane that should perhaps have a slightly larger lead with Steve into Jisoo, but they won't mind that too much. Steve has his Leandries, he has that damage spike. Pridestalker exhausted here. Blanc's looking for the kill, but with Dreams there for the whimsy, they will be able to get that Graves away.
Yeah, they get Graves forced back. PSG, I mean, a lot of teams would start thinking about the Baron then, but look, the Rift Scuttle vision is there from Misfits Academy. I'm getting a little bit of a bad feeling about how PSG are moving around this Baron pit right now,
so
but I'm glad that they're moving away from it.
Jisoo's going for the flank here though. Hook down, depth charge as well. Blanc trying to Valkyrie away, but the depth charge would chase him. Pridestalker melts him away.
Blanc with no flash, too far pushed
Kozku
up.
steps forward into Kyrie though. Chains comes out, Kozku flashes into Pilot trying to take him out, but the heal is enough. Here's Pridestalker and Yuki. Gonna see if they can re-engage the fight. Steve up towards the top side completed his teleport and is just getting chased out by Jisoo, but he has to back away, and now the Flame Spitter will come back onto Jisoo. He's gonna get whimsied. PSG still looking for this one. Piercing arrow used, doesn't quite connect. PSG will be happy with the 1-for-1 trade after Blanc got caught out. They're looking for the tower as well. Jisoo waiting in the bush, does get sniped off.
PSG are gonna have to do this slowly. Pridestalker doesn't have his ult to clear the wave through. Only a couple of autos will kill that tower.
There's no minions. The clear from Pridestalker with the end of the line, and the bouncing grenade coming out from Yuki, and the Riptide coming out from Jisoo. It's just too much.
Pilot just picked up the package. Blanc just picked up the package, I believe. He's moving very quickly on the mini-map.
It would make sense for Pilot to pick up the package.
You'd think so, but...
oh, the good old days of AD carry Corky.
I miss that.
Well, every Worlds.
Yeah. Every Worlds. Ooh, Execution's calling. Come out already for Pilot. Building towards Mortal Reminder later on in the game. Going to try and cut through some of the healing that's coming out. Some of the regen that will have an effect.
Yeah, the Ocean Drake regen can actually have a lot larger effect. So having that Grievous wounds down can help out a little bit. Although there's no like main healers, you're not looking at a Swain or a Soraka or anything like that. Still, healing does have a large effect in these games. And PSG sweeping out Vision around the Baron. We've got to 25 minutes, and they are still ahead in the gold. In fact, they've extended their lead to 4,000 from 3,000.
It's happened.
The curse has been broken, however.
Oh, there's
lots of pings on the Baron. Well, I think that's Misfits Academy pinging it, so yeah.
Misfits Academy are the ones pinging it because PSG keep clearing out the blue wards in the back. Now PSG are going to try and swing over to mid lane instead, but they've slowed down. PSG haven't quite been able to have the same success pushing up to towers because Misfits Academy have been doing a better job at defending against them. Don't just all in on the Baron, please.
No, they have to just clear the control ward. It's fine. Like Valkyrie's away to make sure he doesn't take damage from the Baron there. And I think part of the reason PSG have slowed down is they haven't got the aggressive vision they had a while ago.
Right.
You look at the jungle, there's no wards really anywhere deep in the Misfits Academy jungle.
And that's because they've been a little punished by the last few fights. Pride Stalker getting good damage down onto Blank and ending up trading it for Cosq, but as you said, it means that the wards couldn't be placed. There's a little bit more security for Misfits Academy when it comes to clearing out wards from their jungle, and it puts the pressure on PSG to try and make a play.
And speaking of Pride Stalker, he's had a really good game this game, and
it's
yeah, it's a lot better than it was. Perhaps a couple of times he's mispositioned, but the majority of the time he's where he needs to be. We thought the loss of Kadir would really hurt Misfits Academy, and it definitely did last week, but this week they've looked a lot more organized, a lot more like a unit, and although they are behind, they're not hemorrhaging. They're just slowly losing a little bit here or there.
Yeah, they are. There is one key factor though. Jisoo has his teleport available and Steve does not. So it means that PSG can't afford a fight right now. They cannot set up anything while Steve is in the bot lane and Jisoo is as well.
Oh, still PSG just playing around vision around the Baron. It is a ward in the back of the pit. I'm not sure if that's spotted out by the control ward and stopped. It's quite possible. Oh, it doesn't matter because Blunk's killed it.
Yep. Just as I was going to check on my own screen.
And now we're going to see PSG just start to step up a little bit more and try and move this vision line just ever so slightly deeper into Misfits Academy jungle, because it's at the edge of where they could try and go for the Baron and know how Misfits Academy are going to play around it. If they can advance it a tiny bit more, then they can do it relatively safe.
Look at how PSG, now that teleport's available, step forward. In the build-up to this, they were shoving out the wave. Steve went aggressive onto Jisoo to try and push him out, push him back away as far as he could. Cosq's going to push topside, though. Has to be careful because Blank is coming, but it's only Blank.
And there is a Realm Warp available as well. Dreams stopped here. Sprattle, there's nothing there for him to get to. The Realm Warp comes in. He has to flash. Gets himself out. I think perhaps he thought there was a blast cone or something with his positioning, but Realm Warp back for Cosq means that they have the flash down on the support now, and PSG, once again, have to play a little bit more conservatively.
They're getting stalled ever so slowly. Stalled out in this game, and Misfits, they have the Rise for the late game. They've got damage sources, they've got protection for the Rise from this Lulu, and PSG have not had a successful siege in nearly 10 minutes.
It's been a long time, and that top lane tower still stands. Cosq was the one to get the tower. It's Misfits Academy able to get their first turret of the game, and at the moment Misfits have parked the bus, and PSG unable to work out a way past their defense.
Park the bus. Oh.
Very English saying.
It is. 2 always arrive at once, though. That's the problem.
3, technically, if you do the maths. But it's actually a mathematical reason for it, but I'm not going to get into it here.
Oh, okay. I didn't actually know that. I thought it was just one of those
You can look it up to educate yourself after the stream.
Okay.
Yeah. It's to do with how passengers are picked up. But PSG now, once again, getting vision. No passengers on this train. Everyone has to fight for themselves. It looks like Kinguin might be playing the conductor as the moment as he tries to marshal his troops around this red side jungle.
What type of bus are we on? At this point, PSG, they're trying to be on one of those tour buses that you see after the team wins like Champions League, but hasn't been that successful so far.
Oh, they do get the turret. There we are. That's all they need to do, but Steve has been caught out. Deadly Flourish down as well. Misfits Academy.
They're turning for Baron.
Something on the other side of the map. They are turning for Baron.
And turning back away.
And they're turning back away, thankfully. Cosq's going to get the Cloud Drake. Got to go fast. We've seen a lot of clouds today, I must say. It's been overcast in Berlin.
Yeah, a very British game. Oh, he's gone.
Oh!
He's out.
That's what you got to do. You deny vision. You stop them knowing what you're doing. There is actually a ward in the Baron pit, so perhaps a slight overextension by Dreams. But it's all you've got to do. And PSG set it up once again.
And KOSQ had blue trinket available as well, so they could have edged their vision through. Could have done the due diligence, but Dreams just can't even flash out. Oh, PSG are going to go for the Baron.
No, they're not.
Okay.
As soon as they see Pride Stalker, they're like, no.
They get the TP from Jisoo as well. This is actually a good trade for PSG. Got the kill, got the teleport in exchange for a tower, but that's an outer tower, and we're 31 minutes into the game. Now the TP is not available.
Pride Stalker is just around the corner, though. They know it as soon as the smoke ping comes down. It looks like PSG don't want the 50-50, which I like. They're going to go for KOSQ. He has to flash. Kairei looking for the burrow in. Rune prisoned up. Here's the Deadly Flourish as well. Doesn't connect. Here's Jisoo. Slightly separated from his team. He'll be okay. And PSG,
they've learned.
They've learned. This is exactly what I was saying, though. It's such an easy thing to learn. Just to say, no, we can't go for it. And now Yuki overextends. Exhaust down. Has to flash away. 2 flashes quickly burnt on Misfits Academy. It's going to be a lot harder for them to defend this Baron. Good
damage down onto the carries from Misfits. PSG again return to the Baron to try and bait in anybody. No blue trinkets are available. Low on wards at Misfits Academy. Now low on health.
Does have flash, but the curtains are open. Steve coming in with the TP as well. Jisoo will hook his way away. Blank take a huge shot off the end of that, and KOSQ still has Realm Warp. PSG need to be so cautious that they don't overstay, and they are just going to back away.
Trying to ensure that they all recall close enough that they can defend each other, but far enough away you don't just give Rise a double kill when he comes into the fight with a Realm Warp. So important phase for Misfits to deny any kind of Baron attempt out of PSG.
However, PSG, 20 minutes in, 3,000 gold ahead. 25 minutes in, 4,000 gold ahead. Now it's back to 2,000. They're losing out this lead that they had developed because they're not able to get the siege off that they wanted.
Yeah, they've been really slow on some of the sieging recently, and that's the problem, is the ability to siege towers actually, it becomes more difficult of each row of towers. Outer ones are easy, inner ones are okay. They don't want to siege up bot tower though, because then you put yourself in a situation where you're potentially trading away the Baron buff. So without being able to push that down quickly first, PSG don't have any easy towers to take anymore, and Misfits have done at least a good defensive job of keeping vision on where PSG can move through their jungle.
We're getting to the point of the game as well. If Misfits win a fight, they probably get Baron. They probably get a couple of towers off it.
Either team at this point, if you win a fight, will take that Baron.
And it's such an easy swing, although Misfits will have felt like they've been on the back foot for the entirety of the game. All it takes is one good fight for them now, and they're right back in it.
Yeah, KOSQ maybe can deliver Jisoo into the back of the fight, get on top of Pilot, and catch him with a depth charge. Jisoo, a lot of health missing.
Yeah, hooks away, looking for the re-engage perhaps. KOSQ's around the corner, as is Yuki. Pride Stalker there as well. Misfits Academy are looking for a flank. They're looking to pincer down on towards PSG, but they can't quite sink their claws in. Rabbit claws. It's Misfits.
Not exactly the most threatening of claws.
Hey, I've seen Monty Python in the Search for the Holy Grail, okay? Be scared of those rabbits.
At this point, it's PSG in the Search for a Baron setup.
Yes. And it is a weakness in their game. Like, I agree that Baron is great for a sieging composition because it just gives them that little bit more power, but if you've been doing this for 15 minutes and you haven't been able to make it work, you've got to change something at some point. You can't just expect Misfits to misplay.
If at first you don't succeed, try, and hit the equalizer.
Yuki does take some damage. Piercing Arrow is not going to connect. Jisoo onto Pilot. Deadly Flourish down as well. Jisoo jumps in. Here's the curtain call. KOSQ low. And here come the shots raining down one by one. Dreams takes Pilot. Spraddle's low as well. KOSQ alive. Steve dead. PSG lose 3 members. Blank and Kairei's escape. But PSG tried to pull the trigger and it just backfires right in their face. Jisoo's not done yet. He's diving the tower. Misfits Academy take down 3.
It's gone horribly wrong again for PSG. Good trading of damage on the back end of that fight from Blanc, but Pilot got collapsed upon, died with his heal and flash up by the looks of things, could not survive. It's his first death of the game, but so influential is that death, and here comes Kozku.
Kozku flashes in, Kyrie has been caught, tries to keep himself shielded with the courage, but Pridestalker will take him down now. Blanc trying to escape, the red buff slow, the kill, the double. Pridestalker is on a rampage.
Much better game from Pridestalker. Misfits Academy are the ones now in front of the Baron buff. They're going to be able to take down this Baron. They're very low, but it's fast enough that with the empowered recalls, they can get out before anybody can punish. And again, a great start to the game from PSG, and the complete misfire on a mid-game setup puts everything at jeopardy.
All they've done this week is go, okay, you know, we're going to watch this again, because this is just, they try and engage, and they just totally miss position.
Watch Jisoo instantly come for Pilot here. As soon as he walks through the fight, depth charge is on. He should not be that close to a Nautilus, otherwise you're going to get deleted instantly. Pridestalker throws himself at the fight, Jisoo holds them down, Pilot dies, and Blanc is just forced to run away from the fight as fast as possible, and PSG have fallen to pieces.
All they've done is delay their collapse by 10 minutes this game. It used to be at 25 minutes, now it's at 35 minutes. They're 2,000 gold behind. They're going to lose an Elder Drake. They've lost the Baron, they've lost the mid lane tower. Kyrie's looking for the steal, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to take it away. That's the Elder Drake. Pridestalker secures it, and Kyrie's been engaged on the Realm Warp. Gonna bring in a couple of members of Misfits.
Kozku.
Misfits should not be here. The Equalizer comes down. Kozku's dead. The Realm Warp warped him right into a sticky situation, and PSG collapse.
Oh, that's going to slow Misfits down a little bit here. Without Rise for 50 seconds of his Baron buff, PSG are going to be able to wave clear really easily. Kozku should not have taken that Realm Warp. That should have been a zoning Realm Warp, and nobody should have gone into that fight, because Misfits Academy had already won that entire scenario. You had the Elder Drake, you have the Baron buff, siege up with it, push in PSG and punish them for giving you both buffs. But now the pause button is applied. Yep. Both of these buffs are going to run out before Misfits Academy can get any significant damage done.
However, you have to give credit to Misfits Academy, and specifically Pridestalker.
Yeah. Because
we were so worried that this was just going to be the collapse of the team. When Kadir left and Pridestalker had an awful week one, this week two has been so much better. His early game was perhaps a little bit weak, but in that team fight, his positioning to take out Pilot, his willingness to know if you can get Pilot, it doesn't matter if he dies, because the rest of the team that can then clean it up. It was just understanding and synergizing with his team to a team.
Great performance at a Pridestalker. Level 17 to level 15 of Kirei. Gotta keep trying to remember. Raz from the LPL was just like, yeah, was messaging me, because he used to manage Kirei on Team Dignitas. Kirei always used to tell us it doesn't matter how you pronounce a name, and then decided he wanted it Kirei. So, like a year later, it's difficult when you've got bad habits. Old habits die hard. But Misfits, they're going to try to kill PSG pretty quickly here by pushing onto the tower.
Old habits die hard is a motto that PSG seems to be following as well. Turret falls. Misfits Academy get their fourth of the game. Still one behind, but 4,000 gold ahead now. 8 kills to 4 up as well. And with that, Elder Drake about to time out. They still have the Baron buff for a little bit of time.
This is a frustrating game from PSG to watch. A good draft for the most part. Not massively keen on the Rek'Sai, has backfired now. Kirei goes right into the mid lane. That tower's already gone.
Equalizer did come down and took down Yuki quite low. Tower falls. Kirei's still there. The rest of his team's miles behind him, though. Steve trying to get the flank off. Dreams is low. Jisoo hooks away. They're going to look for the engage. Steve lands the Electro Harpoon. There's the knock-up. Kirei on Kozku. Still going for the chase. Pilot is still alive. So's Blank. They get the GA out of Jisoo. He's gonna come back in a second, but is knocked up straight away. Phosphorus bomb just about escapes, but not for long enough. 1-for-1 trade. As it's the jungler for top lane.
PSG have really full health bars still, and they want to try and siege up that bot lane tower. They have a large minion wave pushed in there, and nobody from Misfits Academy is reacting in order to deny it. So maybe it's not the end of the line yet for PSG. They're gonna get another tower. There is no Baron buff remaining on Misfits. There's no Elder Drake either, so maybe they start off where they left it 10 minutes ago with PSG. We've gone into the late game, 40 minutes in. PSG now trail, but they're trying to recoup some of that difference.
And we're starting to see almost full builds from some of these players. Let's have another look at this fight. So Yuki opens up the curtain call, and immediately we see the equalizer from Steve.
Yeah, good equalizer comes down. The Edge of Night expired from Yuki. You can see Wild Growth was used as well to try and keep Yuki alive. A lot thrown at the AD carry to keep him healthy. But this is a problem for PSG here, is they're relying completely on Kirei to try and get any crowd control in this fight. Kirei has to put himself forward here to make sure they get the knock-up on Jisoo and end up getting that one kill. But it's just a trade, 1-for-1 in the end. And because they don't have anything else offering crowd control effectively, PSG are floundering, and that's what really hampered their ability to set up fights behind towers. There were, as much as a siege threat existed, there was not a lot of dive threat. Yeah. And without it, Misfits Academy just cleared waves time and time again.
And we talked about it a little bit earlier on. We said, what's the primary engage for PSG? And we said the equalizer. If you're using that to stop Yuki channeling the full curtain call, it then no longer becomes your primary engage unless you're going straight in onto it then.
Yeah, exactly, because you have to wait for the curtain call to actually be cast. So PSG really struggling without an engage tool.
Pridestalk is channeling his inner assassin. Going to try and catch out Kirei here. We'll put some damage down. On the end of the line comes out and won't actually catch him out, but that's a good idea from Misfits Academy because they know PSG will be rotating and trying to defend these towers. They're going to continue to look for it. Half HP on this bot lane tower. Misfits and PSG have decided it's everyone in the bot lane for the moment. There's the equalizer. That's great placement. Pridestalker jumps in though and Kirei goes down. Steve Flame throws his way into the fight, but not going to be able to pick up anyone yet. Misfits are low.
So low.
The problem is PSG have no engage. How are they going to get there without Kirei? Blank flashes in. Blank gets hooked up and Blank is dead. And they still can't take down anyone.
Blank on his own is flashing forward over aggression, trying desperately to even it up, and he ends up 1 versus 4. They catch out KOSQ with the chains. The equalizer comes through. It's a decent setup, but Kirei dies so quickly, as does a lot of Blank's health. Redemption healed up quite a lot. And this call right here, look, if you're doing this, surely everybody has to flash forward. Surely it has to be Pilot flashing forward. Surely it has to be Sprattle flashing forward with like a multi-person shield. Otherwise, you just threw your mid laner into the fight, and now the Baron has gone.
Second Baron for Misfits Academy puts them 7,000 gold up. And now they can start to look for that close once again. The worry always is, you know, PSG have a great siege composition, which means they're pretty good at wave clear, pretty good at defending towers, and you do have to break that inhibitor line if you're Misfits Academy. So unless you can get a good catch or a good pick off in the jungle as you see PSG rotating, it's going to be quite hard to actually just siege under a tower.
6-0-4 for Pridestalker, basically full build.
Everyone's basically full build at the moment.
He has had a good game. Really punished Pilot in that one fight. Really turned it around.
He has, and actually if you look at it, KOSQ completed everything with that Rabadon's there to round it out. Almost everything for Blanc. AD carries are there as well. PSG chains onto Yuki, trying to catch him out. They'll take him down. Equalizer on Dreams as well. He's going to go tick, tick, boom, as he just about escapes with the flash. But PSG can't go any further. They get Yuki, great. You've stopped a lot of the engage coming out from Misfits Academy. You've got rid of a Baron buff. But what do you do now?
You now have got to somehow siege up towers, which isn't particularly possible. Keep in mind, there's a lot of wards behind some members of PSG right now, and if that's a teleport that comes through from Jisoo to try and take a 4 versus 2 or 3, because look where Pilot is. Pilot is nowhere near the rest of his team. They're trying to group on the bot side, but they're not there. KOSQ has Blank pretty much cornered.
Oh, the Inspire will shield him up and speed him up for the moment. Jisoo's going to try and jump over with the Blast Cone. Here comes the collapse. TP in by Steve, though. And Misfits might not want this, but they do, because they take out Blank. Pridestalker with the Blank. Steve is miles away. He needs to join the fray, but he decides against it. He'll run away. 2 kills so quick for Misfits.
PSG way too far up. We had all the time in the world to see Misfits utilizing the Realm Warp, getting in behind PSG. And Misfits, they still have the Baron buff. There was no respect from PSG on the strength of this rise. They have not been playing around it all game. They've not had to think about it all game, and now it punishes them. The Baron buff going to push in with it. 30 seconds on 2 death timers. Misfits Academy may just push in for the win here.
And they're definitely looking for it. There's the inhibitor tower going down. They'll get the inhibitor as well. They're going to step forward. Still that Baron buff on, as you say. Yuki's on his way. Equalizer comes down to try and clear the wave. Nexus Tower's the target. Pride Stalker quite low, though, off towards the side. Does need to be a bit cautious. Cosq down to half as well. I think Misfits will decide for the time being. They don't quite want the fight.
I think that's a smart option here, but they've done enough damage from this. Elder Drake is up in 50 seconds. A couple of empowered recalls still remain. PSG thought that this was okay because they have the numbers advantage. The problem is Sprattle gets knocked up, Kyrie gets knocked up, Blanc gets knocked up, blown into oblivion because Pride Stalker came around the side. The last 2 to 3 minutes from Blanc has been very frustrating to watch. Flashing forward alone in a fight, out of position, not respecting the Realm Warp, forcing the rest of PSG to come and rescue him, and they end up on the back foot, and they're going to end up losing this game because of mistakes like that.
If they keep on making them, they definitely will. You have to feel happy if you're a Misfits fan, though. They were behind, they were being out-macroed, they were being outplayed, they were being out-sieged. And then they capitalize, and they've continued to extend their lead. Now, that was 2 words I mixed up. Now 9,000 ahead. That's what I was going for. And they have those 7 turrets. They've knocked down the mid lane inhibitor. Elder Drake on the cards. It would be their second, alongside that second Baron they picked up a few moments ago.
This is going to be the last fight for PSG over this Elder Drake. Kyrie gets pulled in.
And there's the knock-up onto Pilot once again. Realm Warp in. Pride Stalker Assassination Squad takes down Pilot. They're going to get the double. Pride Stalker's on a rampage. He is undefeatable. Cosq will take out Steve. Kyrie will get locked up. Jisoo swings the anchor and swings the dagger into the hearts of PSG as they lose the fight, and they're going to lose the game.
PSG again with a great start, but Misfits, the late game has been superb from them, and they're going to take this game.
Misfits, the late game kings, and the kings of game 1 against PSG, as they will take down Blanc, and then they'll take down the Nexus.
Oh, PSG. This time, it was only 2 fights that Pilot got caught out in. A lot of the fights previous to that, it was Blanc getting caught out, but just the same issues underpinning everything PSG are doing. Good setup to the game, but without any kind of crowd control, they couldn't make plays to keep getting towers. They get stalled out, a fight goes wrong, they lose a Baron, they lose the game.
It's a switch, though, because last time it was Pilot getting caught out, so now it's just Blanc getting caught out. Just one by one they have to decide. I think the problem for me is, right, I believe the hype about PSG. They've got great players. They could have been amazing. It feels like they're just a split too early. Give this team a split to develop, get that communication under control, get their late game and mid game under control, and they could be a dominant force. I just think they need a little bit more time.
Yeah, I kind of agree on the time thing here, and I guess it's the type of thing that we saw with Schalke was they came in, the first iteration maybe wasn't the most solid, you know, improved support staff, improved the team lineup. I think the players are good enough on PSG. It's the tactical awareness that I'm worried about from PSG, because they're making plays with comps that kind of they can't do it with, and they had good siege, but with the Rek'Sai, it zoned out so many options for them when it actually came to getting fights started, and there was nothing they could do.
Misfits, on the other hand, great play by them. You have to give them credit, going behind, able to get back into it. Now, there are mistakes in their game. They're going behind is something they really shouldn't have done. They were a couple of times they didn't get in vision control where they should have done, and some of their fights were very sloppy, like Yuki getting caught out when all that does is put the pause on the game. However, week 1 they played great, week 2 not so good. This is looking like the Misfits from week 1 to me.
It's looking better. They look like middle of the table right now, and I don't see why they can't take a 2-0, but PSG need to convert these strong early games. So rare is it that early games go so well and you've lost every game so far.
That is incredibly rare indeed. We're going to pop our Zhonyas, but when we return, we'll have our final game of the night. Game 2 between Paris Saint-Germain and Misfits Academy. He tries to flash away, but the rest of PSG are waiting just around the bed. They've left him because they want Pridestalker. Instead, PSG leave the kill on the Lulu. The equalizer comes down. Pridestalker's going to escape. The curtains open. Jisoo flashes across the wall and somehow survives as well. No! The missile from downtown gets the kill.
Yeah, well, very British game. Oh, he's gone. He's out.
That
try and hit the equalizer.
Yuki does take some damage. Piercing arrow's not going to connect. Jisoo onto Pilot. Deadly Flourish down as well. Jisoo jumps in. Here's the curtain call. Kosku low. And here come the shots raining down one by one. Dreams takes Pilot. Spraddle's low as well. Kosku alive. Steve dead. PSG lose 3 members. Misfits are low.
So low.
The problem is PSG have no engage. How are they going to get there? Without Kyrie, Blank flashes in, Blank gets hooked up, and Blank is dead. And there's the knock-up onto Pilot once again. Realm Warp in, Pridestalker, Assassination Squad takes down Pilot. They're gonna get the double. Pridestalker's on a rampage. He is undefeatable. Kosku will take out Steve. Kyrie will get locked up. Jisoo swings the anchor and swings the dagger into the hearts of PSG as they lose the fight, and they're gonna lose the game. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series for Game 2 between Misfits Academy and Paris Saint-Germain. I am Aaron Medic Chamberlain, this is James Tresolura. That was the Macarena. and we are going to talk a little bit about that game one before we get into picks and bans.
Okay, I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah, game one.
Okay, game one. Game one. That blew my mind. Pride Stalker was a beast in that game. Like, the 2 kills on Pilot that kind of blew open the team fights, that combination of Jisoo and Pride Stalker really worked well. Way better than it did last week, because Pride Stalker was struggling in his first appearance, now looked a lot better. This Graves worked out very well. I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned.
Yeah, nor would I. I think Graves, especially 7.3, is slightly stronger because of the other junglers not being as strong, the Kha'Zix and Rengar nerfs. So I really like it. I thought Pride Stalker did a very good job. And I think as well, you have to look at how well he played the vision game around the map as well, because the 2 times he caught out Blanc, it was because they gained vision around the area, and it shows there's a team synergy there. It's not just Pride Stalker kicking off in a solo queue mentality, it's Pride Stalker working with his team.
Very true. We have to see that if it repeats itself again, though. Because whether it was the one-off performance...
Sometimes you just hit a purple patch, don't you? And you have a couple of good games.
I guess, like, if Pride Stalker actually does have, a following good game, I think it's kind of conclusive on a couple of things. If Misfits Academy get this win, that, okay, he's better than we gave him credit for, and PSG are worse than people gave them credit for, because it is not looking good for PSG.
If they lose today, mathematically, they aren't out of the running for playoffs, but realistically they are.
It's so tough, because they will have a maximum 6 points if they lose today, which means basically every other team has to tie, and you end up in a weird situation. So they need a win here to try and get to 7 points if they win both series in the next 2 weeks. But their early game is actually really good.
Yeah, it's so strong. I mean, it was ahead of Schalke as well. Like, it's not just they're winning the early game against bad teams. Their first 20 minutes is just the best of any challenger team.
And then it just falls to pieces.
Yeah.
Like, they just run out of ideas on what they're going to do. It looks like nobody is calling shots, so they stall out, and then when somebody does, it's a weird Baron call. And this, like, today they actually look better around the Baron, mainly because didn't do it.
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything, unfortunately. There was like a 10-minute stretch where nothing happened for them.
From about 25 minutes to 35 minutes, they just did nothing, and then started just to collapse underneath them. You have to give credit to Misfits Academy. Worked out that they could just delay the game, let the carries get online, let that Rise really get up towards the power of late game. Pride Stalker as well, getting all of that lethality under his belt. They were able to come out with the win, and they'll be looking for that 2-0, because 6 points really puts them in contention for one of those playoff spots.
Yeah.
9 points is probably the cutoff at the moment.
Yeah, that's what we're anticipating as being that point of making playoffs or not. We are getting the players ready, getting them into the lobby, only a few moments away from Champ Select.
50-minute game, you can't blame them for having an extra minute or two just to, grab
settle
some water.
Yourself, make sure everything's good, but here we go.
There we are, straight into Champ Select. So Misfits Academy versus PSG. PSG looking for that elusive first win in the Challenger Series, or in League of Legends in general, in all honesty. Misfits here on the blue side, do you think we're just going to see normal bans coming out from them?
I think so at this point. I like they're taking away the Rise, because we've seen Blanc play it. That was in PSG's game against Schalke. He had a good setup. Ooh, that's different. Red side Shen.
It's not that uncommon.
It's not, but at the same time, the Rengar, the Camille, the LeBlanc, I wonder whether PSG are going to go completely away from that and basically try and take 2. Here you go, Misfits already reacting, saying, well, we weren't going to first pick LeBlanc, we're not going to give it over to you instead.
And so now PSG might just look for that Rengar and Camille ban as well. It's actually going to be Varus here from PSG. So even though Pilot was probably one of their standout performers last game with that Varus doing a lot of damage from a long range.
So theoretically, you have to ban Camille here from Misfits Academy. Otherwise, you end up losing it, which means PSG would then ban Rengar if you were going through the motions on this.
I think the thing is, though, there's a possibility that PSG value banning the Camille over banning the Rengar, so you could have first picked the Rengar.
But it just depends on what... if you're comfortable with both coming through, then it's okay. It's a fine trade. You just ban other things. At this point, though, PSG... are going to pick up Jin here. Rengar's going to go over. It's Jin that'll likely get picked up by PSG.
You say that. The jungler's name is Pride Stalker. He was a one-trick Rengar for a long,
this is what I mean. Is Rengar gets picked up?
Oh, Rengar gets picked up.
rotation.
PSG get the Jin.
PSG get the Jin.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you are right. There is the Rengar hover. I'm expecting it locked in.
Yeah, there we go. I thought you were saying Misfits would pick
up
the Jin. But yeah, PSG here probably going to go towards that Jin, and then Misfits will answer with their own AD carry on this rotation to make sure they're not locked out too far.
Most likely, and I wonder whether it'll be the Sivir for Yuki. So what goes alongside the Jin? What do we got? What have we got? Shen's banned. Normally that's one of the rotations. Oh, Malzahar's
yeah, that was banned last game by Misfits Academy, so they decide to go for that. Spassel, very good.
Pair it with Jin.
Yeah. It works so well with Jin because you've got the Deadly Flourish and the range of the Malefic Visions or the Voidlings chasing in.
Yeah, those Voidlings, of course, did have a couple of changes on 7.3. A little tougher to get them aggressively in and multiplying.
I think the big thing is that they don't instantly spawn anymore. So Dreams, who is a Thresh player, will really like that change because it's so much easier to land hooks now into the Malzahar. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if we see Misfits going for that Thresh unless it's banned out in the rotation. Yeah,
possibly. We'll see what happens in Phase 2. Misfits, at this point, we're talking about the Sivir, maybe the Caitlyn, anything like that, whatever AD carry they're looking for here if they don't want it pinched. Otherwise, they can allow PSG to pinch away the pool and see what else they've got left.
So is the Lulu pick here. Works well into Malzahar, of course, with the picks, you kill the Voidlings off pretty easily. So now we'll have to see if they do go for that AD carry or perhaps prioritize their top lane, which with the Shen ban out already, that's going to be cost Q on the Syndra. We're seeing a lot more Syndra picks earlier on in 7.3 than we were seeing on previous patches.
Yeah, at least since 7.1 and the original patches. Yeah, Syndra kind of going a little bit up in priority, but with Ryze banned, with LeBlanc banned, now you force them to pick Corki or something like that as a mid lane pick. Otherwise, you ban out 2 more mid laners and you end up with a really difficult lane matchup to play.
LeBlanc once again reverting to the safety of Corki.
It wasn't very safe for him in the last game. He completely out of position a handful of times towards the end.
A lot of that was Pride Stalker understanding how to catch him out as well and playing the vision game. So
that's true.
I think that in lane Blank was relatively safe and did have a couple of good plays, gives them the roam potential as well. The other option probably was something like a Talia, which we have seen Blank play before as well, and gives you the ability to get around the map a bit more.
Yeah. Looking at that Ashe, we have really not seen on 7.3. A couple of the changes plus lane matchups for Ashe kind of put her down. Even when people had, banned Varus, picked the Jin, Ashe still didn't come through. It was the Sivir that we saw a lot of times, which is now not going to be in this game either.
Caitlyn's still up, Ezreal's still up though, so Misfits Academy do have things they can fall back onto. Yuki is a known Lucian player, and we have not professionally seen a lot of Lucian, but with lethality, he is kind of on the fringes of the meta now.
Yeah, I've seen people playing it in solo queue. I don't know whether it's really going to come through as a competitive pick yet. You mentioned Caitlyn and Ezreal with the Lulu. Caitlyn Lulu's the old pushing lane. Yeah. Jungle priority came through on Misfits Academy's ban phase here. I mean, Kirei, he has the Rek'Sai or an Elise. Yeah. If he wants it. I think Elise
really
would be
like
a little bit more active.
Yeah, I think the Elise can do a lot of work, and we're seeing a lot of people practice it on this patch as well. Maokai is the lock, so strong top laner. We saw Kikis kicking off on it in week 2. Rumble does a lot of work. Yeah.
Rumble probably going to come out as the answer to it, unless you want the Nautilus as a tank versus tank matchup. We saw Jisoo play the Nautilus in the last game. Had a good setup alongside Pride Stalker's Graves, taking out Pilot every time they could find him. Only just twice.
The Rumble does make a lot of sense with the Rengar as well, because you can jump in. It is going to be Ezreal for Yuki. Perhaps not as good as the Caitlyn, but pretty sure I remember it being one of his comfort picks. So.
It is, but it's a pick that does not have a lot of lane presence. There's a lot of poke here, potentially, but up against Malzahar and Jin, theoretically Ezreal Lulu shouldn't die. But there's so many ways for Malzahar Jin to capitalize on one of you if you're out of position. So Misfits Academy got to be careful here. They picked almost a losing lane, in a sense.
But it doesn't mean that they're going to lose the lane as such. They can play it relatively safe, get pushed in, just be defensive. Nidalee is the hover. There was a Wukong hover before this, so I'm not treating that with too much respect as a hover. It might just be Kirei going back on towards the Rek'Sai. Kirei, sorry.
Yeah. We saw Broxah playing the Nidalee for Fnatic this weekend actually was kind of okay, but really stalled out what Fnatic wanted to do. They were against Origin, so they kind of walked that victory through. Yeah. It is the Rek'Sai that comes out. I'm not so against it this time, because there's a Maokai alongside to try and get the setup. You've still got the Corki, you've got the Jhin. MILvs can just flash on people and try and get the engage that way. So PSG have more options at converting an early game lead into a win.
Yeah, and I think that having a Jhin long-range engage really helps them out as well for that. Misfits Academy, on the other hand, comfort champion for Pride Stalker, you have to think, with the Rengar. Kozku going back towards the Syndra as well. Their bot lane is a little bit odd, and their whole composition to me doesn't, I'm going to be honest, doesn't make a huge amount of sense. They've got some strong laners in the Nautilus, who's okay. You've got the Syndra, who's okay as well. But what are they trying to do?
They're trying to just blow people up with Rengar, really, and then get Ezreal later into the game. It's difficult in that sense that, like, Ezreal's going to get shoved in, probably, unless Lulu can do enough to compensate for that early on. So we'll see PSG if they can have the same good early game.
Don't say it, Stress. Just don't say it. Just don't say it. Don't say it.
Maybe.
You're cursing them already.
Maybe PSG can pick up their first win.
Like, you feel for PSG, but Misfits Academy want to win, and they want their points. They're not going to be feeling for PSG. They want that victory screen at the end. They want the extra points. They want to be able to get through to the playoffs later on. And PSG, if you don't win the game, you don't deserve to win the game.
I mean, this realistically, a loss here for PSG puts them almost out of range.
Well, we are on to the Summoner's Rift. PSG fighting for their lives and fighting for their chance to get into those playoffs. Last chance saloon, you have to think. Misfits Academy, happy with the point they've got thus far, but I'm sure they'd be a lot happier with a couple more.
So there is still the outside chance, depending on the matchups, that PSG, if they lost here but won the next two matchups, could sneak into a fourth spot. If other people tie above them and lose, and you're relying on everybody else to stay around 4 and 5 points, and you get 6 points in the last 2 weeks, maybe.
Your fate's no longer in your own hands.
Exactly.
And that's when things really start getting difficult. Because we've seen 2-0s as well today, we've got a couple of teams sitting at that 6-point mark. Of course, Schalke sitting miles ahead at 9 for themselves, so they're pretty much guaranteed to be going through to the playoffs.
That's the thing, like Kinguin and
Millenium,
thank you. No, it was Millenium. They played Millenium today. With the tie, 1 apiece, is actually possibly the best thing that could have happened for both Misfits Academy and PSG.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you steal points from the teams around that are all playing for the same spot, that's when you start being able to make a late run through the standings.
That it is. Normal start here from PSG. Looks saplings down from Steve just to help Kobe with his clear on the Razor Beaks. Of course, you've got the Queen's Wrath as well, so AoE clear makes it pretty easy to just sneak out those Razors. PSG are setting up for an aggressive push here. If they can get some damage down onto Yuki and Dreams, but not going to be able to get too much. Dreams just use the shield, so it's pushing lane, of course, from the Jhin and the MILvs, as you were saying. They'll hit level 2 first, and then Yuki and Dreams do need to be cautious. There is always a risk that Voidlings steal away CS.
There is. It's not too big of a risk. Pilot should be okay with that. So Dreams, obviously putting the Lulu into the MILvs, should be good in that sense, but it's this Ezreal that kind of forgoes a lot of the presence. Yes, Ezreal does have good poke damage, does have good trading when you can land it, but it is difficult. You can see Dreams didn't get the auto down onto the Voidlings, so just allowing them to push through. About to hit level 2. There's the level 2 mark.
There's the other one. Not a huge person. Actually, Dream's going aggressive here with the Glitter Lance. Yuki's been landing some good Mystic Shocks, which makes it a lot harder for PSG to go full on at that level 2 mark. They've been harassed down a little bit. Had to start burning through those Total Biscuits.
Pride Stalker on Krugs. Very low. Won't be able to get out onto the map anytime soon. But honestly, this bot lane is going not too bad for Misfits at first, and then Dreams gets locked down. You can see through came a lot of the harass potential from the Voidlings. Misfits still trying to assume control down there. I really am intrigued by a lot of this Lulu presence in pick ban today. Every single team I believe, had presence on it. Did Lulu feature in every game?
It's something we started to see last week with Norskeren and D-Lord playing it in all of their games. So,
but we didn't necessarily see it this week in LCS, is the interesting thing. We saw a couple of games, handful, but Challenger seems to be
groundbreaking. We're the expeditionaries of the patches. U8 meta in a few months' time, Lulu every role. Just like top Lulu, mid Lulu, jungle Lulu.
So what you're saying is like when Lulu was released?
Yes. Just like
AP ratios through the roof. Ooh, Exhaust was used.
Onto Dreams. Gonna get a lot of damage with the Call of the Void. There's 6 Voidlings on the chase. They're scuttling in, but they can't quite get there.
Those little legs can't quite get him in range, and they get taken out. But there is a good trade. Heal and Exhaust used in exchange for PSG's Exhaust. And that's a recall out from Yuki and Dreams. Does he should have enough for tier?
He gets the tier, which makes this recall worth it as such. If you can push in the wave, maybe you can deny 1 or 2 CS, but you're not going to deny too much, really. Actually, it looks like PSG is going to keep it freezing and then not quite back yet. Oh no, they're going to back.
No, they're not. They're thinking about it, not quite sure. They have reached the point where you can go back and buy that Serrated Dirk. That's why Jin will recall now. Sprattle's just trying to get all the minions, or as many as he can, from Misfits Academy. But at this point, we're fairly slow on this game. No jungle presence early on, despite having a Rengar.
Oh, the power of the pre-6 Rengar game.
I know, right? Get that bowler strike.
Yeah, try and land it. But Pridestalker is just farming up to 6. Of course, the Battle Roar was nerfed slightly as well. It doesn't give you that CC immunity. Blank taking a little bit of poke from Cosq, but low on mana now. Cosq will just back away. It's just harass. It's nothing more than that. And the Corrupting Potion on Blank means that he can just sustain back up through it.
Pridestalker must be kind of surprised he actually gets a Rengar. Like, he's probably resigned himself to never getting Rengar in a professional game. But Rengar being meta plus a champion of his is a nice little test. We get to see it in action.
So rarely see Rengars as well because of how strong he is out of the jungle. But now that 7.3s comes around, starting to see it crop up here and there. Once again, a slow start from both the teams, but Misfits Academy have solidified themselves a 700 gold lead purely on CS. Yeah. Jungle 10 ahead, bot lane 10 ahead.
And that bot lane, considering it's an Ezreal matchup, this Lulu obviously into the MILvs does fairly well. And Yuki got a decent recall off for tier. Pilot is behind. It's not quite the same good early game we've seen out of PSG, but we haven't had a play set up. We haven't had anybody TPing in. Steve used his TP to get back to lane about a minute ago, whereas Jisoo did not. So that is something to keep track of. Teleport advantage is in favor of Misfits.
I just want to come back to that bottom lane, though, because in Picks and Bans we were talking about it. We said Pilot's Battle should push it in. They should have the CS advantage. Ezreal will struggle in the lane. Really not what's happened here. Yeah,
Lulu seems to have a little bit more of an advantageous situation here. I guess Malzahar is a lot more based around trading away from health, and Ezreal's difficult to kill. Jisoo has a 2v1 on his hands.
Knocks the depth charge in, but gets knocked up, tries to flash, can't get away. Steve with First Blood.
Steve First Blood, that flash didn't work because that the Maelstrom was enough to kill him, or that stored energy as it popped. Just took his health down, and Misfits Academy couldn't really react with anything. Pridestalker was helping Cosq on the blue buff. That means they'll obviously have a read on where Rengar is, and Steve will know to recall out fairly soon.
Smart play by Kirei as well, though, because he went up to the lane where the teleport is. They know they don't have the teleport advantage anymore. They know they won't be able to join the fight if it happens somewhere else. So go up towards that lane, get the kill, and now Jisoo is actually going to walk back up to the lane. So there's still a small period where Steve is a teleport down, but PSG get First Blood and they'll be happy enough with that.
Yeah, it translates into a Spectre's Cowl coming through as well. So here's the damage coming from the Malzahar. Dreams finally gets the kill on the first Voidling after it had already spawned the second.
The thing is there, you kind of have to wait for them to stop being able to spawn before you turn back around and kill them. Because otherwise you're just going to have all of these Voidlings like the Zerg just running at your face.
It just keeps spawning on you.
It's a dangerous game to play in that bottom lane. Soccer has hit that elusive level 6, now level 7 of course, and will perhaps be looking for a gank. He's doing his second rotation of buffs. Probably get red and then maybe go down towards the bottom lane. Pilot seems like a pretty juicy target if you ask me.
Yeah, it's if you can get onto Pilot, because Spratl, they'll need to pop that passive from him first, of course, but that's fairly easy with the Lulu. Kyrie, however, knowing there's no flash, wants to get in. There was a ping down on that ward.
Yeah, it seems a little bit odd. They did ping it out. So I think they either assume it was there or maybe they were pinging, oh, come into this bush. Could be maybe not on the ward. It's always difficult to tell. They don't have the individual pings that sometimes we see, but we don't have a ward ping. Maybe we need one. There is a ward here. But yeah, PSG. The gold lead now has evened itself out a little bit with that first blood. We see him coming back into the game, only 100 or so the difference, but still a 10 CS lead in that bottom lane. Steve started to get himself a little bit of a lead, and we're going to start to see whether PSG can actually start to gain the advantage that we tend to see out of them in the early game.
Is Yuki building a Hex Drinker this early on? Null Magic Mantle to try and deal with Spratl. Ah, no, okay, it could just be the beginnings of the QSS. Yeah. As I said it and saw the Malzahar, I'm like, ooh, that's where that's going. That's not a Hex Drinker. At least I hope it isn't.
It makes a lot of sense to have it, you know. There's always that debate at what point do you pick it up, because it doesn't give you any AD, it doesn't give you any attack speed.
We were talking about this with regards, not on Ezreal, but Steelback's QSS first Varus. Yeah. And that while it doesn't get used for a long time, I don't think it's good as a first item ever, by the way, just before.
Okay.
But it's a deterrent, because suddenly you lose a target that you can use the Nethergrass on. Suddenly you cannot go super aggressive onto that champion anymore. Otherwise you end up wasting all your summoners, wasting your ultimate.
I think the argument that, the counter argument you'll probably get from that is, though, you've spent a lot of gold on it.
Right.
And you just give up the lane, because instead of buying a BF sword, you bought a Quicksilver Sash.
That is fair. I think, though, that's where it kind of depends on champion and itemization. Yeah. Like, for Ezreal, I don't see it as a massive problem because, well, for a start, surprisingly, to some extent, he's ahead. And secondly, Ezreal never really is one of those champions that's like, I'm going to dominate every single lane.
And he's got the tier first. So having the tier means that he's already stacking up. He's already developing that late game threat, which he will turn into when he gets that 4-item, 3-item spike. Now, QSS next. It's fine, you know, he doesn't need to be the damage source. You've got the Syndra, you've got the Rengar for that. Even the Nautilus, to some degree, early game with the Riptide does a lot of work. And
that's the problem, is whoever Spratl goes on, as they go on the mid lane, they're going to have a lot of protection from this Lulu as well. There's going to be stuns coming out from CosQ, and Pridestalker is going to be able to output massive damage as well. So Spratl has to find very select targets out on their own, and that becomes very difficult.
That's partly why I'd like to have seen the Talia instead of the Corki as well. Perhaps not as easy to play into the Syndra matchup, but the ability to isolate someone with the Weaver's Wall or isolate a couple of members with the Weaver's Wall really seems to work well for me. Sputter has to flash away as he was getting collapsed upon pretty quickly.
And Misfits even banned it in Game 1 of the series. It was available now in Game 2, I believe.
That it was. We're going to just see a slowish early game from both these teams. Misfits have been a team that have reveled in the late game, some of the longest game times amongst all of the teams here in EU Challenger Series. PSG as well, happy to take the early game slow. They're on a ward. Yeah, Kyrie is here. He's going to use the blast cone. They'll knock themselves away, but
Rengar's gone with them.
Will join them. Spratl low, exhaust down. Here's the Ezreal. Yuki gets the kill. And now they'll look towards the dragon as well. They have to be very cautious here because Pilot's going to open up the big gun. Try and whisper his way to a kill on Yuki. Dreams will get onto him. Pridestalker's backing. PSG will just take the one kill.
Good kill for Misfits, punishing PSG. Spratl and Kyrie were stood on a ward on the enemy red buff with no sight on CosQ, no sight really on Dreams and Pridestalker, just trying to go aggressive for the sake of being aggressive, trying to steal away the buff.
You can understand what they're thinking though, because there's a blast cone there. If Pridestalker hadn't jumped onto it, then they would have got out safe and sound. I mean, maybe there would have been a concerted effort to catch them, but still, it's over-aggression that didn't need to happen and not understanding where the enemy could be at any given point of time.
CosQ, there's the the literal handover of the blue buff. As Keyray looking to go aggressive, but doesn't really feel confident. They don't know where Pride Stalker is. Of course, Pride Stalker can pretty much appear from a mile away on this ranker.
They have already burnt Koski's flash as well, so it makes sense to put some focus on the mid lane. While the game's a little bit slow, I'm going to give you my bit of trivia about Syndra.
Okay.
If as Syndra, you pick up red buff and throw it onto an enemy, it applies the red buff debuff.
Okay.
Even if it doesn't kill the red buff.
Okay, does throwing blue buff at them and give them mana back?
I hope not. Well, no, but it doesn't give them health. It gives them the true damage over time, or the tick damage.
Do you want some Syndra trivia that was actually put into the game?
Oh, yeah, do it.
So, not that that's not in the game. It used to be that if you picked up a wolf and you dragged it far enough and then smited it as a jungler, you used to get the wolf spirit on the enemy side. Sprattle, speaking about enemy sides, might be caught.
There's a wolf on the hunt. Pride Stalker takes down Sprattle. The TP came in as well, and we actually saw Kozku caught out on the rotation. TP's going to join the fight. Here's Steve. Pilot doing a lot of work as well. Dreams caught off towards the side. He's down, and PSG are able to collapse. Pilot opens up the guns, looking for Yuki. Blanc caught with the bowler, and Misfits will lose an extra man, but keep themselves alive and keep the turret alive as well.
I want to see the pathing from Kozku down to that fight on the bot side, because it punished Misfits Academy there for some greedy pathing. PSG turned that one around and actually come out ahead from it. It looked pretty rough for them. Sprattle got caught out. So what happened with Kozku here? He walks right over a ward, into Rek'Sai and Corki. Fairly straightforward.
Yep. And Steve teleports in.
Yep. Couldn't really do too much more than this. Dreams was the one that gets picked off. Blanc and Keyray actually did all the work. Did all the work on this.
Yuki did QSS the root from the Twisted Advance, so was able to keep himself alive. Pride Stalker, however, he's been rooted up. No QSS for him, and no Dreams for Dreams as well. He'll fall.
Just like that, PSG have turned this game around, picking up multiple kills now on the bottom side of the map. We saw them trying to make a play onto the red buff earlier, and it punished them. Misfits Academy this time play right into their hands, and PSG are in a tough spot.
PSG getting towards that 20-minute mark, need their 1,000 gold lead. And they've got it at the moment, about 1,200 ahead. Now it's going to accelerate because they're going to get the first tower. So that will push themselves even further. And PSG, their early games come online once again.
And this is how this fight started. We didn't quite catch the beginning of it while we were in the replay, but Pride Stalker getting picked off by Sprattle. And then it's an easy second kill onto the Lulu.
Using Keyray really well there on the Rek'Sai as well, understanding the tremor sense, being able to spot people out as they walk around. And just good catches here from PSG. They set up vision well, and they were able to work out exactly where Misfits would be. And again, like, you can assume that PSG had backed, but they could quite easily have set up another bush there.
Yeah,
they came around.
They could have. Pride Stalker may have to start using that ultimate sometimes just to check. Yeah. Get a little bit of vision. I mean, it's not the best use, but if you're that afraid, it's not the longest cooldown ultimate in the game. It's just over 100 seconds at current rank.
About the same length as Pilot's ultimate.
Yeah.
In fact, it might be exactly the same.
It's 4 seconds different. Close. Close.
So close.
But, yeah, curtain call, 108 seconds.
Sprattle's been on point with his nether gasps, even though he is, well, with the one we've seen, even though he's died twice. The only person on his team to die. And that's what you tend to see a lot. When you've got these supports that have big game-changing ultimates or have a lot of impact, like Karma, they tend to be the ones that you see focused down first in a fight. It's
like old anyway. You're just trying to flash in. You're like, I did my job.
Flash Tibbers return.
Got him. Same with Sprattle now on Malzahar. Gets the nether grasp on people, and that basically spells the end for them. PSG with a good push onto the tower now. They had shipped down Yuki, and now the tower goes down in exchange. Good push. Again, decent early game. It was a little slow this game, but it's still solid early game from PSG. They need to maintain this the later they go on in the game.
They take 2 towers and can look towards top. Also, Cloud Drake available for them if they want it. They're going to start it up. It does reset slightly, but the Voidlings will help them out, and that's a Drake in favor of PSG, and Mountain next on the cards as well. So they can start that Dragon Ball rolling.
They got to collect all of them. Yeah. That's about all I've got. Didn't watch Dragon Ball.
Yeah, nor have I.
Okay,
I only realised it as I said it.
Good, we can both bail out of this.
Please don't do Dragon Ball puns, because I'll giggle, I'll just like fake laugh. It's like, oh yeah, Good joke.
Pulse somewhere is...
Oh, mate, he'll be crying.
Yeah. It's Misfits Academy not quite crying from this game. They had a tier earlier. Not quite fully stacked.
After that first game, I'm pretty sure there's some PSG fans who let out a single solitary tear. However, looking good again in this early game, this game. I feel like I say that for every PSG game.
It's so frustrating to say that when you're like, hey, it's a good early game, and then I don't know. It feels bad to say, but the impending tension, the tense moment right now is, will PSG do the same again?
But it's the idea of doing the same thing time and time again and expecting a different result from it. So what PSG are great at doing is their early game. They get a couple of towers, get a lead, and then mid-game they're just like, okay, we'll just deny vision, we'll go for Baron. And they started off doing that pretty well, but they kept doing it for 15 minutes.
Yep.
And then eventually just all it takes is one person to miss position, and at that point in the game you can't salvage a 4v5. And they got caught out. Now PSG this time, I think there's more of a risk of mispositioning with this composition because Sprattle's going to be looking for aggressive positioning. Pilot as well, very low mobility on this Jhin, likely to get caught out. We've seen it happen before. Steve, however, is their stalwart hope in my opinion. He's the one who needs to be jumping on towards that backline. We've seen MILvs do a lot of work, and if he can get there, perhaps he'll be able to carry this team on his back. Yeah,
if they can get that positioning, PSG looking to close in on Dreams.
Dreams exhausted, wild growth, here's Yuki, Kairei coming in from the side as well. Dreams escaped, Blanc being knocked up, the rest of PSG looking for the collapse. Prize Stalker, the thrill of the hunt. Steve locks up Jisoo, the curtains are opened as Jisoo takes 1-2 shots. Pilot tries to reposition, can't get the angles. And PSG take down one.
Pride Stalker was looking maybe to hop over the wall and catch out Pilot.
Here's the unleashed power! Only needed about 2 of the orbs. Kosku snipes away Sprattle.
Sprattle tried to flash away instead of exhausting through it. Don't know whether he was in range for the exhaust, but certainly Kosku was in range to take out the kill.
Kosku has no flash, he just went for the support. Blank's tanking the turret though, just about survives with the heal. They take down one and Kairei and Steve will chase away the rest of Misfits. Turret going lower, PSG take it, Steve still that front line, there's the deadly flourish. They get onto Yuki, they get onto Dreams, and they get 2 kills so quickly.
Surely that's the opening PSG needed here to look potentially. Will they go for the Baron?
No.
The honey fruit is there if they want to heal up, but no. Jisoo still has teleport available. PSG clearly having flashbacks to the last series they played against Schalke. This was how the fight started. Blanc just completely wipes Dream's health bar out. Of course, Trinity Force proc off that auto, plus a bunch of damage coming from his spells. It was a good start to the fight from PSG, and they do end the fight very well as well. Jisoo gets taken out. I wonder, was Sprattle in range for exhaust here instead of flashing? Yes, he was. Yeah. I mean, instinct is flash away. Wasn't expecting to die from just the ult.
I love the reaction from PSG because they're like, Kosku doesn't have flash, it's just flash on by Steve, straight in.
And that's Kosku really disrespecting PSG in this Maokai, thinking more like they're in the last game where they didn't have the ability to do that and get right on top of anybody. Double knockup, beautiful out of Kirei. And PSG turn and just make sure that they can gather themselves. They're in another great spot.
That they are stressed.
That smile you just gave me of you've cursed it again.
It happens from time to time, but I totally agree. Getting towers is great for them. They open up the map a lot more. The worry for me is when you open up the map, you give Pride Stalker a little bit more space to work with.
Oh, Kosku.
Kosku might get caught out by Kirei. He's trying to back away. The dodge of the Scatter the Weak. He's going to get knocked up. His Dreams, Deadly Flourish, not going to connect. The Curtain Call comes down. Dreams going to try and tank this. Tanks up a couple of shots, but the third one will take him down. Kosku escapes. Pride Stalker looking for the gym with Jisoo TPing in as well. This thrill of the hunt could be exactly what Misfits Academy need. Pride Stalker jumps in, exhaust straight away. Hook onto Kairei. Pride Stalker's low. Here's the true shot barrage. Pilot taken down to half as well. Yuki joins the fray. Steve didn't have teleport, so never was able to get in this fight.
PSG do get 1 kill again, and they're slowly edging their lead forward. Bot lane got pushed out. Mid lane gets pushed out. That denies Misfits from taking anything in response. Nice line cut by Kirei here. Knows as soon as he starts to scatter the weak, he can get in. blocks some of the potential for Koski to get locked down again, but that's okay, as they take out Dreams to end that fight really before it's ever begun, and then Pridestalker absorbs an exhaust jumping in here. Don't think he really would have been able to get onto Sprattle properly there through the passive, but that is the summoner now used. Sprattle doesn't have exhaust available.
Pridestalker has been a little bit absent in this game thus far. Hasn't really had the impact on the Rengar he would have liked, I'm sure. Has been involved in, 66% of his team's kills, but when you've only got 3, it's not really the biggest thing in the world. Much would have preferred to get some early ganks off, especially down towards that bottom lane, but just didn't quite align for them this time. It's all aligned for PSG, 6,000 gold ahead, only 23 minutes in. That's 5,000 gold. And once again, their early game has looked pretty darn good.
It has. Mountain Drake now spawns, should assist PSG with any potential future Barons. Some fallback pings, a lot of them just went down from Misfits Academy on the lower side jungle. They don't really want to run in there, potentially headlong into the Paris Saint-Germain squad.
Well, PSG have shown us that they can set up good vision control and do these bushes where you're just laying in wait for the enemy. And that's what Misfits Academy want to avoid. They now do need to get some vision around the Baron themselves to make sure that PSG can't just sneak it away. You've got Corki, you've got Jin, you've got Voidlings as well, so you will melt through that relatively quickly.
Iceborne Gauntlet did just get completed though for Yuki. Important point where now PSG gonna have to fight just a little harder to collapse. Can get kited easier. I feel like we're in for a longer game here.
Well, what makes you say that, Stress? Is it the fact that PSG are playing Misfits Academy? Or is it the fact that we're 25 minutes in and we've yet to see a tier 2 fall?
Yeah, it's mostly that. We've still got one outer tower for Misfits Academy. PSG still have all 3 of theirs. Which means Baron power play would be huge,
it'd be huge.
If we
like
had that on
10,000 gold Baron power play, probably. But yes, Void Staff completed on KOSQ as well. He's going Haunting, guys. We've got the Black Cleaver on Pridestalker. 2 items finished on the Jin with that Infinity Edge Yumus. So going more for the sustained damage rather than that lethality, although he has got a Serrated Dirk as well.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people coming into the split were umming and ahhing about Misfits Academy, figuring out where to place them. Obviously, Misfits, the former Challenger team, now LCS team, doing very well for themselves. Yeah. Sat a second in Group A. I mean, Misfits will be looking for a repeat performance where the team just goes right up into LCS again, but the field is so tough. Whether it's Schalke, whether it's, I guess Fnatic Academy in week 1, unfortunately. Millenium looking pretty decent.
Kinguin at times are looking really good as well.
And PSG, they have no wins, but have looked at times like one of the most convincing teams. So Misfits Academy just kind of slot somewhere into the middle of the pack. And I still am not super convinced, because stuff like this happens when KOSQ is caught out on his own.
Yeah, there's another grass. His Pridestalker as well. Pilot's low, so's Blank. KOSQ taken down. The Unleashed Power comes out, but here's Steve on the back line. The curtains have opened and they've fallen straight onto Dream's head. Gets taken out. KOSQ sniped as well. PSG collapse. His Jisoo is all by himself, right into the midst of the team. He's going to get chased away. Might have to try and flash the wall. PSG leave him for the time being, and I think they're turning their eyes towards Baron here, Stress.
They're turning for Baron. PSG, they're a little low, but they have a full health Maokai that can tank this up. And no smite, no true shot barrage. Look at how quickly that's dying. Yeah. That is a successful Baron.
Well done, PSG. They secure the Baron. I think that might be the first Baron they've secured in Challenger Series. I might be wrong on that, so don't quote me on it. But look at the engage here, because KOSQ gets caught out.
KOSQ caught out, but he survives, because look at the presence of Pridestalker and Dreams coming right through the fight onto Pilot, and they were able to keep him alive. Blank dropped very low as well, finally got that kill for himself, and there was a distraction in the name, in the form of Nautilus. That they just leave him be, move out for the Baron, and maybe that's what PSG needed with this Baron buff. They're looking for this inner tower. See if they can get it.
They're now 8,000 gold ahead as well. Looking for the
there's no TP for Steve.
With the flank, no TP for Steve. Jisoo trying to get on towards Blank. That's the target. Kairin knocks him up though. Deadly blows onto KOZQ. Jisoo in the front line. Now Kaire taken low with the unleashed power. Steve's on his way. He wants to save the day for PSG as they look for the re-engage. Misfits realize their engage did not work. Now retreat. Kaire is going to go back to base, but has got the Void Rush to get right back in here.
It was a nice attempt, a good thought process from Misfits, trying to punish them while there was no teleport for PSG, but PSG now push in for this inner turret.
They take them so quickly with the Sheen Fox, with the 4th attack from Pilot. Whisper just singing a song to the turrets as they fall one by one. They'll take the inhibitor down as well, and PSG have cracked the base of Misfits. Jisoo trying to get the flank, Nethergrass down. Jisoo will just about fall to Steve. The curtains open once again as Pride Stalker takes a shot, just forcing Misfits Academy away from the engage.
And this, surely this is the lead that PSG have been looking for now 3 weeks. PSG finally, with a Baron buff, with an inhibitor down, looking to push through the top side. KOZQ, hang on to PSG, looking for
Deadly Flourish lands, KOZQ goes down, PSG take him out. They'll take the inhibitor tower as well as the inhibitor as well. They've got 2 inhibitors down, they've got Baron buff, they've got minions. Have they got the game? They're looking for the Nexus towers. 1 will be started. Pride Stalker pops the thrill of the hunt, but there's not much he can do. The second Nexus tower goes down, and PSG, at the 6th time of asking, take a game.
Finally, PSG get their first win. I thought that was going to be a longer game because of how slow and delayed it was, but Misfits Academy kept running into PSG. A couple of missed positions leads to a Baron, leads to inhibitors, leads to the game, and finally PSG live up to a modicum of the hype.
But if they just did that in the 5 previous games, it would have been fine. I like the fact that they've improved. I think if they do that next week and they continue to improve, they can still maybe get a shot in the playoffs. Misfits Academy, that second game, Pride Stalker really didn't have the impact that we expected him to on the Rengar. KOZQ kept overextending as well and getting caught out. So that's the reason they're not a top 2 team for me. It's just a little bit sloppy in the mid game, and sometimes their early game is a little bit weak as well.
Yeah, KOZQ and Dreams kept getting caught out, and PSG, this time they had the engage potential. They had the siege, the engage, they had the damage, and that was what was a difference maker between games 1 and 2. You look at this series, you look at last week's series, just a couple of decisions here and there, and realistically, maybe in an alternate universe, PSG sat with Schalke at the top, but they're not, because they lost those games off mistakes, but finally they pick up a point. They're not on 0 points anymore. They're on 1 point in the bottom.
Yeah, still at the bottom of the table, though. And still a long way to climb if they're going to be able to get up there and get into the playoff spots. We've had some good action today, Stress, haven't we? I've really enjoyed some of the games. They've been slightly longer. But still,
some of them, yeah.
Still pretty good fun. Let's have a look at how the teams do stand at the end of week 3, over the halfway point in the European Challenger Series. Schalke still in that top spot with 9 points, and then we have a 3-way tie for second place with Millenium, Misfits Academy, and Team Kinguin, all on 4 points. Fnatic Academy have 3, and PSG sitting alone at the bottom with that solitary 1 point.
But it might be enough. That 1 point, if they win every match. No, well, okay. Today, Schalke reaffirmed that they're the top team, unequivocally. We've seen the middle of the table teams kind of showing their similar levels.
They're the middle of the table
teams.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And PSG pick up a point for themselves. So there's a lot of back and forth on today's games.
In all honesty, it looks very much like Schalke, and then the rest underneath them, and any one of those 5 teams can get to the playoffs. It's just about how well they play. PSG still have the opportunity, but that's it from us for now. We'll be back next week with more Challenger action. Misfits Academy take on Fnatic Academy, PSG play Kinguin, and Schalke 04 take on Millenium.
Really important to note that despite the EU LCS being on break, EU Challenger will continue next Sunday. We will not be taking a break for IAM. So as you said, these are the matchups coming your way in just 1 week.
Yep, I'm looking forward to them indeed, but it's time for us to close the client on the European Challenger Series. From all of us here on the broadcast, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Same time, same channel. Good night. now Selfie's on the wrong side. Dan chasing him in, the Realm Warp. Niski tries to get away, can't escape from the fangs of Lulex. Selfie dies, it's a 2-for-1 trade, a 3-for-1 trade as Lulex gets a double. Fnatic are just hiding behind their Nexus. They cannot fight against this Schalke lineup. Selfie knocks it away, another devour by Vanta to keep him alive. This will be the Nexus, and this will be Schalke going 1-0 up over Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, play as a team. We've seen that in the LCS.
This is
what?
Desperate Dan gets demolished
Dan
by
just
Selfie.
Got annihilated. Pinoy could be in trouble
He's
here.
overextended here, even with Norscaven. I'm not sure he survives. Tabasco takes him down, and now Norscaven finds him in the midst of 3. Kinguin going for the dive, going for the kill. Tabasco gets a double. They'll take down the Nexus, and Millenium will go 1-0 up over Team Kinguin. If you paint along with Bob Ross, and you do everything he says, at the end of it, you can get a great painting.
Okay.
Trying to catch someone out, Tabasco cocoons him.
Oh, they call Woolite!
Woolite's dead, Norscaven gets him. However, Pretty's fallen in response. Pinoy gets jumped on by Ice Beast, so Mimic in the backline trying to do what he can, but Kinguin collapses onto him. Sebex chucks down the hammer and Mimic has to flash away. But Kinguin will take down the Nexus Towers and they'll take the win and even out the series against Millenium. He tries to flash away, but the rest of PSG are waiting just around the bed. They've left him because they want Pride Stalker. Instead, PSG leave the kill on the Lulu. The equalizer comes down. Pride Stalker's going to escape. The curtains open. Jisoo flashes across the wall and somehow survives as well. No! The missile from downtown gets the kill. And there's the knock-up onto Pilot once again. Realm Warp in. Pride Stalker Assassination Squad takes down Pilot. They're going to get the double. Pride Stalker's on a rampage. He is undefeatable. Kozku will take out Steve. Kaire will get locked up. Jisoo swings the anchor and swings the dagger into the hearts of PSG as they lose the fight, and they're going to lose the game. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series for Game 2 between Misfits Academy and Paris Saint-Germain. I am Aaron Medic Chamberlain, this is James Tresalura. That was the Macarena. Here's the Unleash power! Only needed about 2 of the orbs. Kosju snipes away Spras, which they get onto Yuki, they get onto Dreams, and they get 2 kills so quickly. Will be started. Prize Stalker pops the thrill of the hunt, but there's not much he can do. The second Nexus Tower goes down, and PSG at the 6th time of asking, take a game.